Chapter 961. Training through battle? What a bold move. Altigran Franz looked a little shocked. He hadn't expected that even with the country in such dire straits, the blood of the Raglan brood remained so pure. There's nothing we can do. While we can't mobilize a large army, we can still launch attacks in rotation. The most crucial thing is that we have the kingdom's spies in the Misty Mountains. Yunfeng said confidently. Oh, you mean Grand Duke Apophis Brio? Does his situation allow for a large army? Altigran Franz asked anxiously. We supply it ourselves. He can just hold the gate and the rear. Yunfeng shook his head. You expect Apophis Brio to supply a large army? He hang himself on Lion Castle to show you. Fortunately, the spatial storage equipment is still very advanced. The powerful Raglan kingdom can fully rely on air knights to transport supplies. I don't think we should make such a hasty decision. We should go meet with His Majesty and discuss it. Marquis Altigran Franz quickly persuaded Yunfeng. After all, the most important matters of state are sacrifice and war. This matter needs to be discussed by everyone, and the plan needs to be refined together. That makes sense. Yunfeng nodded. Although he was now the prime minister, he remembered where his power came from. He wasn't one to get carried away by a moment's success, and he would still listen to sound advice. Your Excellency Darien Nightblade. Summon Weiss. Yunfeng waved his hand into the air beside him. Suddenly, a man's figure flashed in the light filtering through the window. He saluted the two men gracefully, and then disappeared again. This? Marquis Altigran Franz pointed at Yunfeng, and then at the window, his words somewhat incoherently. What? Surprised? We have nothing to hide from your majesty. Isn't it normal to have your majesty's spies right beside us? Don't look at me like that. I've been scolding Roland for days now, and even if he were standing right here, I still dare to scold him. Yunfeng casually waved his hand, instantly astonishing Marquis Altigran Franz. Politics is the art of compromise. When Yunfeng plays by the rules, all players, including Roland, must abide by them. Some rules can't be spoken of, but they do exist. Just like a group that won't joke about its own innocence or someone who farts at the Luo River, the price of breaking the rules is the previous generation cutting down trees, and the next generation being exposed to the sun. Fortunately, the people of the Kingdom of La Grande are very rule-abiding. So when everyone compromises, the country's progress is alarmingly fast. Me? You mean me? At this moment, Weiss looked like a catfish demon about to be dispatched to kill Tang Sanzing. He pointed at himself, and then at Duke Yunfeng with a look of disbelief. Well, don't get excited. Don't we have Dos Anthony here? You two can come together. Yunfeng said magnanimously. The two of us? The two of us? 2 Dragon Knights? One level 3, one level 4? The entire Western Kingdom is entrusted to us? Where's General Renault? Weiss was shocked. We have something to discuss. You're not qualified, so you stay here to guard the house. General Renault needs to go to the imperial capital. Marquis Altigran Franz didn't know Weiss well, so he explained it directly without any unnecessary beating around the bush. I thought it was trust, but it turned out to be exile. Weiss's eye twitched. Alas. That's wrong. This is the trust that I, your teacher, His Majesty has in you. Marquis Franz doesn't understand you, but don't I? You are no worse than others. Come on, boy. These cities along the river are handed over to you too. I'm going. After Yunfeng finished speaking, he patted his shoulder and took off from the balcony with Marquis Altigran Franz, leaving behind only a slowly falling piece of letter paper with a letter of appointment stamped with the Prime Minister's official seal. Am I being sold out? Weiss stood there, staring helplessly at the blue sky. After Yunfeng's pampering, Weiss felt a tingling sensation on his shoulders, a sort of Raglan weightlifting king. Leave it to him and Weiss. Renault looked at Yunfeng with a look that suggested he might be drunk. Time is critical, and we can't be away for more than a few days. Trust them. A 3rd and 4th level Dragon Knight can't even defend our home, so just let the dragons go and sow wheat. Yunfeng said bluntly with a wave of his hand. Then wait for me to arrange defenses. Renault gave Yunfeng a deep look, a look that promised he'd take the blame if anything went wrong, and then he walked out. Hey! I don't believe it. It's only a few days. Can those remaining ringwraiths still cause trouble? They've been suppressed for so long and nothing happened. What if I leave them for 2 days? Yunfeng waved his hand confidently. What if the ringwraiths and the orcs get wind of this? Marquis Altigran Franz frowned. Trust our allies. They can't bypass them and invade. The direction of Riverstorm is a sure thing. Yunfeng said confidently. After all, to his left were the nomads of the Kingdom of Aquavia, and above them were the dwarven kingdoms of Dale and Lonely Mountain. At the junction of these 4 kingdoms, the swiftness of troop movements was beyond belief. How desperate would the orcs be to attack again after failing to win the Battle of Lonely Mountain? What if they attack Fort Lulong through Windhelm? Marquis Altigranfron said quietly, gazing at the outline of the city looming in the distance across the river. Do you think the ringwraiths allowed Baroness Smear's forces to remain trapped in Mirkwood out of kindness? It's because they didn't react at first, and by the time they did, they already established a stronghold. A direct attack would surely be blocked by the holy hero Renaud and the dragon riders of Lavrand. Who would win then? Ajax is now in Raglan City, taking care of Caslow, and Renaud is about to depart. Honestly, he's been betrayed by a smear across the river. Now, this guy can only hope the orcs and the ringwraiths haven't noticed something's wrong, or they definitely removed this troublesome thorn in his side. That makes sense. I have to go warn Baroness Smear. Yun Feng's eyes narrowed. The Raglan people wouldn't betray their teammates. Yun Feng would definitely inform them of such a risky matter in advance. He's not the kind of backstabber who betrays his teammates. You want to tell them to prepare their defenses? Marquis Altigranfron said with a look of joking. According to his recent cramming homework, don't you know what Windhelm looks like? For the ringwraiths, such defenses are worthless. No. I tell them to act as arrogantly as possible and make some noise. Yun Feng shook his head. At this point, even an empty city plan would be more effective than defending. It would only take a few days to scare the orcs. Shrinking the defenses would be too obvious. Gambling with his life? Is that the same as selling him out? Marquis Altigranfron lamented. You're already at risk of being raided, and you're telling me you're going to attack? He's always had good luck. Yun Feng smiled, summoning a dragon rider, giving him some instructions, and then handing him the handwritten letter, which was still wet with ink. Puff! Ismir was enjoying a comfortable life, enjoying fresh berries, crisp vegetables, and tender barbecue, when he received Yun Feng's letter and gushed out a mouthful of berry juice. This is betrayal. Naked betrayal. I protest. I have made contributions to the kingdom. I have shed blood for the king. How could such a proposal that seriously affects the border nobles be passed by the parliament? Oh damn. The kingdom currently has no parliament. Ismir jumped up and down. Chapter 962. What's wrong, my lord? Emer, her mountain-like figure, squeezed in. We've been sold out. Ismir said excitedly, nearly bursting into tears, holding up the letter in his hand. Let me see. Emer asked in surprise. Raglan, the reckless one, sold out his teammates? You might as well say King Roland died and bankrupted himself to fight the Black Gate. That would be more reliable. Isn't this selling out your teammates? Emer asked doubtfully. It's just a defensive gap, just get through it. And His Majesty Yunfeng's advice was excellent. Bluff. Scare the enemy first. With all our scrap metal? A few nature's guardians, a few goblin knights? I attack, and they evade me? Who's the scapegoat? Ismir gritted his teeth. It's fine if the ringwraiths don't retaliate, but if they do, they have nowhere to die. Strange. Why are the dragon knights being mobilized so frequently in the fortress across the river today? Kamul's gaze was filled with confusion, the soul fire in his eyes flickering in confusion. What should we do? Your Excellency. Ladilia's is at your service. Ladilia said coldly, gazing at Kamul. Kamul sighed, as he turned to see his empty surroundings. Cerner's betrayal of the ringwraiths had dealt a devastating blow. Not only had it crippled Sauron's high-end combat capabilities, it had also cost Kamul a capable right-hand man. A battle that had once seemed certain to succeed would become fraught with uncertainty. After all, they were the only 2 ringwraiths left in Mirkwood. Wait and see. These cunning human kingdoms are probably up to something. Kamul shook his head, deciding not to act rashly. They lacked the daunting spatial attributes of Olvathur, so their power would be severely diminished after they went into hiding, deprived of the power of the war cloud. In this situation, the dragon riders and paladins of Raglan were courting death. Furthermore, Ismir and the others from Windhelm were mere ants in the eyes of Kamul and the other ringwraiths. They were an eyesore and wanted to remove them, but the thought of their backers calmed them down. Yes. They deceived Cerner. These cunning humans. Ladilia's agreed. Even Cerner, a wise ringwraith, was tricked to death, let alone these humans. Even when they were humans, they weren't much better. Something's not right. I sense a dark aura. VS, be careful. Willie stood on Visa's shoulder, calmly gazing across at Windhelm. He didn't care about these humans. His only gratitude was for those who had saved him and his knights. So, although he sensed something was amiss, he had no intention of taking action. The ringwraiths are coming? VS narrowed his eyes. Logically, he and the ringwraiths held an irreconcilable hatred. His half-mentor, Cerner, had been killed by Soren and his men. As he spoke, the holy sword of Cerner at his waist was drawn out slightly. Calm down. It's not just one ringwraith, Willie said calmly. It seems those people on the other side didn't follow Yunfeng's instructions, and the ringwraiths are already suspicious. Willie frowned. VS was puzzled. Just now, countless spiritual thoughts were sweeping across the entire fortress. Although I used my dragon soul to block their gaze, I had no way to counterattack them. Furthermore, I'm afraid they guessed Rainer's departure. Willie's eyes were cold. These ringwraiths repeatedly challenged his power as an evil dragon, essentially stomping on his face. Huh? Weiss exclaimed in shock. He hadn't expected his dragon to engage in several clashes in the void just in the intervening moments. And he hadn't noticed it all. Don't hesitate. We should take the initiative. We can't show weakness. And you should mobilize your forces, Willie said darkly. Showing weakness now would be tantamount to exposing one's own weakness, a strategic taboo. Who knows if the ringwraiths have ambushes? Support? Who? Dos Anthony? Weiss was stunned. He's a backup. I hope we don't need him. Don't forget you have a hidden guardian, Willie reminded him. The Mountain King's spirit had been hiding in the shadows, protecting Weiss for a long time, and the old man was so well hidden that even Roland could only sense him, but couldn't find any evidence of his actual presence. Notify Lord Dos Anthony to come to Windhelm for support. I be leaving first. Remember to activate the shield after I leave, Weiss reminded him. After all, if the shield wasn't activated and the ringwraiths broke through, it would be a disaster. If they simply wanted to destroy it, no one would be able to stop them. And a strong fortress is often breached from the inside. A surprise attack from the inside is no match for a desperate struggle from the outside. As ordered, the mages and soldiers stationed there, though confused, still decisively contacted Dos Anthony and Windrush and raised the shield. They also contacted Bolegrin to report. Yunfeng. Damn it! Something's really happened. Rainer rushed in with the intelligence, interrupting the discussion. Yunfeng, who had originally looked unhappy, frowned upon receiving the information. It seems Baron Esmir didn't listen to me. He's finally made a mistake. Yunfeng nodded. He had been battling the ringwraiths for so long. He knew the remaining two in the Mirkwood all too well. One was overly cautious, the other was clueless. They must have noticed something was amiss by starting a fight now. They had all quietly left on foot. It was definitely not them who leaked the information. As for the soldiers, that was even more impossible. Aside from the magical central and the main lieutenants, no one in Lulong Fortress knew Rainer was gone. Stop lamenting. Find a solution. Rainer grabbed his arm. What's wrong? The argument between the two caught Roland's attention. He paused his discussion with Duke Joltea and turned away. Your Majesty. Rainer hurried forward to explain. Nonsense. You're putting the safety of the people and the Baron on gambling? If you told me earlier, I wouldn't have let Rainer come. Roland's eye twitched. He thought Yifeng was going to treat him to a good meal, but Yifeng had given him a massive bowel movement. What he thought was a grand celebration turned out to be a risky wandering. Your Majesty, it's no use saying this now. We can only rely on the two dragon riders. Yifeng gave a wry smile. It was natural that Esmir, cautious, hadn't followed his empty city plan. The cautious Kamul saw through the situation. Otherwise, with Yunfeng's skills, he would have been lured and killed by the ringwraiths long ago. Rely on them? You? Rainer was stunned. You can only rely on 2 or 3 people. A 4th-level dragon rider against the ringwraiths? You might as well just let Esmir die. Death won't harm the kingdom's precious dragon riders. The current kingdom of Raglan is far from the era of the Raglan Empire, when dragon riders were scarce and mounts were plentiful. Mounts are now, in fact, a rarity. Dragon riders can be expendable, but dragons are truly unaffordable. Believe in the deterrent power of the dragon riders. Don't forget, Cerner is dead. Whether those 2 ringwraiths have the guts is still a question. A sharp, cold glint flashed in Yunfeng's eyes. If it were Uvesa, Yunfeng would have given him some respect. But Kamol? Ladilia's? My dragon riders would have to avoid him. Chapter 963. War Clouds. Ringwraiths. Esmir gazed at the distant war clouds, his eyes etched with panic. Help! Hurry! Esmir grabbed Emer and shouted. Retreat first. Get the civilians out. Everyone. Retreat. Soldiers, stay and hold the line. Quick! Ismir then pulled Emer back and roared. Bang! A scarlet magic flare exploded in the sky. The Lulong fortress across the way also instantly raised its own flare. A series of translucent hexagonal shields quickly emerged and joined together, instantly enveloping the entire fortress. Huh? The fortress is safe. Ismir's heart was half relieved. Now he had to think about how to keep his thousands of men alive. Damn it! We have to find a way to evacuate. Emer's face darkened as he gazed at the smoke and dark clouds in the distance. Retreat! Retreat! The orcs are coming! The orc army is coming! Soon, blood-soaked goblin knights rode their roving pigs out of the jungle. The scouts, panicked, squeezed through the barely open gate. Boom! Windhelm's west gate slammed shut, heavy stone blocks lowered to block the entrance. From that moment on, there were no more friendly troops in the west. My lord, you must retreat. Harrow, the leader of the Nature Guardians, anxiously grabbed Ismir's arm and dragged him back. My lord, Emer, please lead Baron Ismir back. We will provide cover here. The Nature Guardians will not bring shame upon your reputation. Harrow nodded to Emer, his spear in hand. I retreat? Where should I retreat? How can a pioneer noble retreat? The people are in the city. Baron Ismir roared. Losing land for a pioneer noble was more terrifying than losing their life. After all, if a pioneer fiefdom was lost, the title would naturally lose its legitimacy. Although a pioneer noble wouldn't be stripped of his title, or even executed like a fiefdom noble would be if he lost his land, it would be almost impossible for the entire pioneer family to make a comeback. Ismir knew that even if he fled, he would never have another chance at pioneering. So he would rather die in battle on his pioneer fiefdom than cross the rapid river and live out the rest of his life as a commoner. Soldiers of Windhelm, assemble. We will fight them to the death in the city. Ismir's eyes flashed crimson, the aura of a third-level druid radiating, and waves of magic rippled through the air. My lord. Emer pulled Ismir, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He didn't want Ismir to go down this seemingly hopeless path of no return. I made up my mind. No need to persuade me. If you're afraid, you can accompany the people on the boat across the river. Ismir shook his head and continued in a low voice. This is the closest I ever been to nobility. I don't want to lose my baron title. I don't want to die in the kingdom as a commoner again. This is my only chance to explore Windhelm territory. I can't afford the loss. Facing Emer's reluctant gaze, Ismir patted the massive half-giant's arm and spoke calmly. He had already decided to die when he learned of the Ringwraith's attack. Rather than returning to the kingdom and dying a commoner after failing in the exploration, it would be better to die a nobleman in the pioneering territories. At least the latter would leave a lasting mark in history. My lord, I will not leave. Senate guards. Advance, no retreat. In the blood mist, there's death, no life. Emer shook his head, heaving his heavy serpentine sword. Fight, worthy of the glory of our ancestors. Emer gently stroked the blade, and the entire blood mist territory suit trembled, and a thin layer of blood mist began to dissipate. My lord, give the orders. It's time to march to the battlefield. Emer grinned, holding up the door-like serpentine heavy sword. Defend the city walls first, and fight street battles once the city is breached. We are few in number, and have no qualifications to fight against the orcs. Ismir shook his head. There was no such thing as tactics, only helpless tactics. That Ringwraith. Emer worried. He couldn't possibly let him go after the Ringwraiths, could he? A 6th-tier Imperial Guard would be fine, but a 4th-tier Vanguard taking on a peak-tier 6th-tier Ringwraith with his head? Even if he had a divine artifact in the blood mist, he wouldn't be able to cross 2 realms to kill someone. Especially since it was just a legendary set. Leave it to the Dragon Knight. Yifeng owes me this. Publicly, they must fight to the death to protect the people, and privately, he can't let a noble of the kingdom die here. Our target is the orcs. The Ringwraiths are theirs. Ismir had learned a lot since becoming a noble, and his horizons had broadened considerably. He immediately understood the current target, and the division of responsibilities. Bang! Boom! Willie, with nowhere to go, collapsed a house and fell. However, since everyone in the city had fled, the collapsed house didn't hurt anyone. Take me to your baron. Quick! Weiss shouted, pulling over a hurried, heavily armed soldier. Seeing Weiss's identity as a dragon knight, the soldier didn't say anything, instead grabbing Weiss's armor and pushing through the crowd, rushing in one direction. Lord Weiss is here. Ismir nodded without further ceremony. While he was a noble, he was also angry about Yunfeng's arrangements, so he wasn't particularly enthusiastic to see Weiss. I'm sorry, Lord Ismir. Weiss nodded apologetically. He knew, of course, that Yunfeng was shifting the blame onto Baron Ismir. Lulong Fortress, with its dragon knights and holy heroes, was Windhelm territory's strongest support. However, Yunfeng had to gather all the decision-makers for a meeting, leaving Windhelm territory defenseless. It was the governor of Lulong Fortress who was transferred, and Windhelm territory was left defenseless. If Lulong had been the war fortress alone, without Renault in charge for a short period of time, it would have been fine. But then, the bad news was that Windhelm, who depended on Lulong for his livelihood, was weak. With Raynor gone, Lulong Fortress couldn't fly up and crush the ringwraiths. This exposed Windhelm's defenses. Having been discovered by the ringwraiths, Windhelm was now like a solitary egg caught by an assassin. He could resist a few times, but it was pointless. It has nothing to do with you. Yunfeng is a scoundrel. You don't need to apologize, Baron Ismir said with full force. Although his territory was crumbling, the aristocratic aura he had cultivated over the years hadn't weakened in the slightest. Instead, it had grown stronger with the advent of war. Your Majesty, Yunfeng. Weiss began, about to defend Yunfeng, when he saw Ismir raise his hand and close his mouth again. After all, it was really pointless to talk about it now. No more words. Darkness has arrived. The truth will be revealed on the battlefield. Ismir was furious. A man who had led a group of goblin knights to the old fortress of Dol Guldur was no docile man. Well then, Baron, be careful. Lord Dos Anthony will soon arrive to support you. Survive. Windhelm still has a chance. VS nodded at him. First, help the people across the river, Ismir said solemnly, looking at the jungle where countless birds had been startled, then at the residents behind him, carrying large and small bags, rushing towards the riverbank. Okay, then you arrange the defenses, and I go meet them first. We can't let the ringwraiths drag the battle to the city. I hold them off, and Windhelm is on your own. VS nodded decisively. Chapter 964. Be careful. Although Ismir was furious, he knew a dragon knight's life was far more valuable. Even if they perished, their worth wouldn't compare to that of a dragon knight. As a being capable of suppressing the fortunes of a small nation, a dragon knight's power and value surpassed that of an ordinary 6th-rank heroic. If he lost a dragon knight, he'd probably die. I will. I leave the city in your care. Weiss nodded. Go, Willie. Weiss drew out the holy sword of center, and the glistening white dragon armor quickly covered Willie's entire body. After shaking the armor to fit him better, Willie let out a long roar, carrying Weiss into the sky. King of the Mountain. I need your help. Weiss called out to the 6th-rank heroic spirit, and the holy sword of center pulsated in response, like a breath. As you wish. The King of the Mountain's respectful voice echoed in Weiss's ear. Sir, just advance. Leave the rest to me. A dark green heroic spirit wore a crown, its ribs visible through its tattered breastplate. A dark green heart beat loudly. Boom! The dark clouds of war parted, a thunderous roar echoing from within. Two dark streaks of light collided repeatedly in the sky. No magic, no combat techniques. Only the most primitive hand-to-hand combat. Boom! The two swords clashed, and Weiss's palms trembled, nearly breaking, and he could no longer hold the holy sword of center. Weiss quickly pressed down with both hands to control the sword's whistling sound. A single exchange of blows made him realize the gap between himself and a 6th-level warrior. Without the dragon's blessing, the aftermath alone would have been enough to obliterate him. Willie, cast a forbidden spell below. VS ordered, but Willie twisted and circled, a rare act of disobedience. We can't help them. You should understand. VS continued to confront Ledilius. Wes fell silent as he listened to Willie's words. The ringwraiths had enough time to prepare a ranged forbidden spell to behead Wisconsin. If Wis died, Wisley wouldn't survive either, thanks to the broken contract. Wisley had to consider himself, not just Wisconsin. After all, Wis's dragon language magic wasn't yet at the level of instantaneous forbidden spells, and the constant casting time was a huge loophole for VS. A dragon rider could rely on his own abilities to protect the dragon and cast the spell smoothly, but a third-tier dragon rider clearly still required the dragon's care. Where did this lonely ghost come from? Kamol observed the King of the Mountain with interest. This old, dilapidated undead wasn't particularly appealing, unless you ignored his 6th-tier aura. No matter where you are, I leave you behind. The King of the Mountain drew a rusted soul sword, a flicker of contempt in his pale eyes. As the former king of a tribe, he too possessed his own glory and pride. You can't defeat me. Who gave you the courage? That immature reptile in the sky? Before Kamul could finish his words, he urged the nightmare beneath him to charge, raising the 8-sided chain hammer, emitting a thick, sinister aura. Amidst the clinking of chains, the power of the war clouds infused him, and the crimson flames of his soul flickered seductively. The king is unstoppable. The Mountain King laughed hoarsely, his hand yanking suddenly at his crotch. A ghostly horse, its flesh rotting and peeling, leaped from beneath him. Seated in the saddle, the Mountain King, grinning, raised his great sword high overhead. Bang! The moment the two men crossed, space suddenly contracted, then twisted and collapsed into a ball. A spatial rift appeared, sucking in the surrounding dirt and grass. The Mountain King stared at Kamul in silence. Although his appearance remained unchanged, a careful observer could see a fine crack on the long sword in his hand. This soul sword, a manifestation of his soul power, had been damaged. How did the undead get involved with this kingdom? Interesting. You shouldn't be here. This is not the world of the dead. Kamul's soul fire danced in his eyes, and he spoke with a hint of amusement. Ridiculous. The king of the mountain's blade ignited green light as he charged at Kamul again. A ringwraith actually told a heroic spirit that this wasn't the world of the dead? Could anything be more ridiculous than that? I thought the heroic spirits representing protection were the villains. Swish. The several-meter-long sword light suddenly flashed, slashing Kamul across the chest. Little green flames of soulfire blazed on his breastplate. Hee. Kamul's eyes finally took on a hint of seriousness. He reached out and brushed away the burning green flames from his chest, his contempt for the strange undead before him subsided. Then you have to hold me back. Otherwise, he'd die. Very quickly. Kamul glanced at Vess, still battling Ladilias in the sky, and smiled broadly. Kill! The king of the mountain was silent for a few seconds before charging at Kamul again. Shoot! Emer commanded the infantry. He was tall and could see far, his mountain-like figure standing out against the city wall. Ding-ding-dang-dang. After a series of crackling sounds, the incoming arrows were deflected by the armor within the blood mist. My lord, they're attacking. Harrow's eyes shone with anxiety. These fearless orcs had carved a bloody path at the cost of their lives. Thousands of orcs fell in their path. The only 4 medium-sized crossbows on the city walls were mobilized, each one slashing a path of blood, but it still couldn't stop the orcs' attack. The orcs had already placed their siege ladders on the ramparts. Kill! As the orcs emerged, the defenders' spears thrust forward. Screams rang out, and several orcs instantly fell, then were drowned in the vast sea of bodies. There are too many orcs. They're spreading out to both sides. A soldier cried anxiously. The moat is too shallow. We can't stop them. A soldier looked on in horror at the charging orcs below. After all, these orcs had actually piled their bodies into several bridges across the moat. Kill! Windhelm defenders. Fight to the death. Ismir roared. He had decided to live and die with the city. He. With the rapid grunts of the pigs, several goblin knights raised their lances and charged the city walls. Relying on the swift maneuvers of the roaming pigs, the goblin knights quickly cleared out the orcs attempting to scale the walls. Hurry, support the other areas. Ismir commanded. The hundreds of goblin knights under his command were his only mobile force, and now they were scurrying around the city walls like firefighters. Chapter 965. They're coming. The militia were the first to be breached. When they appeared on the city wall, swathed in war energy flames and brandishing heavy battle axes, the fall of the city was inevitable. Puff! The sharp war energy axe fell relentlessly. The militiaman in mail armor was powerless to stop the powerful axe. He was split open in the chest by the axe and fell to the ground, twitching. Drive them away. Quickly! The blood-soaked nature guardians, the only organized human professionals in the barony of Ismir, were now scattered among the militia. These loyal and brave professionals were now desperately trying to hold off the orcs' offensive. Facing the overwhelming numbers of orcs, these unorganized swordsmen had little advantage. Their lack of skills was their primary flaw. If they could survive and pass on their legacy, perhaps a new branch of the swordsman class would be born countless years from now. But their current skills were too mediocre. The fragments of Ismir's divine power granted them the qualifications to become professionals, but did not teach them the corresponding skills. Therefore, these swordsmen's skills remained mediocre, blocking and thrusting, the common melee skills that the kingdom of Lagran could gather. The only difference was, each of them, upon becoming a professional, was gifted with a protective aura from the goddess of nature. Now, even the goddess of nature could no longer protect these loyal warriors. The energy and strength restored by the aura could no longer keep up with the toll of battle. More and more nature guardians were being swarmed by the orc tide. As each nature guardian fell, the militia they led lost their footing on the battlefield and were constantly pushed back. Soon, the entire squad collapsed. After the leading nature guardian fell, the orc professionals, unencumbered, wielding heavy weapons, rampaged through the crowd, and the ordinary militia was powerless to stop their slaughter. Roar! Bang! As the iron rods, each as wide as a man, fell, the nature guardians who had been resisting desperately on the city wall were suddenly reduced to pulp and embedded in the wall, causing the entire wall to tremble. Roar! The iron rod swept across, instantly wiping out the orcs and human militia within a space of over 10 meters. Ouch! A massive, heavily armored ogre emerged, stepping over a pile of corpses. As it climbed onto the city wall, the balance of power on the battlefield gradually tilted. Roar! Shoulders dropped. Crash! The giant ogre slammed frantically into the masonry wall, causing entire sections to buckle under its brute force. The defenders' faces turned green. Shoot! Shoot! Kill them! Kill the ogres first! An officer commanded. The soldiers quickly turned their medium-sized city defense crossbows, aiming at the climbing ogres and firing. Bang! The bowstring trembled, and a crossbow arrow, like a spear, shot straight at the ogre. Ouch! A shrill scream drowned out the sounds of fighting on the city walls. The ogre, barely able to shield his face with his hands, was pierced through the chest and abdomen by an arrow. The intense pain sent him tumbling backward, howling. Good. Bang! The officer exclaimed excitedly. Before he could finish his words, a heavy iron rod swept down, leaving only a trail of blood and the shattered fragments of a crossbow bolt. Kill! For the kingdom! For our families! For our lord! The soldiers roared in anger, filled with loyalty to their kingdom and their homeland, charging headfirst into the battlefield. Swish! Emer became the anchor of the city walls. Half-giant, he was no less formidable than any ogre, his sharp, heavy snake-shaped sword even capable of cleaving an ogre in two. Kill! Emer swung his sword, and a bloody mist enveloped the city walls. As the mist dissipated, the heads of several giant ogres vanished with them. Their headless bodies twitched limply on the ground, and Emer's eyes, hidden beneath his helmet, glowed bloodily. Kill! 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 Emer, charging across the battlefield like a giant, recklessly pushed aside any orcs who tried to stop him. He even leaped from the city wall and launched a counterattack against the orcs. Every swing of his sword created a cloud of blood, a physical dance. Arms, legs, and heads flew everywhere. Emer! Ismir's voice instantly calmed Emer, who had been caught in a bloodthirsty state. He looked back and saw that the defenders on the city wall were crumbling. Even the intact walls had several gaps. Orcs poured in continuously, while the soldiers of Windhelm launched a frantic counterattack to plug the gaps. This can't go on. The city is bound to fall. The frontal attrition is too terrible. Retreat. Let's fight in the streets. Ismir panted as he looked at Emer. His magic power was almost completely depleted. Even with the druid's transfiguration, he was Windhelm's main attack force, but his magic power was too limited to compensate for his lack of strength. Gulp! Ismir swallowed a bottle of magic potion to restore his magic power, wiped his mouth, and gave the order without waiting for Emer to speak. Switch cover. We retreat to the city. Ismir's eyes reddened slightly. Think positively, at least the civilians are safe. Ismir patted Harrow beside him, glanced at the galleons faring in the distance, and forced a smile. Fortunately, the orcs had focused on Windhelm and didn't pursue the civilians. Perhaps it was because the orcs from the west didn't see the civilians fleeing with their bags when the east gate opened for retreat. Otherwise, they might not have spared them. In any case, they had lost their chance to capture the civilians. Now, only soldiers and lords remained in Windhelm. Fight! For the glory of Windhelm. Ismir took a deep breath and suddenly spoke. The roaring war bear banner of House Ismir was hoisted, a testament to the kingdom's nobles' unwavering resolve. As expected, as the lord's banner rose, more and more orcs flocked in, while the fighting forces in other areas gradually retreated towards the city. Unfortunately, your soldiers didn't hold out for long. Ladilias chuckled hoarsely, gazing at Vess from afar. Huh? Vess glanced at Windhelm in the distance. All he could see was a black tide surging against the city walls. The resistance on the walls had all but vanished. Only Ismir's noble banner still fluttered above the walls, proving that Windhelm still held out. Visa's heart sank. He had never imagined these orcs would be so fearless, breaching the fortress's defenses in such a short time. Dos Anthony of Riverstorm hadn't even arrived yet, For the first time, VS was eager for Anthony's arrival. Not only was he struggling to withstand the pressure of the ringwraiths, but even the king of the mountain, under pressure from Kamol, was closing in on him, eager to join forces in the defense. Sinar's sword. Ladilia suddenly caught sight of the sword in Visa's hand and exclaimed in surprise, before a brief silence. So, you're his heir? Ha ha ha. Ladilia's soulfire flickered, and a hoarse laugh emanated from his skull-like mouth. Then I kill you. That traitor won't be sad. Ladilia's laughed bloodthirstily, and then a stream of war flame shot towards VS, and he charged forward. Chapter 966. I knew it. We're still too comfortable. Dos Anthony shook his head helplessly, patting Kurt, who was basking in the sun beside him, and said slowly, Let's go! Let's join the battle. Dos Anthony mounted his dragon saddle, and glanced at the urgent military information in his hand, letting it shatter into pieces by lightning and then dissipate in the wind. Where did the battle report come from? Kurt asked in a muffled voice. Battle report from Lulong Fortress, Windhelm territory. The orcs are attacking. Dos Anthony clapped his paws. Another orc. Kurt muttered helplessly. To Kurt, these filthy reptiles were like clowns, constantly appearing before everyone's eyes. The kingdom can endure the loss of a frontier territory, the death of a baron, but not the fall of a dragon knight. Dos Anthony shook his head. The kingdom could not bear the tragic news of a dragon knight's death. They could ignore the others, but Weiss must be rescued. I will obey your will. Kurt bowed his head to Dos Anthony. Although, as a member of the Thunder Dragon clan, he naturally resented the Demon Dragon clan, the Dragon clan, loyal to their contract, chose to be loyal to their knight. Thanks for your understanding, buddy. Dos Anthony nodded gratefully. Within the entire Lagran Kingdom's Dragon Rider community, Ves was somewhat isolated. With the exception of Kardir, no dragon relished being called a traitor to the Dragon clan. This repulsion stemming from blood ties created a subtle disconnect between the other Dragon Riders' mounts and Ves's. Let's go! As you said, the kingdom can't afford to lose a single Dragon Rider. Watching Dos Anthony swiftly climb onto the dragon saddle, Kurt nodded, a fine electric current coursing through his body. Swish! Blue lightning flashed across 1,000 meters, and in a flash, Kurt appeared at the end of the lightning. The Thunder Dragon clan's lightning transformation is a practical and magical skill. Using lightning as a carrier, they can teleport to any location within the lightning's reach. As dragons also known for their speed, they don't ride the wind like wind dragons, but instead use lightning to achieve a near-instantaneous teleportation effect. Kurt flew swiftly. High in the sky, the Thunder Dragons, harnessing lightning's high speeds, emit muffled thunder and lightning, reminiscent of a thunderstorm. If one day, on a clear day, you see lightning and hear rumbling thunder, look carefully in the sky. It's likely the movement of a Thunder Dragon clan. Kurt! There's a cumulonimbus cloud above. Let's go! Dos Anthony exclaimed happily. The lightning generated by the cumulonimbus cloud allows the Thunder Dragon to travel faster, conserving its own dragon power, while also absorbing the lightning's power to recharge itself. A truly two-pronged approach. Ah! Kurt roared, his figure flashing like lightning and disappearing into the clouds. Lord Ves, haven't your reinforcements arrived yet? The king of the mountain felt bitter. Kamol was Kamol. As the Witch King of Angmar's lieutenant, his strength was unquestionable. It was a fact that the 6th-level heroic spirit of the mountain was no match for a 6th-level ringwraith. After just a few rounds, the king of the mountain realized the huge gap between the two. Kamol's strength was no less than that of Knight Cerner. You are brave, but this is the end. Kamol's voice was hoarse and low. The nightmare beneath him snorted, spewing 2 streams of faint hellfire. Kamol swung his chain hammer, urged his warhorse on, and charged. Roar! A demonic roared in the void. A terrifying warhammer shadow materialized as he swung his chain hammer. A twisted, dark skull face loomed behind him. A faint clatter of chains rang through the air. The Mountain King, fearless, immediately raised his shield. The shield, constructed from soul power, still shimmered with a faint light. Before the activated shield could envelop him, the whistling chain hammer struck the Mountain King. Bang! With a teeth-grinding crack, the Mountain King's shield shattered into pieces, transforming into wisps of soul light that re-entered his body. Clang! In the nick of time, he managed to draw his sword, successfully blocking the hammer. The hammer, intended for his face, was blocked, but Kamol wasn't surprised. Instead, he twisted his wrist and slammed it down. Sh! The Mountain King's soul steed neighed loudly before being smashed into pieces. It transformed into a stream of light, and merged back into the Mountain King's body. With a frantic roll, the Mountain King dodged another sweep of the chain hammer and appeared behind Kamul. With a grim expression, he stood up, gripping the soul sword in both hands and staring intently at Kamul's movements. With your horse gone, how long can you struggle? Kamul's hoarse voice held a hint of amusement, like a cat toying with a mouse. That dragon knight won't hold out much longer. For some reason, the 6th-ranked warrior from this kingdom left the fortress. So, are you still waiting for those elusive reinforcements? Kamul's laughter was deep and hoarse, carrying a bewitching power. Give up struggling and embrace the darkness. You originally belonged to us. Don't you? Lord of the Undead, Kamul said with a smile. As his voice rang out, dark streams of light quietly climbed up the fighting spirit of the King of the Mountain and merged with it. The King of the Mountain, which was originally burning with a green soul flame, gradually turned black. Come! Join us. The place of the 3rd ring is yours. Kamul's voice suddenly grew ethereal. He lowered his weapon and extended his hands toward the King of the Mountain. Behind him, the endless dark clouds of war swept across the world, shrouding it in a bottomless black. He extended an invitation to the King of the Mountain. The King of the Mountain took 2 hesitant steps forward, slowly lowering his sword. His clear eyes grew cloudy, and his once clear features began to distort and fade, gradually transforming into a skull shrouded in black mist. 2 soul flames slowly rose in his eye sockets. Yes. That's it. We are each other. Come, my fellow comrades. Embrace the darkness. Join Lord Sauron's army. Kamul opened his arms, and boundless clouds of war enveloped the Mountain King. His emerald soul burned and blossomed desperately, trying to stop the darkness from attaching to him. But how could the darkness, like a thorn in his flesh, be so easily eradicated? The noble armor began to crumble, and the longsword in his hand slowly grew a thorn gauntlet. Dark ringwraith plate began to piece together his body. Strands of war flames, imbued with an aura of evil and darkness, formed a cloak that enveloped him, and the crimson fire of his soul trembled and leaped. Kamul watched all this with satisfaction. This was precisely why he hadn't gone all out to kill the King of the Mountain. The ringwraiths were the corrupted forms of paladins, and similarly, heroic spirits could become ringwraiths. With the 3rd ring vacant, Kamul naturally had to find a qualified successor and replacement for the original Thenar. Yes. That's it. You will take Thenar's ring and become the new Lord of the 3 Rings. Embrace the darkness. Pledge your loyalty to Lord Sauron. Kamul's hoarse, rasping laughter echoed through the clouds of war. Thenar? The confused King of the Mountain was startled, and the next moment the soul fire in his eyes died. Chapter 967. A terrifying surge of battle energy suddenly erupted from the silent figure. The terrifying soul pressure caused the dark clouds of war to retreat slightly. Glory of kings. The glory of heroes. Must not be trampled upon. The turquoise flames of battle energy roared, tearing through the dark clouds of war. Caught off guard, Kamul quickly raised his arms to block the attack. Bang! A crisp sound like shattering glass echoed, and a sharp edge like a streak of silk slashed through the darkness. Kamul's soul fire trembled in shock. In his astonishment, he saw the various pieces of black ringwraith armor on the body of the Mountain King, ablaze with green flames, crumbling, and the dark green soul fire reignited. Watching the dark armor melt as quickly as snow meeting hot oil, Kamul's soul fire flickered with astonishment for the first time. No. This is impossible. How could the power of the ring be broken? Kamul was utterly shocked. It had only been a few years? 2 people had broken free from the power of the 3 rings? Had the ring's ability to corrupt and corrupt diminished? The raging flames of his soul illuminated Kamul's grim face in the darkness. For the first time, he felt a fear of the spirit before him. You shouldn't have mentioned him. The King of the Mountain spoke abruptly, a flicker of pity in his cloudy eyes. Surner had saved him again. At the very moment when his soul was about to be completely assimilated and bound by the ringwraiths, Surner's name and the power of the ringwraiths activated Surner's deepest power. As a former ringwraith, Surner had chosen to let the King of the Mountain protect Vess's growth from being aborted by the ringwraiths' attacks. He naturally understood the disadvantages that faced the ringwraiths, even as a spirit. In other words, the power of the ring's laws surpassed that of the heroic spirits. The remnant spirit of Surner, now restored to paladin status, not only left a legacy for Vess, but also imbued the Mountain King with a backup plan against the ringwraiths. At this moment, the permanent sacred mark Surner had instilled within the Mountain King was activated. Shoo! The neighing of a warhorse echoed through the void. The Mountain King reached down and grasped the fluttering reins. With a sharp jerk, A heavily armored spirit steed appeared beneath his crotch. He naturally mounted the mount, his longsword shattering into shimmering fragments that swirled around his body. For the glory of the night. A solemn expression filled the Mountain King's decayed face. He raised his right hand, and a tapered lance adorned with ornate patterns appeared in his grasp. Boom! The lance tapped the ground lightly, and an invisible wave suddenly erupted, sweeping away the dark clouds of war that threatened to engulf him. A rare vacuum of air descended within 100 meters, and the air, imbued with a sacred aura, formed a 100-meter-wide area. This power does not belong to you, Kamul exclaimed, clutching his chain hammer, as he gazed upon the Mountain King, who had escaped his control. Center? That's his lance. The soul fire in Kamul's eyes shrank as he finally saw the weapon in the Mountain King's hand. As the heir, thus had been bequeathed the holy sword that commanded the undead by Center, but his lance from his time as a paladin had been left to the Mountain King as a trump card. Clearly, this arrangement had paid off today. Behead the evil spirit. The Mountain King remained silent, simply raising his lance and charging his warhorse towards Kamul. A shadowy figure flashed behind him, accompanied by a calm voice. Boom! The violent shockwave caused Willie, battling in the sky, to stumble. It wasn't that their fight affected Weiss and the others, but simply that they were completely absorbed in the battle below. Dragon God! What are they doing? Weiss exclaimed in disbelief. The forest within a radius of several miles had completely vanished, leaving only the potholes caused by the tumbling roots. With such destructive power, no one would doubt it was a forbidden spell. Look for His Majesty the King of the Mountain. Thus frantically rode Willie to avoid Ledilius's attack, then glanced down, trying to spot his protector. After all, finding a tiny person on the dusty battlefield was not easy. He's fine, my knight. But the ringwraith he's facing isn't doing well, Willie said, startled and surprised. He had clearly believed that the ringwraith's dominance over heroic spirits was absolute. But he had never imagined that this heroic spirit would be cornered by the ringwraiths. Something's wrong. This is bad. We have to save him. Willie's brow furrowed as he shook off the icy Ledilius and dove down. Wait. Thus, his mouth choked by the wind, snapped shut. Ha ha. Ha ha. I see. Kamul sneered, then burst into laughter. Though he was in a shambles, his cloak torn and his armor shattered, the soul fire in his eyes grew brighter. Meanwhile, the Mountain King's momentum soared, but the light in his eyes dimmed. Can you fire another shot? Kamul taunted. Roar! Sadly, Kamul didn't wait for the Mountain King's spear, but instead was met with Willie's devastating dragon breath. The dragon breath, entwined with malevolent power, burned through Kamul like a thorn in his flesh, constantly igniting Kamul's battle flames, transforming him into a moving black torch. Go! Thus winked at the King of the Mountain. Anyone not foolish could see by now that the King of the Mountain was on the verge of collapse. Igniting his soul, and using the power left by Cerner would ultimately backfire. Even a theoretically immortal heroic spirit would be annihilated and drained of soul power. If he stayed any longer, the ringwraiths could easily kill him. The King of the Mountain was now nothing more than a menacing roadside beast. His appearance was terrifying, but it all came down to his image and aura. Take care. Ignoring Kamul, who was dispelling the dragonfire, the King of the Mountain whispered a nod to Vess, then vanished into the void, dissipating in smoke. The soul steed neighed and burrowed into the ground. Let's go, the battle isn't over yet. Vess's fighting spirit ignited. Kamul was already crippled. Vs wasn't arrogant enough to take the head of a single ringwraith, but he could still hold back Ledilius, the only intact one. Crackle. A subtle sound echoed beside the ears of the man and the dragon. Vess thought, and Willie silently tilted his wings. The entire dragon floated down freely like a falling leaf, leaving only the aggressive Ledilius in pursuit. Boom! A flash of thunder flashed in the sky, the dazzling lightning blinding everyone. By the time Vess recovered, Ledilius was already lying with Kamul. Sorry for being late. Dos Anthony glanced at the pitiful ringwraiths on the ground, then at Wilhelm, submerged by the flood of orcs, and muttered an apology. It's not too late. Wilhelm needs help. Vess nodded to Dos Anthony. His dragon wasn't suited for city rescue. A single area of effect attack could kill more people than the orcs themselves. Chapter 968. Wilhelm. Dos Anthony glanced at Wilhelm, his eyes widening. He hadn't looked closely before, but now he realized there was no kingdom flag flying in Wilhelm. Many people have a misconception that flags are purely decorative. The scenes of abandoned armor and flags tossed everywhere in TV dramas make everyone think flags are unimportant. But the most difficult of the 4 great military feats in ancient times was capturing the flag. In an era without radio communications, the flag was the army's command center. When the flag was there, soldiers would subconsciously converge on it and follow its guidance. The absence of the flag made Dos Anthony subconsciously believe that the city had been destroyed. There were no longer any part-time resistance fighters. After all, a disorganized army without its commander couldn't hold out for long in street fighting. These scattered soldiers, without their commander, would quickly be consumed by the hand-to-hand combat. They have a castle. Baron Esmir won't abandon his territory. He's a pioneering noble. Go save them, Wise said gravely. After years of studying with Caslow, while he hadn't made much progress, he still had some basic aristocratic common sense. Knowing Esmir well, he knew he wouldn't flee. If he wasn't dead, he should be resisting inside the castle. Then you hear, Dos Anthony said with some concern, looking at the ringwraiths shrouded by the gathering clouds of war below. Don't worry, I can hold them off. Ves Nukamul wasn't in great shape. With that cowardly look of a ringwraith, it was unclear whether he dared to stay and fight. Just be wary of Kamul's sneak attacks and fight Ladilius. As the Ring of Death, Ladilius's abilities clearly didn't live up to his name. Then be careful. Dos Anthony didn't hesitate. He pulled the dragon's reins and swooped down, a brilliant trail of lightning blazing through his veins. He charged into the Windhelm collar at a speed barely discernible to the naked eye. Ugh! This is going to hurt! Weiss grinned. A blinding bolt of electricity struck the walls of Windhelm. The shockwave and scattered lightning set countless orcs lurking around them flying and charring them in midair. Ah! Kurt's impassioned dragon roar echoed. It was as if a switch had been flipped. As if receiving a signal, the orcs poured out of Windhelm in terror. With the gates blocked, some even leaped from the walls. Filthy black creatures. Disgusting maggots. Die! Dos Anthony frowned, his eyes filled with disgust and revulsion. With a wave of his hand, several thunderbolts rained down from the sky. Bang! Thunderbolt wasn't exactly top-tier magic, but for orcs with little magic resistance, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sizzle! In a radius of several dozen meters centered on the impact point, the carbonized remains of orcs formed the center, and the remaining half-dead orcs twitched convulsingly on the periphery. Those who weren't quite dead were incontinent, foaming at the mouth, and twitching continuously on the ground. Kill them! Dos Anthony waved his hand in disdain, muttering to Kurt beneath him. Killing these bastards was a dirty trick, but there was no other way but to crush them and send them to hell. Roar! The destructive power of the Thunder Dragon breath was astonishing. Kurt raised his head and took a deep breath, and the next second, a thick pillar of thunder swept towards the orcs. Crack! Boom! Before the dragon's breath, buildings unreinforced with magical materials and magic patterns were as brittle as paper. As the dragon's head moved, the breath slowly advanced. Finally, it pierced through the city wall and rushed into the wilderness, leaving a dark tunnel in Windhelm. Hey! Stop tearing down the house! Dos Anthony stared at the breached wall in shock, his eyes filled with speechless silence. After all, damage to the buildings was acceptable, but the collapse of the wall was excessive. After all, the kingdom would have its roots here in the future. Remember, the giant ogre had spent ages battering down the wall, and Kurt had pierced it with just one breath of dragon's breath. Sorry! Kurt nodded apologetically. He'd been so excited about his attack just now, crushing those ants was so thrilling. He'd forgotten to hold back. Luckily, there were no civilians left in the city, and there were no surviving defenders where the orcs were staying. Aside from the property damage, there were no casualties. Clean up these bastards. Dos Anthony shook his head, disgust in his eyes. Kurt nodded and took off again. This time, his sights were fixed on several giant ogres rampaging through the city. Ouch! The ogres wailed as they were lifted up by the dragon's claws. They brandished their weapons, attempting to attack the dragon above, but Kurt used a rolling maneuver to knock out the 2 ogres caught in his claws. Bang! A teeth-grinding thud echoed as 2 lumps of flesh fell from the sky, motionless, half embedded in the earth amid a splatter of blood and fat. Roar! The dragon's tail lashed out like a thunderous whip, ripping countless orcs in two with a ripping sound. Corpse fragments flew everywhere, their blood evaporated by the thunder. Kill! Dos Anthony leaped from the dragon's back, dragon-slaying sword in hand and dragon shield in hand, plunging directly into the orc pile. The sharp sword sliced through flesh and bones, its light flashing everywhere, and severed limbs and arms splattered everywhere. Dos Anthony, like a walking power source, reduced all the orcs around him to charcoal. Kurt soared through the sky, occasionally using dragon breath and dragon-speak magic to annihilate the orcs fleeing the city. The only regret was that the surrounding farmland was destroyed. It wasn't harvest time yet, so a lot of seeds had been wasted. Have you seen any survivors? Dos Anthony telepathically communicated with Kurt. No. But orcs are constantly pouring in and out of the castle. You could go check there, Kurt suggested. His dragon eyes didn't see any survivors, but the constant movement of orcs in the castle meant there were likely resistance. My lord. We have no way out, Emer gasped, her massive frame blocking the entrance to the castle. To accommodate Emer's size, the Windhelm Territory Castle, though small, had spacious passageways and interior spaces. This was at the expense of a larger number of rooms and halls. Emer was currently blocking the front of the third-floor staircase of the castle. The staircase on the other side had been blocked by debris. All of Windhelm's remaining soldiers were here, including a few goblin knights, less than 30 natural defenders, and a dozen or so militiamen. Sir, we have no way to retreat. Harrow's voice trembled as he looked at the blocked terrace passage. The terrace above the castle was a target, so Ismir had simply blocked the retreat to the top floor, leaving dozens of people trapped on the third floor with no escape possible. Retreat? The civilians should be safe, right? Ismir didn't answer, but instead questioned the civilians. They should have evacuated safely. We stalled long enough. Emer nodded. They had fought fiercely for hours, and the civilians had long since fled. What's there to be afraid of? Kill one, and we get our money's worth. Kill two, and we profit. Ismir's bloodthirsty gleamed. A trapped beast will still fight. How much more so a human? Chapter 969. All right. Kill them then. The frontier territory stretching for thousands of miles forges the pride of the Empire. The frontier territory will not surrender until it is conquered. Ismir's expression was utterly ferocious, his eyes bloodshot with exhaustion. Facing the orcs' overwhelming onslaught, he was already exhausted. His carefully constructed defenses seemed powerless against the giant ogre's demolition. Houses were toppled, and the resisting soldiers were buried in the rubble. Roar! The orcs' roars echoed from the stone steps. Emer was not polite, stabbing with her serpentine sword in the darkness. When she brought it back, several twitching corpses hung from its blade. These bastards. Emer shook her head, dismissing the corpses. These orcs were the unsuspecting few who had managed to sneak into the castle and reach them. Most of the orcs were still wandering around. Bang! 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 A dull knock echoed from the distant roadblock, but the noise only made everyone laugh. What's that noise? Are they clearing the roadblock? Ismir frowned. Are they crazy? The entire staircase is blocked with debris and rocks. Even if we die, they won't be able to dig it open. Emer shook her head and complained. Fools! Don't worry about them. Ismir laughed in anger. Relying on those skinny orcs to dig through those obstacles? Where giant ogres can't enter, Emer is a god of war. In terms of strength and tonnage, he crushes all humanoid species. They found this place. A militiaman with keen hearing quickly detected the movement, and without a word, he raised his crossbow and fired into the darkness. The dense stream of arrows disappeared into the darkness, followed by screams. Crack! Upon hearing the noise, the nature guardian dropped his shield and smashed it to the ground, forming a rather flimsy shield wall. Fire! Ismir said coldly, his hand on the shield-bearing soldier's shoulder, staring into the darkness. Throw a fire down there to warm them up. The screams in the darkness made everyone's heart sink. An unknown fear permeated the darkness. The third floor was dim, and a few rays of light shone through the wooden planks, illuminating the pale faces of the people. Through the dim light of the candles, everyone stared into the deep darkness before them. Boom! A torch was casually lit and thrown down, illuminating the evil in the darkness, and the hideous faces of the orcs. Ouch! The orcs, who had managed to survive, were splashed with grease from the torches, and swatted the flames in panic. However, their filthy, grease-soaked fur coats served as a perfect fuel for combustion, and instantly a fireball erupted. A group of burning firemen scurried around like headless flies, causing even greater panic. It took a while before the orcs, who had set the fire 4 times, were slain by the orcs behind them, and the castle fell eerily silent again. Sniff, sniff, sniff. A group of nature guardians sniffed the air, suppressing their nausea as they took in the aroma of barbecued fat. I smell smoke. Whether those idiot bastards ignited the flammable materials or set the city on fire, we need to open the attic. My lord, the group said with gloomy eyes. It was obvious that if they didn't retreat to the attic, they would be smoked meat, and if they retreated up, they would become targets for the giant ogre's pitcher. Is the situation so dire? Dos Anthony was speechless as he watched the orcs scurrying in all directions. The bunkers were littered with mangled corpses. Although most of them were orcs, Dos Anthony also encountered the well-equipped defenders. After searching several half-collapsed houses, Dos Anthony was certain of at least two things. First, there were no civilians in the city, and second, the only surviving defenders in the castle were likely to have any hope. The severity of the battlefield was even greater than Dos Anthony's. I had imagined the young pioneer soldiers would be vulnerable, but after examining the bodies at the scene, he discovered that these martyrs, who also bore the proud blood of the Empire, were perhaps even more loyal and fanatical than anyone had imagined. It's no exaggeration to say that these soldiers' fatal wounds all came from direct combat, or that there wasn't a single piece of good flesh left on their bodies. Hopefully we can catch up, Kurt. Suppress them from the air. Drive out those giant ogres that are in the way. Dos Anthony ordered. Drive out meant annihilate. Without the support of a powerful force, those slow-moving giant ogres were the most conspicuous targets on the battlefield. Dos Anthony picked up a stone they had thrown and said speechlessly, "Those small trebuchets can be even more devastating on the battlefield than their heavier counterparts." Roar! Roar! Turning a street, Dos Anthony was speechless to find himself surrounded on all sides by trolls. These towering creatures, wielding maces, though not as impressive as the giant trolls, were still massive compared to humans. However, Dos Anthony, pressed for time, had no time for idle chatter. He swung his sword and slashed away a mace powerful enough to crush a full-grown militiaman. Undeterred, the blade sliced off half of the creature's face, sending it sprawling to the ground, twitching and dying. Out of the way! Flowers! Dos Anthony grasped a blue flower and crushed it with a sudden force. A stream of blue light exploded, and the sound of thunder echoed across 100 meters. Following the current, Dos Anthony, with terrifying speed, left the paralyzed orcs behind, sword in hand, charging relentlessly towards the castle. Kill! He swung his sword with both hands, gripping the hilt. How could a high-end weapon, like the Dragon Slayer's sword, powerful enough to split dragon scales, stand up to the orc's frivolous gadgets? Any orc who stood before Dos Anthony would be cleaved in two. Get out of the way! He kicked aside the half-dead body before him, letting the orcs beside him hammer their weapons against his armor. Dos Anthony swung his sword impatiently, a flash of lightning illuminating the terrified faces and freezing their terror. Ha ha! Maggots in the darkness! Dos Anthony, looking at the pitch-black castle, raised his hand helplessly and snapped his fingers. Then, with a tug of his thumb and index finger, a thick electric current appeared between his fingers, a dazzling flash illuminating the darkness before him. Dos Anthony raised his left hand and slowly walked into the castle. Because of Emer, Ismir had built his castle enormous. The most basic 3-story castle was almost as tall as a shabby 5-story one. Dos Anthony slaughtered no fewer than dozens of orcs along the way. Soon, the orcs knew they were a tough opponent, and they spontaneously formed into groups and began to approach from the darkness. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who gave you the illusion that Dragon Knights are so weak in ground combat? Dragon Knights rule the skies, and Paladins rule the land, but only if they're not on the ground. Fools! Dos Anthony shook his head pityingly. The surging dragon power gathered, levitating around him like a translucent armor barrier. Come! Let me see what you're made of. Dos Anthony, leaning on his sword, stood in the Lord's Hall with a calm smile. He then extinguished the electric current in his hand, and the castle's first floor fell into darkness again. Are there any other brothers on the first floor? Ismir suddenly grabbed everyone and asked anxiously. I don't know. We should be the only survivors. The castle still had bonfires and candles. Anyone alive would have followed us up. Emer shook her head. No. There's something on the first floor. Suddenly, a goblin knight looked at everyone with an awkward smile. Are there any more brothers on the first floor? Ismir's head raced forward, grabbing his staff and preparing to charge down. Before he could even take a step, Emer grabbed his arm. Calm down. There's no point in going down, Emer said coldly. We're all going to die, sooner or later, and up there we just drag a few more people down with us. Going down and engaging in a chaotic fight will only lead to our deaths even faster. No. My lord, you misunderstood me. Next to the fireplace on the first floor is a dragon's nest. Fuck. What the hell is this? Dos Anthony's terrified roar echoed in the empty hall. Chapter 970. Roar. A bloody mouth magnified before Dos Anthony's eyes. He instinctively raised the shield on his left arm to block his face. Crack. A powerful force came, causing Dos Anthony's heart to tighten. Before he could react and swing his sword, an irresistible force surged from his feet to his body, and the next second, a feeling of soaring clouds filled his air. Damn it! Dos Anthony groaned inwardly. He had never expected his carelessness to lead to such a setback. Crack! The ferocious, bloody maw was caught by the shield, but Dos Anthony could clearly see the raging dragon fire brewing in its throat. Armored Earth Dragon. Dos Anthony's face turned green. As a dragon knight, he didn't look down on dragons in the slightest. Even a dragon-blooded beast with only a fraction of dragon blood would gain extraordinary power from the aura of dragon blood. Not to mention an armored Earth Dragon, a respectable member of the sub-dragon family. To a dragon knight, everything about a sub-dragon could be fake. Only dragon fire was absolutely real. This thing was no ordinary thing. With the exception of a few high-level armors, like dragon armor, which can withstand dragon flames, other armor is practically useless in the face of true dragon flames. Bang! The armored Earth Dragon biting Dos Anthony slammed headfirst into the pillar, sending a sweet sensation through Dos Anthony's throat as he was caught in the middle. The burning sensation on his arm made Dos Anthony realize the dragon flames were about to erupt. Let go! Get out! Dos Anthony exerted force from his waist, converging all his thunder dragon power into his feet and hands. He rolled over and kicked the Earth Dragon's chin, sending a surging torrent of lightning surging out. Roar! A surge of dragon breath brushed past Dos Anthony's scalp and flew out. The castle's stone wall instantly transformed into flowing lava. Sunlight streamed through the gap, illuminating the dim hall. With his back to the sun, Dos Anthony carefully examined the behemoth before him. This armored Earth Dragon was far inferior to his own Thunder Dragon, and while it was intimidating, the damage it could do in such a narrow terrain was truly devastating. Ouch! A pitch-black heavy sword swung out from the darkness. Puff! Dos Anthony, without even looking, thrust his sword back. The blade, made of lightning, ejected a tongue several meters long, licking everything in the darkness and illuminating the orc's terrified face. Orcs don't have Earth Dragons. Where are you from? A mount for a noble? Dos Anthony hesitated before probing in dragon language. After all, the appearance of an Earth Dragon in their own territory was perfectly normal. The Lagrang Empire, known as the Kingdom of Dragons, already had close ties with dragons. Even in the present-day Lagrang Kingdom, wasn't there a throng of dragons? Roar! The armored Earth Dragon understood Dos Anthony's dragon language, a language from a higher power. While lower-level dragons couldn't speak dragon language, that didn't mean they couldn't understand it. The armored Earth Dragon retracted its carapace, erecting spines on either side. Its gaze gradually cleared. Where's your lord? Dos Anthony, seeing the opportunity, said nothing. Now it was the armored Earth Dragon's turn to be troubled. He glanced around, then sniffed the air. Then, a look of human disdain crossed his face. The air was thick with the stench of orcs, nearly choking the dragon. He couldn't smell anyone else at all. Watch the first floor. I go find them. Looking at the armored Earth Dragon, who had just woken up, and was in a tantrum and looked confused, Dos Anthony comforted him with dragon language, and then picked up his sword and walked past him to continue searching. Roar! The armored Earth Dragon growled, tilting its head in question. Its eyes were filled with confusion, as it looked at Dos Anthony. Its master had told it to watch over the house, and prevent strangers from entering, yet why couldn't it muster any hostility towards this stranger? Instead, it felt a bit like submission. Great! It's dragon breath. Everyone listened intently, then cheered softly. Everyone knew the power of the armored Earth Dragon. Any orcs bathed in its breath at close range would surely perish. This Earth Dragon alone would have been enough to take the lives of the orcs for ages. TSK. We were careless. We should have driven the armored Earth Dragon to the city walls to defend it. Ismir sighed. In the urgency of the situation, everyone had forgotten about the armored Earth Dragon sleeping in the fireplace on the first floor. That massive fireplace was the Earth Dragon's lair, its powerful flames more than enough to keep it sound asleep beside the blazing bonfire. Because the fireplace was burning, no one had remembered the massive beast slumbering within. It's not too late now. He's enough to keep those orcs engaged for a long time. Take this opportunity to rest, my lord. Emer took the opportunity to sit down, lean against the wall, and gulp down his water bottle. Leave some men on guard. The rest of you rest. Ismir nodded softly. Who would want to die when they could live? What if the orcs really drove off the armored Earth Dragon? Wouldn't he have successfully defended the land? Then he'd still be the Baron of Windhelm. That fool over there has left. A soldier came over and whispered. The orcs digging to block the passageway had given up for some reason, But this was good news for everyone. At least they wouldn't be attacked from both sides. Go! Someone go up to the rooftop and scout. Emer suddenly pointed at the lone light in the gloom. I go! Harrow didn't hesitate, donning his helmet and casually taking a shield from a soldier. With nods from the others, he carefully ascended the stairs, shield in hand, and gradually disappeared into the light. May the dragon god bless him. Ismir whispered a prayer. Dragon god above. Oh! My dragon god. Mother! My lord baron. You should come see this. Oh my! It's magnificent. Harrow sighed, trying to introduce it to Ismir. Only when he realized no one was paying attention did he suddenly turn around, remembering he had come to investigate. In the sky not far away, a massive blue dragon continuously unleashed its wrath. Thunder and lightning rained down from the sky, and as the dragon circled Windhelm, the entire territory was filled with the screams and wails of the orcs. We're saved. It's the kingdom's dragon riders. Harrow murmured softly. Although all he could see were collapsed houses and shattered city walls, there was no doubt they had most likely secured their homeland. They and Baron Ismir no longer needed to coexist with the city. We're saved. My lord. We won. Harrow, unable to hold back his tears, dropped his weapon and shield, and ran back at the top of his lungs. Swish. The sound attracted the orc archer rummaging through the castle tower. Without a second thought, the archer unleashed an arrow. Puff! Harrow stumbled and fell to the ground, staring at the arrowhead piercing his abdomen. His mouth opened, but only a chuckle muffled by blood foam escaped. Bang! Another arrow pierced Harrow's plate armor. Harrow twitched a few times and reached out toward the stairs. Damn it! Buzz! Hearing the noise, a militiaman leaned forward and shot down the teasing orc archer with an arrow. Drag him back. Several nature's guardians, carrying shields, formed around shield wall and rushed out, grabbing Harrow and dragging him back. Don't die. Harrow! Hold on. Ismir's staff glowed softly green. The druid's healing wasn't top-notch, but it was enough in an emergency. We won! Harrow murmured softly. Chapter 971. Win. What nonsense! Don't move. Break the arrowhead. Ismir rolled his eyes at him, then nodded at the militiaman beside him. Hold tight. Ismir nodded, looking at the hand holding the arrow shaft. Crack! The crisp sound of wood snapping rang out, and Ismir casually dropped the arrowhead, a flicker of relief in his eyes. Crack! The second arrowhead was easily broken. Carefully pull out the arrow. Ismir, looking at the arrow, now only a stick, grasped his staff. Puff! As the wooden shaft blocking the wound was pulled out, blood instantly found its way out of the wound. Buzz! A green light burst forth. Although the druid's healing skills were mediocre, he was fortunate to have the fragment of the goddess of nature's divine power. A trace of divine power quickly stopped the bleeding and formed a scab. Wow! Miraculous effects. Even though Emer had seen it many times, she was still astonished. After all, a druid's healing spell rarely worked so instantly. This level of healing was practically only seen on priests. I said we won. Harrow's mouth twitched in pain. Hey! Shot silly. Ismir patted his head and said cheerfully, Don't be afraid of death if you're a real man. The Lagrang people aren't afraid of those bastards. We just pick up our swords and go at it. You're talking nonsense after getting hit by 2 arrows? Ismir said with a soothing smile. It looks like the high ground up there is no longer safe. We can't go out like this, the rooftop will become a target. Emer's eyes narrowed. After all, their shields were insufficient in number and quality. Without steel broad shields, they would be targets for the orc archers if they went out. After all, the surrounding watchtowers and arrow towers had already been lost. I should have built a stone tower for the main fort. Ismir was furious at the thought. After all, with the surrounding subforts and outbuildings gone, the main fort had lost its commanding heights. That was your design mistake. I told you long ago to build a fully enclosed crossbow tower for the main fort. Emer complained. Dragon. The kingdom's dragon knights are here. It's Lord Doss. Harrow shouted intermittently from the ground, hoping to attract everyone's attention. Dragon knights? We know, Lord Weiss has been here. Ismir nodded in satisfaction. Although Yinfeng's description was a bit abstract, the kingdom soldiers were as reliable as ever. The only reinforcements were fighting to the death, a true testament to the Empire's legacy. Wait. Lord Doss? Are you seeing things? Emer asked, noticing the difference. It's the Thunder Dragon. It's circling and attacking our territory. Harrow nodded quickly. Finally, someone spoke. He'd been shouting for so long, wondering if these people were madly seeking martyrdom. Let's go! Let's go and see! Ismir was delighted. Who wants to die when they can live? King Roland has defended our territory, so why not reward us? Oh my! My dragon god. Spectacular. A group climbed to the roof, shields raised, and gazed out. Every breath of the dragon in the sky thrilled them, and every orc reduced to ash they clenched their fists and shouted. Kill, kill, kill! At this moment, these people were like the king of the West in Middle-earth, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, eager to slaughter everyone they saw. Such a thrilling sight sent their hormones and dopamine surging. They wished they could transform into dragons and fight to their heart's content. TSK, TSK, TSK. Having a barbecue party here? Dos Anthony helplessly shook his aching hands, gazing at the charred corpses of orcs scattered across the ground. Tired from rubbing the lightning bolts, he heard the noise above and poked his head out. Clang! A crisp sound made Dos Anthony instinctively pull back. The lingering buzzing in his head still lingered. Bewildered, Dos Anthony was completely bewildered. He saw the human who had shot the arrow clearly, a blood-stained hunter, but his hand was steady. Enemy attack! Quick! The militiaman exclaimed. His well-aimed arrow hadn't quite landed, it was clearly a tin can. Furthermore, his bowstring had weakened from the bloody, damp environment and the blood, significantly reducing its power. So this. Why do they fight with short weapons on snowy and rainy nights? What do you think they use short weapons for? Don't they like being covered in a hail of arrows? That's why those scenes of people shooting arrows on rainy nights in movies and TV are basically exaggerated. On rainy days, bowstrings are usually untied, letting the bows relax. Oh, and there are those idiotic screenwriters who think the bowstring is always taut. What bow can withstand such use? Brothers, I'm here to save you. Dos Anthony shook his head. He must have opened it the wrong way just now, he thought, shouting as he poked his head out again. Looking for death. 7 or 8 steel arrows trembled as they shot forward. Dos Anthony, whose head had peeked out, heard only a clang and instinctively retracted his head. Madman. Bloodthirsty. Dos Anthony knew it with his feet, without even looking. It was like battlefield stress syndrome, but it was treatable for him. Swish. Dense currents converged into a shield, which he placed against his face before charging forward. Ah! After a tooth-aching tremor, the entire third floor fell silent. Did I come down at the wrong time? Ismir, watching Dos Anthony, clad in heavy dragon armor, subtly nudged Emer behind him. Unable to see Dos Anthony's expression, Ismir felt a little uneasy. Sorry. They're too excited. I calmed them down. Dos Anthony smiled, removing his helmet to reveal his handsome features. The Anthony family had good genes. Dos Anthony could survive well on his looks. Troublesome. Ismir's mouth twitched. So calming you down means giving these warriors electrotherapy? Ismir looked at the dozens of twitching men lying on the ground, speechless. Glad to have your help. Sir, are there any other brothers still alive out there? Emer asked, patting his chest in gratitude. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, my brother. You know, everyone's here. Dos Anthony was silent for a moment, then sighed. It's okay, we were prepared. It's just a little sad. Ismir wiped away his tears and spoke firmly. Their sacrifice wasn't in vain. At least this land is ours from now on. The civilians are safe. Dos Anthony consoled him. This land had been baptized by blood and fire, and from now on it belonged to the kingdom. No one would allow this land, imbued with the spirits of the kingdom's heroes, to be taken away again. Even if the Ismir family lost their territory in the future, the kingdom would send legions to reclaim it. Yes. They are all warriors. The dragon god will protect them. Ismir nodded. Have the orcs retreated? Where are the ringwraiths? Ismir continued. The orcs are being hunted by my dragon, and the ringwraiths are being held back by Willy. I don't know how Willy managed to injure one of them. We won this round, and they won't dare to roam this land again. Dos Anthony smiled. After all, only by giving them a painful blow will they learn their lesson. I hope General Raynor and the others return soon. Ismir sighed. After all, without a 6th level support, he was feeling quite uneasy. Chapter 972. Holy crap! What's going on in Ismir? 2 ringwraiths? And they won with that small force? Roland's eyes twitched. When he first heard the news, he was already prepared for the fall of Windhelm. After all, with only 2 dragon knights, it was hard to say what kind of deterrent they would be against the ringwraiths. It was likely a battle between the high-level fighters of both sides, followed by a bloody battle between the soldiers? Yes. It's said that Knight Vest severely damaged Kamul. Yun Feng was silent for a moment, holding the battle report. Who? Roland was silent for 2 seconds before asking in surprise. You said that Vest was crippled by Kamul? Roland exclaimed in shock. Not that he was worthy. How did he manage to defeat him? Roland almost stumbled over his words in surprise. I don't know. Although the result is fantastical, it's true. Yun Feng grinned helplessly. Kamul, the second in command of the Ringwraiths, was undoubtedly powerful. Being beaten into a chihuahua by Vest was unexpected, but not entirely incomprehensible. After all, Vest was no simple character. The Dragon Rider was the ultimate miracle, wasn't he? You and Raynor must depart as soon as possible. We need you back to take charge. Although Kamul was severely injured, the Ringwraiths are not easy to deal with. No one knows whether they will receive reinforcements later. The North and South have disrupted the Orc army's fusion, but the Ringwraiths will remain unaffected. Roland reasoned rationally. The Ringwraiths, with their mobility, could easily move between the North and South. When they abandon the blessing of the war cloud and go stealthily, no force can stop them. I understand. Yun Feng nodded. Vest was said to be exhausted and unable to fight again. After forcing back the Ringwraiths, it took a considerable amount of effort for them to clean up the fleeing orcs. By the way, what are you planning to do with Baroness Smear? Yun Feng asked calmly. Defending the territory and fighting to the death deserved recognition. Whether it was a show or a huge sum of money, it couldn't go unrewarded. Yes. Windhelm territory can't be ignored. I remember Baroness Smear as an ambitious and courageous noble. Roland nodded. Last night, the kingdom was the only 2 pioneering nobles. To be honest, Roland had been keeping them at arm's length, not really paying much attention to that territory. A frontier without a strong fighting force was inherently unstable. Such border territories were often breaches for past empires. This was why the veteran border barons of the Lagran Empire were so formidable. These families could at least produce a 5th or 6th tier professional, a powerful force to be defeated by some random person. How about a hereditary baron? Roland asked tentatively. After all, he wasn't a legitimate heir, and hadn't learned the art of ruling. His only resource was the historical experience of 5,000 years of farming children. Yes, that would be worthy of his achievements. After all, the land was conquered by the Asmir family, so granting it to them wouldn't matter. Yun Feng nodded. Imperial law was still very humane. A pioneering noble would be rewarded with whatever they conquered. If they held on, they would be hereditary nobles. If they fled, their noble title would be automatically revoked. This deal was fair. But this probably won't be enough. We need material support. Windhelm territory is completely ruined. It's said that half of the Lord's castle was blown down. Roland shook his head, somewhat embarrassed. Ismir's family was now in a state of crisis. If the kingdom didn't support them, Ismir would probably have to sleep in a tent. How's the Swiftway going, Duke Joltia? Roland turned and asked. The situation is excellent. Our project is progressing smoothly, and the 2 sides will soon be connected. Duke Joltia nodded. The paved Swiftway is nearing completion. The cities along the entire northern shore of the Swiftway will be connected, making travel more efficient and facilitating faster support for the soldiers. Send Lord Rattle to Windhelm to help rebuild them. Roland nodded to Duke Joltia. The kingdom personally funding the construction of the Asmir family's territory was a great favor. For a small barony like Asmir, a city built of magic-patterned stone bricks was already of exceptional quality. He instantly acquired wealth that other families would have accumulated over time. Okay, I inform Lord Rattle as soon as possible. Duke Joltia nodded. By the way, renovate his castle too, or people elsewhere might think the kingdom's nobles can't afford castles. Roland urged again. It was a case of bad luck. Ismir's castle was originally intact, but then the armored earth dragon on the first floor, while slaughtering the fleeing orcs, tore the entire first floor apart, breaking 2 supporting pillars and causing half the castle to collapse. Okay. I understand. Duke Joltia nodded. This was also a case of bad luck. He had his own armored earth dragon tear down the castle. If it weren't for the king's cover, Baroness Smear would probably have been living in a tent for a year or 2. Alright, assemble my soldiers. As planned. We need to organize an expedition to open the western route. Roland waved his hand and began seriously. Windhelm territory was just a minor issue. The eastern and western routes through the old pass were the real deal. The kingdom currently has a considerable number of established troops, but they are of varying quality, with even duds present in the mixed knight orders. Holy Glory Knights. 150 Tier 2 Raglan Empire Vanguard Knights. Romanian Royal Knights. 100 Tier 2 Knights. Imperial 14th Legion Knights. 130 Disorganized and Complex Raglan City Guards. 4,000 Tier 2 Badanian Archers. 6,000 Tier 2 Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen. 1,000 Tier 2 El Nino Rangers. 200 Tier 2 Lordaeron Rangers. 300 Second Order Royal Guards of Lagrang. 500 Third Order Royal Crossbow Guards of Lagrang. 300 Third Order Stream Legion. 14,000 Stream Infantry Priests. Second Order Priest Regiment *1 50 people. Third Order Priest Squad *1 10 people. Mage Royal Forbidden Spell Mage Regiment *1 5 Third Order Fire Mages. 5 Third Order Wind Mages. Mages of all levels. 30, including 1st to 3rd Order Mages. Cross Bohemia Knights. 20, 2nd Order Crusader Legion. 100 Cuirassiers. 100 Crusader Crossbowmen. 300 Crusader Heavy Infantry. Woodland Warriors. 500 2nd Order Warriors. Griffin Knights. 4, 2nd Order Wyvern Knights. 20, 10 2nd Order, 10 1st Order Apprentices. Grassland Elves. 200 Level 2 Goblin Knights. 1,000 a mix of Level 1 and Level 2. The sheer size of the army was enough to dazzle Roland, but many soldiers couldn't be moved. Royal soldiers and crusaders alike couldn't be moved unless Roland personally led the charge. Furthermore, the Cross Bohemia Knights and the Imperial 14th Legion were still undergoing reorganization. The Holy Glory Knights would have to split off 50 men, adding the remaining men from other orders to form a new order. It was uncertain whether the knights could ultimately be exiled. Reorganization would require a major effort. Who to expel was a problem, and balancing the forces wasn't just Roland's concern. Even Ravian, who had been promised the best by Roland, was troubled by the sight of the knights disintegrating into dust. If all else failed, Roland planned to use the personal soldiers of Grand Duke Okhrian Yasu of the East to take over. Chapter 973. How's the reorganization of the Omsk Knights going? Roland asked. Although the system's troop divisions remained unchanged, Roland still asked knowingly. After all, he wasn't responsible for these matters, so he could only feign ignorance. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. We need time, Omsk said with a sullen face, glancing at Ladian. Yes, Your Majesty, Ladian replied awkwardly. Okay, where are you at? Are there any unsolvable problems? Roland asked deliberately, his eyes full of amusement. After all, he knew the difficulty, especially with Commander Omsk's Holy Glory Knights. Cutting out 50 of their 150 knights and merging them with other orders would be nothing short of a nightmare. The only easy task was the Romanian Royal Order, which was a minimum of 100 men at full strength. The worst was the Imperial 14th Knights, a veritable hell of hells. All sorts of monsters and demons were there, even rebels. Ahem, that order is more difficult to decide. After all, it doesn't matter who leaves. We've been together for so many years. We developed a tacit understanding of each other, Omsk said with a sullen face. Easy. Draw lots for them. 15 lots. Team leaders draw. Whoever draws the lot gets to take the team with him, Roland offered. Huh? Omsk was stunned. What? Roland asked curiously. Your Majesty, aren't you being too hasty? Omsk's jaw nearly dropped. So casual? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Couldn't you at least put on a bit of a show? This is so unremarkable. Is it hasty? Tell them. This is the Dragon God's will, a sacred ritual performed under his watchful eye. If you win, accept your fate. This is the Dragon God's decision. Roland spouted nonsense in all seriousness. Dragon God. Does this really happen? The honest man, Ladian, looked up in astonishment. Roland's words had completely shattered his perspective. Since when had drawing lots been a part of the Dragon God's sacred rituals? Are you stupid too? How's your Cross Bohemia Knights doing? Roland asked, his lips twitching. It's still in the works. I mean, I'm annexing a few people from the Holy Glory Knights and then, Ladian said humiliatedly. You want to annex some men from the Holy Glory Knights? Are you crazy? And I'm crazy? Forget it, Roland said, his teeth aching. How could he let you rob him when he was already doing a good job? The Holy Glory Knights were there to seduce them. Huh? Why? Ladian asked, puzzled. The Holy Glory Knights had such good men. They could easily be integrated into an army. Add in the original members of the Cross Bohemia Knights, and they instantly have a fighting force of 70. What kind of fighting power does that remaining knightly order of the Empire have? They're a bunch of shit together, but scattered they're a scatterbrain. I'm going to gather the most scattered of them, and use the Holy Glory Knights to lead them. Or else you pick out all the good ones, and leave me with a bunch of rotten ones to gather together? Then this knight order might as well be disbanded, Roland said speechlessly. The 14 knights of the Empire will have to be broken up. The knights originally belonging to the Empire will be handed over to the Cross-Bohemia Knights of Latian, and the other scattered knights will be directly merged with the branch of the Holy Glory Knights. Try to get the 2 knight orders to form an army as soon as possible, otherwise if it drags on, Roland. Although there are 4 knight orders in name, in reality, there is no difference between 3. After all, what do you expect a group of knights, who can't even march in glory, to do? An armed parade on the battlefield? Planning to make the enemy laugh to death with a wave of mistakes? You are right, Your Majesty. Omsk quickly stepped forward to take his side. After all, Omsk also hoped that the knights would be formed as soon as possible. After all, his ambition wasn't just to command a lowly square banner knight order of 100, he also wanted to command a battle banner knight order of 1,000. The snowballing power of a knight order was formidable. As you wish, Your Majesty. Ladian bowed his head decisively. You are the master, and your word is what you will. After all, this knight's order was a gift from Lord Roland. Any further nitpicking would be a bit ungrateful. After all, reviving the Cross-Bohemia Knights was his dream, and the next step was to restore his kingdom. But Queen Nyx had privately warned him not to mention the restoration of his kingdom again. She was now the queen of the kingdom, the future empress and empress. Her second son would eventually be in theft. Excessive pursuit will only backfire and make Roland resentful. What Nyx didn't mention was that any dislike Roland had for Ladian was limited to Nyx and his own children. To avoid affecting Ladian's future career in the kingdom, and knowing that this idiot was perfectly honest, Nyx had to personally instruct him. Ladian, however, was a worry-free person, obedient to Nyx's every word, and he would only nod and say yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and assemble your forces. I don't want to end up asking Archduke Okrian Yasuo's retainers for troops. I'm the king. I have dignity. Understand? Roland's face darkened. If he ended up asking for help from a family's private soldiers because the knights were disbanded and lacked combat power, his face would be recorded in the annals of La Grande. Understood, my respected Majesty. Omsk and Ladian's eyes glared as they quickly stood at attention. Go! My dear Marquis Franz. Roland dismissed the two and waved to Marquis Altegron Franz, who was rubbing his hands and waiting nearby. Oh! My esteemed Majesty. Your wisdom and bravery are awe-inspiring, and your intelligence compels the enemy to submit. Your loyal servant, Altegron Franz, is at your service. Marquis Altegron Franz said with an elegant salute. Ah! The Duke of Joltea was stunned by the flattery. Perhaps it was the Swift Hand family's lack of experience. Do you know how long the royal family has faced this kind of situation? Thousands of years. Thousands of years of flattery. How are the caravan preparations going? How's your connection plan going? Roland didn't have time for his flattery, though he didn't dislike the atmosphere. After all, who doesn't like a few sweet words? Of course. My esteemed Majesty. All other kingdoms bow before your might. Under the words of Marquis El Tigran Franz, Roland's wise and mighty image came to life. Roland. Duke Joltea. Yun Feng, who had just walked in. Speak humanly. Roland said painfully, covering his face. Although Marquis El Tigran Franz's words were a bit exaggerated, Yun Feng's expression, "Are you sure? Do you really admit it?" was the most hurtful. Though silent, it was enough to break Roland's heart. The Lonely Mountain, Riverdale, and Aquavia kingdoms all agree with our idea. Marquis El Tigran Franz nodded quickly. They're not fools to agree. This won't hurt them in the slightest. Opening up trade routes benefits everyone. We be the first to take the lead, and they just laugh and follow us in the back. Winning makes a killing, losing doesn't hurt much. Who wouldn't do this deal? Duke Joltea pursed his lips. The kingdom of La Grande sacrificed its own happiness for the well-being of millions of families, that's for sure. That being said, if they can share some of the burden, it definitely make things easier for us. We need to make the pie bigger. Everyone needs to be able to sit on it and take a piece. Roland waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 974. Are they sure they help? From what I heard, the current strength of the 3 northern kingdoms is worrying. The dwarves of Lonely Mountain in the north are still engaged in a fierce battle with the orcs beneath the Grey Mountains. Those wandering orcs will still wait for an opportunity to move south. Yun Feng narrowed his eyes. Are they crazy? Knowing they can't win, yet they still come here to seek death? Why have they come all this way? To die? Duke Kolstia was stunned. The lonely mountain dwarves might lack offensive power, but in positional warfare, these dwarves were no less capable than any top-tier unit. If we don't move south, we die. The North's carrying capacity is too weak. How could those barren lands possibly support tens of thousands of orcs? Don't forget, the orcs' farming skills are abysmal. Can they even farm and feed themselves in the far north? Even humans who go north to farm struggle to harvest. The orcs' abysmal logistics. Yun Feng shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. After all, he had thoroughly researched these things, visited countless homes of northern nomads, and exchanged intelligence with other kingdoms. The orcs' pathetic logistics and supply capabilities. To be frank, they were probably inferior to the entire empire. A marquis in his heyday. So weak. Duke Kolstia was stunned. The orcs the empire had fought back then were very different from what we know now. Orcs of the same era as the empire were also an agricultural civilization. Their farming and warfare abilities were not much worse than humans. They're a bit weak, but don't be careless. Their numbers are still formidable. If they really want to charge down, I don't think the Lonely Mountain can stop them. Roland shook his head. Even if Thorin, with the help of the king's treasure, the Arkenstone, quickly reached the 6th level of Overlord, he couldn't stop the orc army that surged like a zombie tidal wave. Thorin, who loved his people, would certainly not allow his men to be completely minced. Withdrawing his forces and retreating to the Lonely Mountain was his only option. Likewise, King Bard of Dale was a loyal man, but if he could hold Dale when the orcs were rushing down from the mountains, Roland would have given him a higher regard. The 3 northern kingdoms each have their own challenges, and we need to be understanding. They can serve as flank support, but don't expect them to be the main force. That's unrealistic. Roland gave a wry smile. The north, now under his control, had been given an epic boost. Despair? Joelstia said helplessly. This wasn't just a case of a skilled cook struggling without resources. It was simply the kingdom of Lagrand leading a trio of foes. Our great Duke Joelstia acknowledged the kingdom's favorable diplomatic environment, but simply couldn't offer much assistance. Give up. We have to carry the front lines ourselves. Roland patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with pity. So why don't you just go and integrate my knights? Roland's face darkened. We won't be setting out until after this year's autumn harvest. Roland frowned. The main purpose wasn't to have the soldiers serve as serfs to harvest wheat, but to prevent wild beasts and roaming orcs from destroying crops and harming civilians. The garrisons in various locations would be dispersed en masse. The autumn harvest was the time for the kingdom to conduct a large-scale crackdown. Any threatening beast or orc population would be a target of attack. It should be in time. Our generals are not incompetent, and those knights are not a mob. They just need to develop rapport. Duke Joltia nodded. Among the elite knights, there would surely be no useless ones. Hurry up. The final troops will be dispatched from Riverstorm. While there's still time, those who need to change guard should be deployed ahead of time. Don't tell me the soldiers are still stationed in Raglan before we're about to depart. Roland complained. He was all too familiar with this. In the past, playing strategy games always resulted in all sorts of bizarre accidents. Either the resources were not fully prepared, or the mobilized troops were still in their hometowns. It could be said that all Paradox War criminals made these low-level mistakes. Roland should be thankful that the overall situation in Middle-earth is still clear. If he traveled to Game of Thrones, he might have seen the famous King Xian of Qi. As you command, Your Majesty. Duke Yufeng and Duke Joltia nodded. It was clear that Roland didn't intend to interfere too much in this matter. He would only provide general direction and coordinate. To prevent the appearance of the god of war Lagran and the foreign student from Gambata, Roland was self-aware and refrained from micromanaging. After all, reality wasn't a game. Clicking on a screen could easily create a loophole in the defense. Hiss. How many troops do I have now? Roland subconsciously clicked on his territory panel. Territory, capital, Lagran City, Giulia City, Lulong Fortress, Palembang, Baidu Fort, Longya Fort. Generals, Caslo, Level 6 Dragon Rider, Rainer, Level 6 Holy Hero, Rattle, Level 5 War Mage, Adile, Level 6 Hero, Yudfeng, Level 6 Sage, Omsk, Level 6 Hero, Lavian, Level 4 Knight Commander, Holland, Level 4 Knight Commander, Luke Leopold, Merc Leopold, Ajax Anthony, Level 5 Dragon Rider, Lafitte Anthony, Level 3 Grand Knight, Varen Angus, Level 3 Warrior, Dos Anthony, Level 4 Dragon Rider, Umadlon, Level 4 Knight Commander, Bannerwe, 6th level Hunter, Adolf Heinrich 6th level. Sage, Darian Nightblade, 6th level Creed Assassin, Weiss, 3rd level Dragon Knight, Alistar, 3rd level Goblin Knight, Marcus, 4th level Knight Commander, Lance, 3rd level Warrior, Fonlin Yulan, 6th level Dragon Knight Commander, Fonlin Binglan, 6th level Hero, Charlie Prose, 6th level Priest, Mogus, 6th level Hero, Lilith, 6th level Sage, Nogai, 4th level Dragon Knight, Altai Grand Franz, 4th level Mage. Vassals, Apophis Brio, Tier 4 Knight, Ismir, Tier 3 Druid, Okrian Yasuo, Tier 6 Hero. Special Personnel, Ivy, Tier 4 War Priest, Grand Duke Nyx, Tier 5 Dragon Mage, Nina Bon, Tier 3 Archmage, Rule, Tier 3 Warrior, Jolcia, Tier 3 Knight, Vladivostok, Tier 2 Knight, Fonlin Shilon, Tier 2 Dragon Knight, Fonlin Shulon, Tier 2 Dragon Knight. Troops, over 20,000. Holy Glory Knights, 150 Tier 2 Lagran Empire Vanguard Knights. Romanian Royal Knights, 100 Tier 2 Knights, Imperial 14th Legion Knights, 130 Disorganized and Complex. Lagran City Guards, 4,000 Tier 2 Badanian Archers, 6,000 Tier 2 Dewinian Heavy Swordsmen, 1,000 Tier 2 El Nino Rangers, 200 Tier 2 Lordaeron Rangers, 300 Tier 2 Lagran Royal Guards, 500 Tier 3 Lagran Royal Crossbow Guards, 300 Tier 3 Surge Legion, 14,000 Surge Infantry. Priests, 1 Tier 2 Priest Corps, 50 members, 1 Tier 3 Priest Squad, 10 members, Mages, 1 Tier 3 Forbidden Spell Mage Corps Squad, 5 Tier 3 Fire Mages, 5 Tier 3 Wind Mages, 30 Mages of all levels, including Tier 1 to 3 Mages, Cross Bohemia Knights, 20 Tier 2 Crusader Legion, 100 Cuirassiers, 100 Crusader Crossbowmen, 300 Crusader Hoplites. Woodland Knights, 500 Tier 2 Warriors, Griffin Knights, 4 Tier 2 Wyvern Knights, 20 10 Tier 2 10 Tier 1 Apprentices, Grassland Elves, 200 Tier 2 Goblin Knights, 1,000, a mix of Tier 1 and Tier 2, total kingdom population, 600, 000 plus, trainable civilians, 120, 000 plus, honor, 5 points. Main quest, establish the 12 rapids. Top Legion *1, path to Empire's resurrection, control and own 10 towns, reward, 1 mage tower *, 1 inheritance of any mage. Overall review, a thriving kingdom. The surrounding environment has been cleared and stabilized. The resilient people of Lagrang still stubbornly defend this ancient land. Their king has reclaimed the old capital. Vast territories have been reclaimed. The kingdom urgently needs a large number of cities to consolidate its territory. Note, the kingdom of Lagrang, relying on its military hegemony, firmly holds the power in the north. Its noble pioneering territories have also successfully penetrated various parts of the north. The shadow of darkness in the north has been suppressed to the extreme under the king's brilliance. The king, full of martial virtue, seems eager to accomplish something historic. Yulan. Aren't we a little short of troops? Nearly 30,000 men defending over 1 million square kilometers of land. Roland looked at Fonlin Yulan, who was lost in thought beside him. The problem is, maintaining such a large force right now is pointless. The kingdom only has the knight as a complete professional heritage, but there are currently quite a few other professions awakening within the kingdom, either on their own or through the use of awakening stones. If you truly want to consolidate them, you could at least amass a motley army of thousands of professionals. Fonlin Yuan said helplessly. Expanding the military would create many more official positions, which would be beneficial for ambitious individuals, but it wouldn't be of much use to the kingdom right now. Rather than letting them leave their jobs and join the army, it would be more cost-effective to release them into the wild, and let them take on missions as adventurers in the Adventurers Guild. So, I'm considering whether it's necessary to expand the size of the Swiftstream Infantry Corps. Roland said thoughtfully. Why expand them? To be cannon fodder? We don't need them to be mincemeat. Fonlin Yuan said speechlessly. Lagran isn't wealthy enough to need a full-scale legion yet. Chapter 975. But I feel like we might not have enough soldiers. Our expedition will definitely require a corps of elite professionals, leaving gaps in other areas of the kingdom. It's best to train a group of flood infantry while we have time. Roland rested his chin on his hand, thoughtfully. The Air Knights will be in control. A small garrison, paired with the air knights, should be able to provide seamless patrols. What's that look in your eyes? You're planning on using flood infantry to fill the gaps? That take up so many manpower. Farming will definitely be affected. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't believe me? Feng Yuan grinned speechlessly. Dragon Knights doing this? Do I have many Dragon Knights? Roland was speechless. He himself had a Dragon Knight as a security captain? How abstract. Even for the Lagran Empire's extremely abstract nobles, it was abstract enough. Are you losing your mind? Besides Dragon Knights, the kingdom also has Winged Dragon Knights and Griffin Knights, and Air Knights aren't just a type of Dragon Knight. Feng Yuan frowned. Aerial Knights are so rare, isn't it a bit extravagant to just throw them out there to fill the lines? Roland asked tentatively. Their role is reconnaissance. Discovery. Not fighting. Of course, we can still slaughter any stragglers we encounter. Feng Yuan smirked. How could the noble aerial knights be minced meat? Even if they were, they only be minced against ringwraiths of their level. Oh! That scared me. I thought you were going to send them off to trade with the orcs. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in his mind, aerial knights were as valuable as dragon knights. Dragon knights were rarer than aerial knights, but their health bars were thicker, making them invincible to ordinary humans. While aerial knights were valuable, they were far more fragile than dragon knights. Even flying dragons would sullenly dart around heavy crossbows' armor-piercing arrows, not to mention those griffins and Pegasus. Although Roland didn't quite believe the wandering orcs possessed such powerful weapons, he had to be on guard. Damn dwarves. No one could count how many black arrows they fired. Has the kingdom become this wealthy? Feng Yuan shrugged and asked. You can call Feng Yuan evil, but you can't call her a loser. How could the leader of the Dragon Marshal family, the MacDougall family, be a military wimp? A true wimp wouldn't reach this position. In other words, even a wimp at the rank of Dragon Cavalry Marshal would have enough resources to hone his skills to a competent standard. Warriors in La Grande only fail politically. There aren't many who fail militarily. Stop bragging. Don't you have any idea of the kingdom's moral character and how much money it has? And where's Verway? Roland suddenly realized he hadn't heard from his sixth-rank subordinate in ages. Oh, they're heading here in 3 ancient war trees. Feng Yuan casually scratched his ear. It wasn't Roland's fault for forgetting about these grassland elves. It was simply that they were moving too slowly across the Lagrang plains. The speed of the ancient war trees was impressive enough, but with a bunch of hangings, cooking, and stopping along the way, how fast could they be? They were lucky to be able to crawl. Don't die on the road. After a long pause, Roland finally managed to utter a word. After all, although the knights cleaned up the Lagrang plains every quarter, but because there's no human habitation, and farmland and residential areas haven't been effectively occupied, the plains remain teeming with wildness. While it might be rare to see large groups of orcs, the chances of encountering high-level magical beasts are definitely not zero. Feng Yuan rolled her eyes at Roland, giving him a look that said, you got to understand. After all, as King Lagran, don't you know how disgusting a super-powerful creature like the Ancient of War is? In a positional battle, who could stand up to this idiot? His standing output is at full capacity, a single route that's unstoppable. Where did all this come from? Why are all these random people trying to rip me off? Van Erway, standing on the trunk of the ancient war tree, stood with his hands on his hips, boasting about how awesome he was. The ancient war tree beneath him was extracting roots and branches from the corpse of a giant bear. The corpse was, surprisingly, the high-level earth bear. Chief, did you kill him? The tribesmen nearby covered their heads speechlessly. The ancient war tree was powerful, so what did you, a grassroots king, have to do with it? Wasn't it my command that killed him? Wasn't it my command? Van Erway looked up, his eyes filled with contempt. Yes, yes, yes. None of the tribesmen present dampened his spirit, even though his so-called command was merely a telepathic link with the ancient war tree, telling them targets to attack. Chief, there's something wrong with the number of these monsters. Why are there so many high-level monsters? What the hell? There's something wrong with the number. I wonder if something is attracting the monsters? The adjutant beside him frowned at Van Erway. After all, they were encountering too many high-level monsters too often. Van Erway glanced at his adjutant, then down at his feet. The silence in his eyes was self-evident. Can't you see? The difference between the ancient war tree and the ancient life tree is so subtle that it's impossible to tell them apart unless you get up close. These high-level magical beasts possess powerful perception. It's hard not to notice the vast mass of uninhabited life force wandering across the wasteland. The life essence contained in the ancient war tree is no less powerful than that of the ancient life tree. Then Erway said, as a matter of course. As both of them are elven treasures, they both possess immense life force that can amplify elven power. That's pitiful. The adjutant glanced at the magical beast's corpse beneath his feet. The massive carcass hadn't been wasted. A group of grassland elves gleefully jumped in to dismember the carcass, stripping away the fur, removing the bones and flesh, and collecting the fresh blood. Soon, the massive bear carcass vanished, leaving only a pool of blood. Chief, this is a magic crystal. The tribesmen below offered the extracted magic crystal. Then Erway took the magic crystal, played with it for a few moments, and casually tossed it into a nearby bag. This thing is only useful to King Roland and his men. Elves are nature's favorites, and their vast reserves of magic power don't need magic crystals. Then Erway said proudly. Actually, it's probably because we haven't used the magic crystals. The adjutant muttered quietly, turning back to receive a roll of the eyes from Van Erway. That's too revealing. Shut up. Caslow. Roland roared suddenly, his breath sinking. I'm here. Your Majesty. I'm here. What are you doing? Caslow, carrying a bowl of rice, hurriedly pushed open the door and ran in. Hey! You're eating? You didn't call us? Fongling Yuan nodded, a look of praise on her face. The Queen said not to disturb you, so I was waiting at the door. Caslow said speechlessly, his face darkening. It seemed he was in a difficult position. Oh, that's all right then. Fongling Yuan and Roland nodded in understanding. Caslow's mouth twitched. Are you guys changing your expressions like that? Okay, let's get down to business. I need you to run a trip, Roland said seriously, putting away his smile. Where to? To Mordor? To be killed by Sauron? Caslow joked. No, go find Verve. He's lost on the Lagrang Plains. Don't let him get taken by the wargs. Go see where they're taking the war tree, Roland said helplessly. Aren't they following the river? Caslow asked, puzzled. For convenience and speed, they finally chose to cross the wasteland. Roland shrugged. Chapter 976. Insane! Caslow muttered, then walked out with his head down. For a moment, it was unclear whether he was referring to Verve or Roland. More likely, it was both. As the kingdom's best horse, and one of Roland's most loyal lackeys, because Marquis Altigran Franz's loyalty was truly touching, Caslow complained verbally, but his actions remained honest. Bang! The door burst open. Before Roland, who was scribbling on paper, could see who was coming, and he also complained about parchment, saying it was expensive and inconvenient, and seemed to have no special features other than pretense. A fiery red figure stood before Roland. Your Majesty, does this job have to be Caslow? His injuries haven't healed yet. Ajax stormed in, slamming her hands on the table in front of her and roaring at Roland. Calm down, calm down. This is just to get him out and stretch his legs. He's bored of being cooped up in Logran City all the time. Just let him go look for Minervi and the others. It's not dangerous or serious. Don't worry, Roland said humbly, shielding his face with his hands. He's a dragon rider with strong recovery abilities, and wind dragons are fast runners. He's the perfect person to hand this over to. We can save a dragon rider and deploy him elsewhere, Roland explained. After all, there were many areas where manpower was needed, and Roland still needed to be prudent with high-end combat power. For this relatively harmless mission, Roland simply let Caslow, who was still recuperating, do the job. Okay, if he needs help, you better give me a reasonable explanation, Ajax said, turning and leaving without waiting for Roland to speak. TSK. The Anthony family has a different aura. They're truly a time-honored aristocracy, even shrugs at the king. Roland tooted in amazement, though not annoyed. Only Darian Nightblade, faintly visible in the light, closed his eyes, his expression apologetic, as if he had seen and heard nothing. Roland paid no attention to the reaction of Darian Nightblade, who was serving nearby. He simply pondered when he would complete his main quest. After all, building a city that could pass the system certification was quite difficult, and getting that big reward would require further effort. Hurry! Relief food from the kingdom. Come and claim it! Ismir cheerfully called out to the residents, as they lined up to receive food and various daily necessities. Because the war had devastated Windhelm, its finances had been severely damaged, and the kingdom had urgently transferred a batch of supplies from the Flux City warehouse to replenish it. It could be said that, aside from the constantly fluctuating food security line, the kingdom was well off in all other areas. After all, Roland had received a pile of miscellaneous items when he checked in, with no shortage of clothing or farm tools at all. Wow! Looks like we're not at a loss, Emer exclaimed, looking at the mountain of clothing, utensils, farm tools, and bags of food. Yes, besides the heavy casualties. As he spoke, the smile faded from Esmir's face. Emer, realizing she had misspoken, gave an awkward smile. Less than 100 survivors in the entire city. How tragic. Emer's heart ached. The deaths of those elite soldiers had directly impacted the territory's operations, leaving a significant gap in its defenses. Greetings, Baron. A goblin, clad in full knight plate armor, appeared before Esmir. Greetings, knight. Esmir gave him due courtesy. While the goblin knights weren't considered elite troops, their abundance, combined with the kingdom's sophisticated equipment, gave these fearless goblin knights the formidable ability to fend off opponents of other classes. What brings you here? Esmir asked curiously. Almost all of his goblin knights had been killed, their loyalty and dedication to him having resulted in the loss of their mounts. So, Esmir mercifully released their contracts and restored them to free mercenaries. After all, sending these goblins, without even a mount, into battle was a disregard for human life. Esmir had hired goblin knights with his gold coins, and these knights had served him loyally to the very end. There was no need to further burden the goblins, who had been reduced to infantry. Your Majesty has been so kind as to reorganize 2 goblin knight orders for you. Those goblin mercenaries you have restored to freedom are willing to continue fighting for you, so the tribe has provided them with mounts and equipment to rejoin the ranks. The leading goblin knight gave a somewhat comical chivalric salute, but Esmir didn't find it amusing at all. Instead, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Your Majesty is so thoughtful. Thank you for your kindness. Welcome back, my knights. Esmir first praised Roland, then welcomed the knights. Their arrival had narrowed several gaps in Windhelm territory's defenses. The civilians haven't returned yet? The goblin knight looked around and found that only a few militiamen were cleaning up the wreckage. A large pit had been dug outside the city, and the bodies of the orcs were piled in it. It's obvious that civilians shouldn't be allowed here. A single plague could kill them. Emer and Esmir exchanged glances. Do you need help, my lord? We can lend a hand, the goblin knight captain said calmly, glancing at the goblins ready to go behind him. Of course, we need help clearing the ruins, otherwise the people won't be able to return. Esmir shrugged, acknowledging the danger of the rubble. It's our duty to serve you, but why are they wearing armor? The goblin knight captain gestured puzzledly at the militiamen moving bricks. Roar! A blood-stained orc suddenly emerged from the ruins. Unsurprisingly, the militiamen clearing the rubble nearby drew their swords and lunged at the orc's weapon. The orc's thin armor was no match for Raglan's exquisite steel sword. The orc, pierced through, twitched and fell to the ground. Well? Emer shrugged and smiled awkwardly, her face filled with speechlessness. This was why soldiers wore armor. During the battle, many orcs fled into the ruins of houses to avoid dragon breath. The danger from the collapsed ruins during the cleanup was far greater than the ruins themselves. The orcs hidden within them were the source of the threat. I see. The goblin knights glanced at each other and nodded. My lord, they're quite clever, Harrow said thoughtfully, as he watched the goblin knights use their troll pigs to pull the shattered ruins. Because the goblin knights were short, they devised a plan. They tied the troll pigs to the ruins with ropes, then stood guard with their weapons, driving their mounts. The muscular warcraft mounts were clearly more powerful than the diminutive goblin knights. With the goblin knights' help, the ruins of the city were cleared at a visible rate. Ugh! Esmir retched. Why does it smell? It's clearly a body being burned downwind. Esmir looked palely at the plate of roasted meat, his stomach cramping. He finally grabbed the bread, took it out, and tossed the plate to the servants, signaling them to divide the meat. Ugh, sir, the wind has changed. Emer scratched her head awkwardly. Dragon God. Ugh. Chapter 977. The Anduin. Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo said to his neighbor, Aucrian Ryukin, gazing at the ever-flowing Anduin. Finally. Aucrian Ryukin complained with a disgusted expression. The stench of orcs that had lingered in his nose had finally dissipated. The two of them had actually swept through several orc tribes in the eastern clearing. The plains near the Mirkwood were dotted with orc huts of all sizes. Have those maggots disappeared? Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo said grimly, stroking his wind sword. No. I'm afraid not. Aucrian Ryukin looked despairingly upstream, where several shifty-looking orcs, their twisted spears in hand, cautiously eyed the two heavily armed cavalrymen. Ha ha! Grand Duke Aucrian Yasuo laughed in anger. He drew his long sword and spurred his horse forward like a madman. Your Highness. Okrian Ryukin stretched out his hand to stop them, but his grasp missed. He knew that the frequent appearance of orcs had disgusted Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo so much that he was even a little dazed. Ah! Okrian Ryukin, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's retainer, could only sigh and chase after them. Crack! Suddenly, a rope rose from the grass. Trip rope! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo exclaimed. He had no time to pull the reins, and could only watch helplessly as his warhorse roared past. Rip! The trained Warcraft Wind Chaser subconsciously used its battle chi to activate its skills, its speed suddenly soaring. The vine-wrapped rope, unable to bear the weight, was torn in two, and the broken rope emitted a crackling sound. Plop! Before Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the horrified voice of Okrian Ryukin behind him. Before Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo could react, he felt dizzy. Only when he lay prone on the grass did he faintly hear the voice behind him. Your Highness, be careful. There are still ropes. The experience of these orcs, who had hunted by the river for years, had taught them to be cautious and safe. After Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's warhorse to break the first tripwire, the next two tripwires successfully overturned the warhorse. Damn it! Watching the howling orcs charging at him, Okrian Ryukin drew his sword, leaped from his horse, and unleashed a slash of war energy in flames. The sharp flames of war energy suddenly surged, and orcs within a radius of dozens of meters collapsed to the ground, wailing. The cutting power of the wind blades was terrifying. The orcs who survived dragged their intestines to try to piece their bodies back together. Damn it! These lingering creatures! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo scowled as he chopped down an orc who was trying to take advantage of the situation, his eyes widening. I'm going to kill them all! Those beasts! My horse! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo lamented. It said that a warhorse is a knight's second life. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo might not be a knight, but he needed a horse to get around. Without his horse, how could Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo make it south on his own 2 feet? Alright, your Highness, stop chasing. Okrian Ryukin urged hastily. These nomadic orcs are naturally adept at ambushes and traps. We're not afraid of them deep behind enemy lines, but we're bound to have to put in some effort. Okrian Ryukin sighed. Such useless things, tasteless to eat, a pity to discard. Killing them wouldn't even give him a sense of accomplishment. My horse? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gritted his teeth and said with grief. He had armored his warhorse. If it tripped over a ton of weight, it could have broken its legs. It should be fine. Okrian Ryukin helped Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo to his feet. After checking the hooves, he found no irreparable damage. Although it was covered in dust, its legs were fortunately intact. Thank God. Dragon God. Those beasts didn't dig a trap. Oh no! Otherwise, I'm in big trouble. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo breathed a sigh of relief. If his horse's leg were truly broken, he'd be reduced to mere foot soldiers. This wasn't the kingdom, and there were no conditions to treat the monsters, let alone the manpower and resources to transport them back home. Although he and Orishan Ryukin could share a horse, neither of them would be willing to do so unless absolutely necessary. We have to find a way to cross the river. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo glanced at the turbulent flow of the Anduin River. Let's follow the river downstream. The map shows that the border of the Kingdom of Gondor is currently here. Orishan Ryukin pointed to the map Roland had given them. We're here. Lake Ninhasel. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo clapped the map in his hand, gazing at the vast expanse of the lake before him in awe of the beauty. My opinion isn't as good as that of Falling Star Lake outside of Riverstorm. Orishan Ryukin complained. You haven't seen Starfall Lake, but Lake Ninhasel is right before your eyes. It's truly beautiful. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo exclaimed. Okrian Lucan opened his mouth to speak, but then he heard Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's words. This land should belong to the Empire. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's face was filled with regret and remorse. Okrian Ryukin blinked, realizing he was being too conservative. Is this Argonis? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo pointed to the 2 massive stone statues standing on the north bank and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, your Highness. Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin confirmed. You're just playing for attention. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his head in disdain. Yes, it's indeed a waste of manpower. Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin retorted. Remember to build me a bigger one than these later. What kind of level? A statue of the same standard as the Great Duke of the East? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo complained. Argonis consisted of 2 massive stone pillars, their huge gray figures and imposing presence. They are 2 great stone kings, depicting Isildur and Anarion, Gondor's first rulers. Weathered by the years yet still retaining their original form and spirit. Their eyes are blurry, their brows cracked, yet they gaze northward with a frown. Both statues raise their left hands, palms facing outward, in a warning gesture. In their right hands, they hold axes, and on their heads, they wear weathered and battered helmets and crowns. They are the silent guardians of a long-lost kingdom, still possessing great power and majesty, Grand Duke Orishan Athos muttered. What does your majesty mean by this information? Grand Duke Orishan Athos handed the information to Orishan Lucan. I suspect your majesty wants to tell you that this thing is most likely some kind of miraculous structure, possessing special abilities and properties. Orishan Lucan said uncertainly. Let's go! Let's take a look. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gritted his teeth and rode with Ryukin towards the statue on the east bank. Your Highness, it seems impossible to climb up? This stone statue is in such disrepair. It's too dangerous. Okrian Ryukin analyzed. It might really be a miracle structure. The fact that there are no orcs lurking nearby is quite remarkable. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo sneered. Chapter 978. Are these two the kings of Gondor, Isildur and Anarion? Okrian Ryukin sighed, gazing up at the two statues. Correct. Too bad there's no reward. Grand Duke Okrian Izuo joked. This is Ashamont, the Listening Mountain. Let's go up and take a look. It's said there's a tall throne atop it, offering a panoramic view of the entire Lake Ninissel area. Let's see if there's a ferry crossing. Grand Duke Okrian Izuo said calmly, gazing at Ashamont, where Gondor had once held a garrison during its heyday. Okay. Okrian Ryukin nodded, following his lord's footsteps. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo and Orishan Ryukin exchanged glances, each sensing the embarrassment in the other's eyes. It wasn't that King Roland's intelligence was false, but rather that it was all too real. So much time had passed since Gondor's heyday, and the stone steps leading up the mountain had been eroded by wind. Even climbing the path was difficult, let alone for horses. Could it be that the orcs disliked the steepness of the terrain and therefore didn't occupy it? Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo unabashedly speculated. It's possible. Gondor is in such dire straits that for Mordor, this place is no longer a frontier, but a heartland. Maintaining soldiers here serves no purpose. Okrian Ryukin thought for a moment and confirmed. After all, Gondor seems to have lost its old capital. Such an insignificant northern frontier location would likely be of little concern to either side. Let's tie up our horses and go take a look. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo expressed curiosity. After all, there are two things a raglan cannot refuse. A child, and the fact that they're already here. Be careful. Hee. Okrian Ryukin said, and before Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo could react, he laughed. After all, both of them were 6th level warriors. Long-distance flight wasn't reliable, but they were capable of short aerial combat. Even if they fell from such a steep slope, they wouldn't die. Let's go! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo smiled, shook his head, and drew his wind blade. A qualified warrior wouldn't be complacent in unfamiliar surroundings. After all, the nobles of the Eastern Territory didn't have a habit of making a mistake, and they weren't going to commit suicide. Climbing the winding southern staircase, the two carefully climbed the weathered steps to Ashamon, the Listening Mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a platform that vaguely evoked its former glory. From there, they saw a wide, flat circle paved with huge stone slabs and surrounded by crumbling battlements. In the center of the circle, atop 4 carved pillars sat a high pedestal, accessible by a long staircase. Okrian Ryukin fell silent. What did you see? Grand Duke Orishan Izuo wanted to test his people's knowledge. A miracle building. Orishan Ryukin lamented bitterly. What a sin! It's truly a miracle building. How dare they? Orishan Ryukin's eyes met Grand Duke Orishan Izuo's amused gaze, a half-smile urging him to continue. How dare you? Abandon this place? Grand Duke Orishan Izuo scoffed. Orishan Ryukin fell silent, clearly thinking this. No matter how powerful a miracle building is, it still needs people to use it. There's no point in defending it for a kingdom that can't even defend its capital. Grand Duke Orishan Izuo waved the map in his hand. The kingdom of Gondor, past its prime, was worthless. Let's go and experience the legacy of our once powerful friend. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo patted him on the shoulder. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was the first to ascend the throne and sit down. He let out a ugh. And a nervous Okrian Ryukin quickly drew his sword and watched cautiously. Hey! My friend, relax. Come up and take a look at this. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo showed off his new toy like a child who had found a fun thing. Oh! Okri and Ryukin curiously watched Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo rise and sit down. Swish. The world seemed to unfold before him. Okri and Ryukin was surprised to find he could see all of Middle-earth, though a few areas seemed obscured by fog. He looked northward, only to find the kingdom of Raglan shrouded in mist, seemingly invisible. Curious, he turned his gaze southward. Okri and Ryukin saw the Death Marsh, the towering black gate with the writhing orcs within, the towering giant ogres, and the towering black tower. That's... Okri and Ryukin thought he saw a huge red pupil open on the black tower, a demonic aura like magma flowing around it. Suddenly, the pupil suddenly turned and looked north. Okri and Ryukin's teeth chattered, his face turning pale, as if he had witnessed something terrifying. Hey! What's wrong with you, Ryukin? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo noticed the change in Okri and Ryukin's expression, and a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. What have you done? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo grabbed Okri and Ryukin, as wisps of black demonic energy began to emanate from him. This is Middle-earth, not the East. There's no human emperor banner emitting the primordial purple aura. God! There's a god! Mordor. God! Okri and Ryukin shuddered, his whole body twitching. What? A god? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo exclaimed in shock. He's watching me. He's seen me. Run! Someone's coming to capture us. A 6th level. Okri and Ryukin said in agony, grabbing Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo's armor. Him? Sauron? Grand Duke Axer's pupils shrank. Damn it! How could he have noticed you? Grand Duke Axer knew much of the kingdom's secrets. Roland hadn't concealed from him the knowledge that Mordor might harbor Sauron, the only known demigod in Middle-earth. Therefore, Grand Duke Axer held little reverence for Sauron. Sauron? Axer asked, his face pale and trembling. Master of the Orcs. We must leave. Can you move? Grand Duke Axer casually answered Axer's question, then looked at him anxiously. Yes. Axer trembled, a dark aura emanating from his body as he spoke. Damn it! Divine contamination? What a disgusting thing. Take it. Grand Duke Axer drew out the wind blade and threw it to Axer. Okri and Ryukin stared at Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo in bewilderment. If you don't want to become a ringwraith, take my sword and run with me. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo said helplessly. Roar! A faint dragon roar emanated from the wind blade held in Okri and Ryukin's hand, its fierce roar instantly shattering the swirling black demonic energy. Let's go! It's okay. Even if a god were to project his divine power from a distance, it would be suppressed by the dragon spirit. Assimilating you is impossible. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo dragged Okri and Ryukin away. Chapter 979. What a lunatic. What are you looking at Mordor for? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo grumbled. He had only casually glanced at the Wonder Building, not peered into the vast melting pot that was Mordor. Because Roland had already warned him, Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo knew full well that a demigod lurked there. I don't know. Okri and Ryukin shuddered, his eyes gleaming with fear and shock. Only the legendary gods could make him feel so insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. He actually locked eyes with a god and still managed to survive. We can't stay here, Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo said, his face livid. Apparently, Orishan Ryukin's actions had alerted Sauron of Mordor. If anything, this place was now Orc territory. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, a vague feeling welling up within him. His face darkened, realizing that Sauron was watching him. Family records contained records of divine awareness. Although Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo had never seen a god, it wasn't difficult to guess the source of this prying power. We're being watched. Let's go! Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo's face darkened, a look of gloom on his face. On the Death Marsh, a group of wolf riders foraging for food suddenly raised their heads and gazed skyward with a sense of purpose. Obscure and low-pitched evil words came from the void, accompanied by the rolling dark clouds of war. The terrifying pressure made the wolf riders bow their heads, and then they whimpered and flew northward as the dark clouds swept them away. Huge wolf claws left deep marks on the swampland, and the fishy smell of the earth drifted away with the wind. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo was still carefully supporting Okri and Lukin as he descended the weathered stone steps. Is it dark? Okri and Lukin looked palely southward, where dark clouds were rapidly approaching, as if a torrential downpour was about to fall. That's the ringwraiths coming. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo saw it clearly. What the hell were those dark clouds? It was summer, and climate change was normal, but who had ever seen those clouds move faster than lightning? So fast? And a whole bunch of them. They're already charging down from the horizon. Go! Your Highness! Okrion Ryukin pushed himself to his feet. His battle chi had been completely depleted, and his body was greedily absorbing the surrounding wind elements to replenish it. Because of Sauron's gaze and contamination, Okrion Ryukin, with the help of Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo, had forcibly dissipated his battle chi with the wind blade. He was now at his weakest. Are we surrounded? Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo said coldly, watching the line of wolf riders circling the hills. Charge. A 6th-rank swordsman was no philanthropist. Okrion Ryukin feared death, but his lord could not die. He forced himself to draw his sword. Clang. He fell to the ground. Fortunately, Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo quickly lowered his visor, or he would have been pierced by an arrow in the head. He groped on the ground with his hands, and found his dropped sword. Be careful. Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo whispered, turning and taking the orc wolf rider's arrows on his back. Go! Orishin Ryukin paused, then slashed through the incoming arrows with his sword and charged towards his warhorse. Swish! After slicing off a wolf rider's head with his sword, Orishin Ryukin dodged the wolf's attack and, with a two-handed swing of his sword, sent the wolf's head flying. Bang! Compared to the agile swordmaster Orishin Ryukin, Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo was far more brutal. Roaring, he charged into the wolf riders, who tried to stop him, ripping both men and wolves in two. Don't forget, the wind element's tearing and cutting power are among the highest in the entire elemental table. Beast! As he chopped down the wolf rider, Orishin Ryukin gracefully turned and grasped the orc's neck, which had fallen from the saddle, with one hand. Gaw! The orc tilted his head, and fell into a deep sleep. Being young is great, falling asleep the moment you tilt your head. Those beasts. Quick! Your Highness! Go! Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo called out as Okrion Ryukin cut down the last of the orc's rear guard. This advanced wolf cavalry squad was just SOSO. Although they were all professionals, since orcs didn't have the knight class, the bonus of their wolves was minimal, not to mention the full firepower of 2 level 6 professionals. Orc, I'm so sorry I couldn't satisfy you, my lords. Something's wrong. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo asked doubtfully. Wow! The green sword light like water waves quietly brushed past Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo's face, and flew behind him. There was no need to explain the tacit understanding between Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo and Okrion Ryukin. Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo trusted his people very much. Hiss! The sound of space cutting was clearly transmitted to the ears of the two men, and a silver-black long sword stretched out from the void, and steadily caught the attack of Okrion Ryukin. Razor! Go! Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly roared to Orishin Ryukin behind him. Damn it! Orishin Ryukin muttered, and without another word, he mounted his warhorse and galloped away. You can't escape the pursuit of darkness. Yuvasa emerged from the void, his black cloak fluttering slowly in the wind. Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo sneered. What kind of person dares to boast? Does he mean to be beaten like a dog by the kingdom? Fool! Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo looked at Yuvasa with disdain, grabbed his sword, and rode away. Yuvasa stood still behind him, making no attempt to charge. Your Highness? He didn't make a move? Okrion Ryukin was shocked. After all, Yuvasa was a ringwraith. The two were incompatible. How could they possibly coexist peacefully? Would he dare? His strength isn't in direct confrontation. He can't gain an advantage in hand-to-hand combat with us. Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo sneered. How could such a rat, who could only hide in the gutter, stand in the daylight? Are we safe? Okrion Ryukin sighed. No. The real danger hasn't begun yet. Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo glanced behind him. Yuvasa's figure stretched longer and longer, gradually disappearing. Why? Okrion Ryukin asked, puzzled. Because night is their home turf. Grand Duke Okrion Yasuo looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting, and they were still in this Mordor-controlled area. If that doesn't work, let's abandon our horses. Fly directly across the Anduin. Okrion Ryukin said. That might have been fine just now, but now. You don't want to be ambushed by a 6th-level space wielder in the sky. Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo shook his head and warned. Try to circle around them, and try to find a ferry. Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo sighed. If it weren't for the ringwraiths, they could easily carry their warhorses across the Anduin River. A momentary curiosity had led to such a disaster. Chapter 980. Your Majesty. Marquis Al-Tigran Franz humbly saluted Roland from the bottom of the steps. Huh? Are you pretending to be a scholar? What books? Roland teased, pointing to the stack of books in Marquis Al-Tigran Franz's arms. Hee, They're just some magic books. You know, I'm an earth mage, but I've been busy with government affairs for years, so I'm not very good at using magic. Marquis El Tigran Franz smiled awkwardly. After all, he had been supervising battles from behind for years, so he had the magic power of a 4th-level mage but lacked the corresponding casting skills and combat experience. So he planned to learn a little to prevent himself from being a drag on Roland. Well, it's good to see. While the kingdom doesn't expect you to lead the charge, it's still good to have the ability to defend yourself. Roland nodded. He wouldn't pursue Marquis Altigran Franz into battle, but basic self-defense skills were essential, lest he be left vulnerable when an attack came. How are the military integration preparations going? Roland asked calmly. They were handling all of this, and Roland only had to oversee the final steps. The knights have been divided, and the rest of the soldiers are still being rotated. Altigran Franz informed Roland of the current progress. The integration of the knights was still very slow, as 2 of the knights had barely formed a rapport or developed any fighting power. The 2 newly formed mixed knights. Hurry! It's summer already. Roland nodded and ordered. With summer approaching, the autumn harvest isn't far off. The army still needs to rest and recuperate before setting out. It takes time for the troops to adjust. Well, I tell your excellencies. Marquis Altigran Franz nodded. Duke Yufeng and Duke Joltia were also busy with this matter. Go ahead, speed up the process. Ask for anything you need. Roland paused, looking at Marquis Altigran Franz. He noticed embarrassment in his eyes. He bowed humbly, touching his chest in greeting. Roland blushed. He almost forgotten. This damned fellow was actually the finance minister he personally appointed. His outrageous remarks were like a battle between his left brain and his right. I will do my best to ensure the supply, Your Majesty. Marquis Altigran Franz said humbly, without any annoyance or emotion. Thank you for your hard work. If you need anything, you can come to Darien Nightblade. If I have it in my private vault, I definitely support you. Roland nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your consideration. Marquis Altigran Franz nodded. King Roland had made his promise, which reassured Marquis Altigran Franz. After all, the kingdom's finances weren't in a complete mess, but rather devastated. The 2 sets of account books left by Duke Yufeng and Duke Joltia had nearly driven Marquis Altigran Franz to murder. They'd been playing the Minister of Finance like an orc, but it wasn't their fault. After all, when the Swiftstream Road wasn't open, the kingdom had 2 political factions. While the accounts in the newly developed, remote areas of Lagran City were easy to manage, the accounts in the burgeoning Swiftstream City region were a mess. Taxes were levied according to mood, and there were no standards. Furthermore, Lagran never advocated for taking advantage of others' suffering. The large amounts of tax exemptions and state subsidies were completely unregulated, so the tax accounts were utterly rotten. Marquis Altigran Franz practically knelt on the ground, begging for the Great Fire to settle the accounts. Turns back to Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo. As the sky darkened, the 2 had no choice but to head north, searching for a way to cross the river. Your Highness, I'm much better. Orishan Ryuken's battle spirit had recovered somewhat. After all, a level SIXS recovery was already quite good. Orishan Ryuken's battle spirit had only been forced to dissipate after being contaminated by Sauron, and its essence remained intact. Fortunately, Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo discovered it in time, otherwise, with its contaminated essence, Orishan Ryuken would have been in the Ringwraith Reserve. Although the Ringwraiths were all corrupted paladins, without a paladin. In this case, we can make do with other level 6 fallen professionals. That's good. Let's continue north and see if we can find any scattered human settlements. Grand Duke Okirian Yasuo nodded. According to King Roland's intelligence, there are still scattered human survivors along the Anduin River. Those humans struggle tenaciously in the northern lands. The Scourge and the Orcs haven't extinguished their will to survive. Above are the southern and northern rivers. Once the fertile lands of Gondor. Now it's barren, but there should be some hardy humans surviving. Grand Duke Okirian Yasuo said, unfolding the map. You should have listened to me. We went east without any problems. And you're heading south? Okrian Ryuken complained. After all, Grand Duke Okrian Athos wasn't planning on entering Gondor through Rohan, but rather on going all the way there. How could I know you were going to ride straight up to Mordor? You have no idea how far it is from here. Grand Duke Okrian Athos complained as they rode through the mountains. Roar! A wolf howled, and a gray-black shadow pounced from the brush. Puff! The swords of the Eastern Grand Dukes weren't weak enough to be bullied by the Orc Wolf riders. What rubbish! Okrian Ryuken scoffed. He'd been tricked by the gods, not the orcs. And who dared to challenge him? He thought he was a pushover? Hey, hey! You really do have the aura of a pathetic second or third-tier swordsman right now. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo scoffed, finishing him off mercilessly. Really? That's tough on them. Okrian Ryukin grinned, his sword swiftly moving. Any orc who attempted a sneak attack was slain with a single blow. The road is too difficult, your highness. Think of a way. Okrian Ryukin angrily gazed at the orc wolf riders attacking relentlessly from the mountains. The sparsely wooded area and rolling hills provided them with their perfect cover. The constant barrage of arrows irritated Okrian Ryukin. Protect your horses. Those beasts are shooting at them. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo exclaimed. Perhaps the orcs, having discovered that the two tin cans were too difficult to open and too fast to run, had finally learned their lesson. Shoot the horses first. The clanking sound of arrows hitting the horse armor made Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shudder. After all, the warhorse's armor was certainly not as thick as the plate armor they wore. Even if the two stood there shooting at the orcs for a long time, the orcs might not be able to penetrate their armor, but the same could not be said for the horse armor. Strong wind sweeps away the dust. Shake up all filth. Turn the tide. Fire! The wind blade in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's hand vaguely resembled the image of two dragons. The next second, a passionate dragon roar accompanied the azure giant blade as it fiercely slashed. Buzz! Rocks and trees shattered instantly. Vast clouds of dust filled the sky. The wind element's shattering properties were fully demonstrated at this moment. A sword scar dozens of miles long appeared on the Ashimon Mountains. Chapter 981. Amazing! Okrian Ryukin clenched his fists, appearing incredibly excited. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's sword had clenched a path. Forbidden spell? Okrian Ryukin whispered, his hand still twitching as he followed closely behind Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, holding the reins. It's just a combat technique. Less energy-consuming than a forbidden spell. I teach you later. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said, unfazed, as he weaved through the dust. No, my style doesn't match. This kind of overbearing fighting style doesn't suit me. I prioritize speed and skill. Although tempted, Okrian Ryukin shook his head. His swordsmanship was known for its agility and cunningness, emphasizing the need for a fatal strike and a single kill. He couldn't learn this kind of sweeping, powerful, and overwhelming style. Well, that's a shame. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his head helplessly, thinking it was a shame that after all, Okrian Ryukin was the only one who could learn his style. Go! They're catching up. Okrian Ryukin warned. After all, the wolf riders in the mountains were far more agile than warhorses. The tree roots that troubled warhorses were perfect landing spots for wargs. These troublesome orcs were closing the gap at a visible rate. I'm truly impressed by these bastards. Just one glance at him. One look and he'd die. So stingy. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, annoyed by the orc's annoyance, grumbled as he galloped along the path he had carved. Hurry! We're almost out of the mountains. I never ride a horse into the mountains again. Okrian Ryukin exclaimed in delight, swearing a vow. The two of them had circled the foot of the mountain to the foot of Mount Amansha, but were blocked by the orcs as they approached, forcing them to flee through the forest. The hardships of the journey were evident in the foam in the warhorse's mouth. Something's wrong. Be careful. Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo was still wondering if the two had forgotten something when he saw a flicker in the void behind Orishin Ryukin. He instantly understood what it was. He finally realized he had forgotten the ring wraiths, the most threatening of all. Swish. The eardrum-piercing sound of the sword rang out, like the buzzing of thousands of bees. The entire space became sticky. Yuvasa was stunned. Why was the space in front of Orishin Ryukin so sticky? Hadn't he sealed off the space around him to prevent alerting the enemy? No! The soul fire in Yuvasa's eyes flashed, and a look of horror finally revealed itself. It was a terrifying, dense wind element vibrating the entire space. The air currents stirred by the wind. That was also wind. Boom! An inexplicable wave began to appear, centered on the blade of Orishin Ryukin's sword. It started as a slight fluctuation, then grew in frequency, rippling across the entirety of reality with visible spatial ripples. Space became viscous. Yuvasa, halfway into the void, preparing to flee, was instantly ejected by this strange wave. He was completely exposed in the real world, his cloak swirling around him. He stared awkwardly at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin, who were standing so close. His stagnant soul fire betrayed a rare, human-like fear. Haha, I just came to see. Unfazed by the lie, Yuvasa prepared to forcibly tear open the space before him and escape before he could even finish his words. Rip! Buzz! The newly ripped space healed instantly under the impact of the strange wave before Yuvasa could enter, leaving him, still charging, enveloped in the viscous space. Kill! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo sneered. The chance to strike down a fallen enemy had finally arrived. Yuvasa, now trapped in the alternate dimension, was like a pitiful child. His heart sank as he watched two strong men leap out of the bushes. I've been waiting for you. Okrian Ryukin chuckled sinisterly. Ever since he knew the ringwraith was Yuvasa, he had been concentrating his battle energy, apparently fooling the cautious Yuvasa. Combined with Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's fighting skills, which rivaled forbidden spells, Yuvasa mistakenly believed that both men's battle energy had been depleted. And this fellow would still hide in the shadows and watch. Boom! The once clear sky in the void suddenly exploded. Dense bands of cyan wind quickly appeared in the sky, then flashed and vanished. Simultaneously, the surrounding space was shattered, and shockwaves spread in all directions. Forbidden spell! Yuvasa exclaimed in horror. He wasn't frightened by the spell's power, but rather by the fact that it was a spatially controlled spell. Swish! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo turned and struck back. The cyan, shimmering blade of battle energy left a hideous wound on Yuvasa's breastplate, and wisps of black energy gushed out uncontrollably. Kill! Okrian Ryukin's face paled, but he still mustered his battle spirit and charged at Yuvasa. Bang! Yuvasa kicked Okrian Ryukin, leaping from his horse, into the ravine. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Yuvasa's mouth. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo frowned, his sword stilling for a moment before a flash of light returned to its original form. However, the following strike also missed. Yuvasa had already transformed into a puff of black smoke, sprinting through the forest. Ryukin! Ryukin! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo stood frozen for a few seconds before roaring loudly. He looked around for his men. Stop yelling. Rest. A pale-faced Okrian Ryukin said helplessly as he climbed out, one hand supporting his sword and the other scraping at the dirt. Good boy. I knew you'd be alright. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo rushed over, tugged him up, and embraced him, his eyes filled with recognition and excitement. Where's that bastard? Is my marquis here? Okrian Ryukin quipped. He ran away. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's face darkened as he shrugged. I knew he wasn't that easy to kill. What a shame I've been preparing this whole time. Okrian Ryukin grimaced. That was a forbidden spell just now. Wind Scar forbidden spell, right? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked up at the sky. The fluctuations in the void had finally subsided, and space had calmed down again. Yeah, who could have imagined I learned a control-type forbidden spell? Okrian Ryukin said sinisterly. The Swordmaster's high-burst attacks combined with his high-intensity control forbidden spells would surely overwhelm anyone who didn't understand him. What a shame, he even escaped through the spatial blockade. Okrian Ryukin sighed. That forbidden spell was a very insidious one. If it had been arranged in advance, it could have been cast instantly, just like Okrian Ryukin. Although it was a forbidden spell, its destructive power was minimal. Essentially, it used wind elements to vibrate a certain area of space, causing spatial fluctuations, and deactivating anchor points to achieve the purpose of airlocking. It was a skill extremely effective against 6th tier and spatial attribute creatures. Let him escape, at least it's better than constantly watching us. That strike would have kept him awake for a year or two. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo lamented. It was a shame the wind element didn't have a critical hit on the ringwraiths. Chapter 982. Gundor? Grand Duke Orishan Izuo raised an uncertain brow. This is Rohan. The old man rowing the boat looked at Grand Duke Orishan Izuo with a gloomy expression. Orishan Ryukin waved the map in his hand, pointing Grand Duke Orishan Izuo in the general direction of their current location. Are we heading for Rohan? Grand Duke Orishan Y's mouth twitched. Orishan Ryukin clenched his fist, then reluctantly let go. After all, the mess he had caused had sent the two men madly fleeing north. If he hadn't been so humiliated as to visit the Black Tower of Mordor, they would have already entered Gundor by now. Ah! Outsiders, you don't know where you're going, do you? A look of shock flashed in the old man rowing the boat's eyes. We want to visit the kingdom of Gundor. Can you sail downstream? I double your reward. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo said, pulling out a few gold dragon coins. Are you crazy? Or am I? The old man rowing the boat was a second-level mage. The magic in his hand surged, and the boat instantly sped up. We can pay more. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo said quickly. This isn't about paying more. You have to understand that ferries on the Anduin River are rare. The numerous monsters in the river will attack them. Only an enchanted ferry can cross the Anduin River like this. The old man said helplessly, putting on his hood. Carrying a warhorse across the river is already difficult, let alone floating on the water for days. You might be fine if you alert the aquatic monsters, but I'd definitely die, the old man said helplessly with a dark face. This boat uses a third-level cloaking magic array. Ordinary monsters will basically ignore the boat's movement, and even those overlord monsters won't bother with us small fry, but if you don't know better. The old man purred, implying that you should just cross the river quickly and stop engaging in such suicidal activities. High-level monsters? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo piqued his interest. After all, hunting high-level monsters was once a joy in the lives of the imperial nobility. Of course. Don't underestimate the peace now. The water here is clear and shallow, so high-level monsters won't come here unless it's safe. Otherwise, hey! Forget the third-level magic array camouflage. Even a sixth-level one wouldn't work. The old man sighed. Let go. Okrian Ryukin opened his mouth to retort, but Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo calmly tugged at his clothes, finally silencing him. Okrian Ryukin gritted his teeth helplessly at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Did the old man even know what he was talking about? 6th-tier concealment magic? Isn't that second only to forbidden spells? Even a dragon would be stunned for a moment by magic of that level. Do you have a fixed route? Okrian Yasuo asked openly. Of course. I usually catch low-level aquatic magical beasts here, living on magic crystals and magical materials, which I use to support my own training. I also serve as a ferryman when I encounter travelers crossing the river. The old man smiled. It was obvious that not many people crossed the river, and this was just a side job. The real reason he stayed here was the abundant and safe magical beast resources. The calm, clear water wouldn't attract high-level magical beasts, but it was a good place for low-level ones to survive. Once we're across the river, we're in Rohan. This is the southern Hatel region. Judging from your appearance, you two must have been on the run. The old man smiled faintly. It was obvious that Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and his companions were not ordinary travelers crossing the river. Their heavily armed heavy cavalry, and the smell of blood made it clear that they were not kind travelers. Furthermore, their fighting spirit was so strong that the old man couldn't tell for sure. They must be high-level warriors of the 3rd or 4th level. The old man kindly reminded them of this, a chance encounter. Thank you. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo glared at Okrian Lejingdai, because he had just pointed him to the northern Hatal region, and had almost led him astray again. You're welcome. Your journey from the east must have been rough, and since you've taken the wrong road, I can't bear to see you get lost. The old man smiled. Rohan had no major cities on the borders of the Anduin River, just a few villages and small towns scattered along the river. It was no easy task for the two men to navigate their way back to their location. Bang! The boat gently bumped against the wooden dock, and Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo finally revealed a look of relief. Thank you for your help. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo pressed a few gold coins and a potion to restore his magic power into the old man's hand, then struggled to climb onto the dock and began to lead the two warhorses. The old man's boat was small, over 10 meters long, and with 2 horses and 3 men aboard, it was already drawing quite a bit of water. Oh! A hefty reward? The old man weighed the potion bottle in his hand, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. After all, a professional who could so easily dispense potions was not someone he could afford to offend. Be careful. The kingdom of Rohan is not peaceful right now. There are small-scale orc attacks on border villages. Orcs are rampant, and the nobles are corrupt. If possible, avoid spending the night in the wilderness. In this world, people are more terrifying than orcs. The old man shook his head, then tied up the boat and jumped onto the dock. Thank you. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo patted his chest. You're welcome. If you return to my ship, I give you a discount. Have a safe trip. The old man winked comically, wishing the two of them a happy trip. Let's go! Rohan! We're coming! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo patted the still-dazed Okrian Ryukin. Has your majesty decided to send troops this autumn? Duke Apophis Brio asked anxiously. To be precise, a coalition. Dura, the 4th-tier wood mage, reminded him. A coalition? Leo Brio frowned in surprise. Then you never pay attention to the kingdom's intelligence. Apophis Brio twitched his lips. Our territory may not be able to support it. Several kingdoms have armies of at least several thousand men. While each kingdom will bear the cost of food and supplies, we can't just sit back and watch, Olaf said. After all, the social etiquette of the kingdom still applies, and the Lion's Landing will have to pay a price. That makes sense. Let's gather supplies first. If that doesn't work, we can trade some equipment with the Bjorn. Apophis Bleer nodded, thinking he had to drag others into this. Besides, the opening of the east-west highway would benefit more than just one party. Bjorn would benefit too. Thinking of this, Apophis Blear's chances of recruiting them increased a bit. The Alliance wants to open the east-west highway. Whose idea was it? Thranduil, sitting on the throne, reported to the lieutenant below in surprise. It's King Roland. The lieutenant bowed his head. King Roland? That's not surprising. It was well known in the northern kingdom of Lagrange that King Roland was known for his unruly ways. Thranduil wasn't surprised at all. What does he mean? Borrowing the passage? That doesn't seem to require a special notification. Thranduil asked curiously, then thought of the coalition's likely massive force of several thousand men, and understood. No, besides borrowing the passage, King Roland also wants us to send troops to assist. The adjutant said expressionlessly, his head bowed. Chapter 983. Send troops? Thranduil instinctively refused. After all, his father had died outside the Black Gate in the final battle years earlier, leaving him with the same post-war psychological distress as the Star Elves. The Battle of the Five Armies was simply a fight with the dwarves to retrieve the elven arcana. Thranduil fell silent for a rare moment. Psychologically, he was unwilling to allow the forest elves to leave the kingdom. The kingdom possessed a comprehensive defense system, and the protection of various magical arrays. In the Elf King Thranduil's opinion, if they were determined to retreat, the orcs and the ringwraiths would be powerless against them. Elves have a low food requirement. The magic well provides a constant source of energy, allowing them to maintain a constant supply of vegetables and fruit. A small amount of vegetables and fruit is enough to sustain the entire elven kingdom. With everything self-sufficient, Thranduil preferred to live a secluded life. Although he was a member of the Northern Alliance, compared to the humans and dwarves of Dale, Thranduil's membership was forced upon him. The current environment was quite good. He had no intention of seeking change. What about the Star Elves? King Roland didn't say what they said. Thranduil fell silent. After all, the Star Elves were far away, ensconced in the Mirkwood. It was said they had recently helped the Alliance contain a number of orcs. Star Elf King Eovia and Star Dragon Knight Peter Grow led the Elf Rangers in creating numerous problems for the Dol Guldur orcs. Thranduil's silence stemmed from the fact that he noticed only the Woodland Kingdom seemed to be idle. The dwarves were being exploited in the north, and Raglan was even more so. A weightlifting champion, shooting at the orcs left and right. Everyone else was doing something, to varying degrees. The Woodland Kingdom's capital wasn't far from the other kingdoms, but it was undoubtedly the most isolated of them all. What's your reply? The lieutenant frowned. Ever since his prince, Legolas, had gone off to gain experience, Thranduil, without anyone to oversee him, had become increasingly indecisive and timid. His lieutenant understood that Thranduil feared war and the sacrifice of his people, but unfortunately, the war was not subject to his will. I go meet them. Thranduil decided to personally investigate the situation. After all, this coalition's movements were quite significant. Although he had his doubts, he didn't want to be branded a traitor for no reason. What? Thranduil himself? Oh my! What a great honor! Roland explained in astonishment. His small temple had actually attracted a figure like Thranduil. You have to remember that in the original history, Thranduil's activities between the Battle of the Five Armies and the War of the Ring were largely absent. This not only demonstrated the safety of the Woodland Kingdom, but also proved Thranduil's inaction. What does he mean? Roland couldn't understand why the mighty Elf King suddenly came to River Rapids. Lord Yafone is rallying his troops there. He'd take good care of the Elf King. Duke Jolstia nodded at Roland, indicating that Roland wouldn't neglect him. I think Thranduil's here because of the coalition. Roland clasped his fingers together, pondering. After all, no one would come here for no reason. Thranduil's unusual appearance in River Rapids must have his own agenda. Coalition? Did we leave room for the elves back then? Duke Joltia was stunned. After all, when he was considering the coalition, he hadn't considered Thranduil's financial resources. Isn't it? Roland had always remembered Thranduil as a reclusive, homebody ruler. This acquired trait made him accustomed to avoiding everything, except for beating up dwarves. Then, Duke Joltia turned and looked at Roland, somewhat unsure how to begin. After all, they were all respectable people, and there were rules between kings. It was hard for Roland, as the king, to not receive the king's visit. Even though Yunfeng's position as prime minister wasn't low, it still gave him something to talk about. I go see him. Caslow. Come with me. Roland patted Caslow's shoulder. Caslow was now full of life again. Although his injuries were severe, the Dragon Rider's incredible recovery ability had restored him to full health. Yes, your majesty. Casso nodded. After all, the only dragon in the kingdom Roland could legitimately ride was Cardo. After all, the wind dragon's blood had been a life-saving grace to Cardo, then a four-legged flying dragon. No other dragon would allow Roland to ride on his back, not even the king. I leave the household to you. My queen. Roland winked playfully at Nyx. With his departure as king, Nyx, as queen, would automatically take over. Lagran's dual empire system of two monarchs would minimize the risk of a sudden collapse of the nation's core. Yes, my husband. Be careful on your journey. Nyx nodded gently. I will help Her Majesty the Queen with government affairs. Duke Joltea said, rubbing his chest. Should I come along? Folin Yuan, who had been lost in thought for a while, asked nearby. No need, just keep an eye on the other side. I'm going to see an old friend, not attend a hangman feast. Roland was speechless after looking at the people, all braced for battle as if facing a formidable enemy. His face was solemn and dignified, a farewell of life and death. Roland. Your Majesty, you arrived? Everyone's been waiting. On the terrace of the central castle of the now expanded and prosperous River Rapid City, Duke Yifeng, dressed in elegant robes, waited. Upon seeing Roland, he eagerly rushed forward for the first time in years. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Your Majesty! You're finally here. Yifeng dragged Roland towards the castle without a word. Wait. Why are you in such a hurry? His Highness Thranduil can't escape. Roland asked, puzzled. He was dragged into the banquet hall by Yifeng like a puppet. The path was filled with hurried attendants, evidently having gone ahead to inform the guests. The aroma of food began to rise from the kitchen. I want to see what's going on. Unconvinced, Roland didn't wait for the attendants and pushed open the banquet hall door himself. Holy crap. Roland was shocked. So that's what was going on. Good afternoon, His Highness Roland. King Bard of the Valley patted his chest and nodded. Good afternoon, Your Highness. King Whitewing of Aquavia smiled and nodded at Roland. My brother. It's nice to see you. You look like you're doing well. Thorin, standing beside him, put down his glass and stood up. Hello, Your Highness. Thranduil saluted gracefully last. Roland turned to look at Yifeng behind him. You didn't tell me this was going on. Chapter 984. Are all here? Roland laughed dryly, signaling with his eyes for Yifeng to come to his rescue. After all, Roland was completely unprepared to be greeted by this group of kings so unexpectedly. Greetings, Your Majesty. It's my honor to serve you, Thorin said jokingly, standing up. All right, we're friends, no need for formalities. No need to play those empty games between us, Roland said, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Hey, I have to give you some face. You're having such a great time fighting in the East. Thorin smiled. Don't mention it. We're almost depleted, Roland said, trying to play the victim. Depleted? Didn't you say you wiped out the Wainriders? Thranduil asked curiously. Roland turned around in horror, wondering who had betrayed him. Had he been killed by the Wainriders? Listen, King Thranduil, that's a rumor. If I had the power to crush the Wainriders, I wouldn't have to gather everyone together to find a solution. We could just open up the East-West Highway, Roland said awkwardly. He could easily imagine someone spreading the rumor, and eventually it would reach the Woodland Kingdom, with the story that King Roland had annihilated the entire Wainrider army. Oh, I see. Thranduil nodded in understanding. Compared to the intelligence report that the Kingdom of Lagrange had annihilated the entire Wainrider army, King Roland said, it's more realistic. The charioteers aren't just random people. As a major clan in Middle-earth, they're certainly formidable. There's no shortage of level 6 warriors, given their massive population. They could easily form a large group. Your Highness, Roland, we've been summoned. I think we should discuss a set of rules for this expedition. Bai Yi interrupted, pointing out that the Roland family was the initiator of this war, and that they were all responding to Roland's call. Bai Yi's words were a gesture of support for Roland, as they already hinted at Lagrange's leadership. I have no objection. I enjoyed the days fighting King Roland. The Battle of Lake Town is still unfolding. I'm honored to fight alongside you again. King Bard was also a man of discerning eyes and wisdom. He immediately made the same choice as Whitewing. Honestly, both the Kingdom of Aquavia and the Riverlands prospered thanks to the city of River Rapids in the Kingdom of Raglan. River Rapids has brought with it a vast artisan community. It has not only revitalized the economy of the entire lake region, but has also enriched the lives of the people of the various kingdoms. Even the dwarves' tables are filled with exquisite celadon produced in the Kingdom of Raglan. Aluber has no objection. So, Lin shook his head. He wasn't particularly politically sensitive. So, adhering to the principle of do less, make fewer mistakes, Thorin simply followed his heart and went with the flow. After all, opening trade routes wouldn't harm the Lonely Mountain. Dwarven weapons always had a market. Thorin had no resistance to adding glittering treasures to the treasury. Although he escaped the curse of the dragon's gold, the love of wealth was in the nature of the dwarves. Oh no! The author might be a dwarf. I have a question. What is our ultimate goal? Where do we need to fight? Thranduil gazed calmly into Roland's eyes, without any doubt, only sincerity. I don't know, but we fight wherever the east and west road leads. At least, we need to connect with the civilization of the Western world. Roland smiled. He didn't know the situation in the Western world, but he knew it would take some time. The east and west roads on both sides of the Misty Mountains had long been abandoned. The eastern road had become somewhat cleaner after the cleansing of the Raglan and Bjorn. The western road didn't have soldiers regularly strangling those orcs and trolls. One could imagine what monsters and demons were roaming the wilderness. As you wish. The woodland elves are willing to join the war. Thranduil finally nodded. After all, Thranduil still had a good sense of the situation. If he didn't get on the carriage now, he would be embarrassed to ask when the spoils were divided later. Besides, trade did have its benefits, and Thranduil also hoped to have goods to enrich life in his kingdom. No one wanted to live a comfortable life ascetic. Just like the steppe elves now. Driving them down from the war tree would be the same as killing them. Roland nodded. Although he didn't care whether the woodland elves joined or not, having them was naturally better. The battle elf rangers of the Misty Mountains were more suitable than humans and dwarves. What's the route? Thorin was concerned about the route. Oh! My brother! You know this better than me. You forgot how you got here? Just retrace your steps. Roland shrugged. Oh! Wait! That's not right. Thorin was suddenly stunned. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him, hoping he would say something new. The number of people isn't right. Look! Thorin exclaimed to Roland in surprise, pulling open the map on the wall, as if he had discovered a new world. The number of people isn't right? Roland was bewildered. After all, this expedition was essentially Yun Feng's attempt to consolidate the northern forces. Roland only had the decision-making power, while the planning authority rested entirely with his nobles and generals. After all, Roland was confident he was no match for anyone in strategic planning, but tactically, he trusted his men to do better. Tell me about your findings? Roland glanced at Yun Feng, who was also bewildered, and raised his neck to Thorin. It's like this, my friend. Look! From our departure to the western foot of the Misty Mountains, the entire route is in our control. The only danger lies along the new forest road we took here. But with the elven rangers escorting us, we have no trouble, Thorin said sternly. If we want to communicate with the western world, we only need to reach the last bridge. Further west, we reach Bree. Thorin remembered this road vividly, as he and Roland had traveled it during the Lonely Mountain expedition. Wait! How many men have you prepared? Roland suddenly asked curiously. He had never considered the manpower required for this military operation. After all, the kingdom wasn't short of soldiers right now. It wasn't that it was truly wealthy enough to have a strong army, but rather that several nearby hostile factions had been defeated and their men were recovering from their injuries. Excluding the Woodland Kingdom, our three kingdoms have a combined force of 1,500. Of course, don't worry, my friend. We take care of the supplies ourselves, Thorin said quickly, fearing Roland's anger. News of Raglan's food shortage spread throughout the north, and Thorin naturally wouldn't seek to embarrass himself. After all, feeding 1,500 soldiers without work would be a massive expense. Excuse me, that's a bit of a waste. Thorin shrugged speechlessly. After all, they had recaptured the Lonely Mountain with just a dozen men. This time, there were no terrifying dragons or massive armies of orcs, only scattered stragglers and trolls along the way. Not to mention that Raglan could provide a massive army all by itself. Thorin estimated that Raglan's forces would be no less than those of the coalition forces. Besides, we also plan to take the Bjorns aboard. Karlach has a large population, and Bjorn could recruit a militia to join us. Bard interrupted Thorin. And King Thranduil will also send troops to assist. Whitewing glanced at Thranduil, who sat there with a smile and composure, and nodded. Chapter 985. To sum up, our forces have reached 5,000 to 6,000. This is a regular army. The Western world is different from the North. Sending such a force there might cause unnecessary panic. Thorin scratched his head. Having spent some time in the Western world, Thorin undoubtedly had a say. The northern part of the Western world has been anarchic since the fall of the Kingdom of Arnor. There is no stable, powerful government here. The kingdoms of Arthedain, Rudor, and Calendar have all fallen one after another. From the eastern road to Bree, and from Bree to the Shire, aside from the autonomous cities of the hobbits, there is no strong government anywhere else. The lack of government means few serious, full-time soldiers besides the militia. Perhaps the local nobles and landowners maintain some private armies, but getting support is incredibly difficult. For example, scare Elrond to death? Roland shrugged and joked. Come on, this army will surely cause panic in Rivendell. Rivendell is right in our path. We might actually have to fight the elves of Rivendell. Thorin flexed his arms. His eyes held no fear of war, only a thirst for blood. Enough. King Iron is a wise and merciful man. He wouldn't launch a war without reason. Thranduil retorted, clutching his forehead. But a large army is indeed troublesome. Yunfeng nodded thoughtfully. Middle-earth has no highways, and the rough roads would discourage most people. Add to that the difficulty of supplying. The cost of food and fodder for so many people would be astronomical. I'm more worried about the organizational issues. Roland expressed his concerns. While the combined strength of several factions might be impressive, their coordination and tacit understanding were indeed questionable. The dwarves and the Raglan army were likely capable of fighting side by side to the bitter end. White Wing's army is composed of northern nomads. They're no problem fighting when the tide is favorable, but if the losses exceed their capacity, they naturally retreat quickly. White Wing bought Roland a lot of Sharma horses, and he has a large number of semi-professional rangers at his disposal. The woodland elves, needless to say, would be as humiliated as if Thranduil's mother had died. It's not that the elves can't fight a tough battle, but they don't want to fight this one. The most reassuring fighting force is Dale. Bard has saved up a lot of money, and bought a lot of equipment, but Dale has a strong foundation. Not only are there few professionals, but there are also not many semi-professional soldiers. A bunch of well-equipped old farmers on the battlefield would be a waste of money if they were to face a disadvantage. Who should lead the coalition? What's the order of battle? How should supplies and camps be arranged along the way? I hope to open up trade routes, not just send thousands of people rushing to their deaths. Roland clenched his fist. We need to be cautious. These thousands of people are the most elite troops in the north. If we lose them... Yunfeng didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. We lose our strategic offensive capabilities for a long time, and will only be able to resort to passive defense. Thorin calmly toyed with the silver cup in his hand, as if it were a rare treasure. Indeed, even without considering Roland's massive military deployment, if these thousands of men were truly lost, the northern kingdoms would be forced to retreat. And Raglan could simply abandon its pioneering journey. Without even the ability to maintain patrols along its vast border, the kingdom would truly be deprived of its mobile forces, and the vast border would be like a sieve draining Raglan's blood. Do you think the orcs now don't want to cross the Swift River? That's the line of Raglan's newly built cities, forming the original Swift River defense line. Let's demonstrate fairness. Let's vote for the leader of the coalition. Roland coughed softly, drawing everyone's attention. He'd be lying if he said he didn't want command. After all, none of the northern kingdoms of the Lonely Mountain Alliance were Roland's vassals. Roland wanted to be the leader, not Yuan Shao. Even though he contributed the most, using power to pressure others would inevitably lead to vetoes and disobedience. Fair enough. Bard nodded. The other kings looked at each other and nodded. Regardless of the outcome, at least the process was well organized, and no one could find fault. I vote for our General Omsk. Roland was the first to raise his hand. Agreed. I vote for King Roland. Thorin set down his silver cup and was about to speak, but Bard spoke first, making his choice. TSK. I vote for King Roland too. Friends of dwarves wouldn't betray their brothers, would they? Thorin said, pouting at Thranduil. Seeing the two men barely putting on a show, Thorin made his own choice, not forgetting to give the woodland elves a slap in the face. After all, the woodland elves had nearly fled twice while supporting the dwarves of Lonely Mountain. I agree with King Roland too. White Wing nodded. He had migrated from the north and, over the years, had gathered the Northland nomads sent by Raglan, helping the kingdom grow and prosper. He understood the importance of returning the favor. I have no objection. Thranduil glanced at the four men, his mouth twitching. Although he had expected this outcome, he hadn't expected them to be so impulsive, especially Bard, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, to act as the leader. Thranduil had been waiting for Thorin to nominate Roland, but in the blink of an eye, all three had chosen. Then I'd be honored to refuse. We command the coalition this time. Roland stood up and patted his chest in greeting. If possible, I'd like to hear your arrangements. Thranduil wasn't one to be fooled. He agreed to surrender military command in exchange for Raglan not using the elves as consumables. While the elves might be a bit proud, no one could doubt their loyalty to the Alliance. The souls of the elves still drifted through the death marshes. Of course. It's only right, Roland said, understanding. Even if Thranduil didn't ask, he had to tell him. After all, putting it out there in advance would save everyone some trouble in case of any unexpected events later. This expedition will depart from the Woodland Kingdom, and will be led by the Woodland Elves as vanguards and scouts until we reach the Misty Mountains to the west. Of course, this is because you didn't give me the Elven Spearmen. Roland smiled. Thranduil nodded without saying anything. Having the Elven Rangers lead the woodland battle wasn't selling them out. On the contrary, it was King Roland's recognition of their fighting prowess. Thranduil didn't need to look at the map to know that Roland had said the elves would lead the vanguard in the woodlands. Leaving other races to lead the way in this kind of terrain would be selling out the coalition forces. The infantry of the Kingdom of Raglan, the dwarves, and Dale will form the center. They'd be responsible for a steady advance. The Rangers of Achaia, supplementing the Raglan Knights, will be responsible for communication along the way and repelling sporadic orcs. They also provide reinforcements for the Knights' charge when necessary. Roland nodded at White Wing, who nodded in agreement. What about us, King Roland? Bard asked awkwardly, seeing that everyone else had been mentioned but he hadn't been. Given Dale's sparse population and weak military, you simply cover the rear and guard our retreat. Roland didn't ask for much. Thank you for your understanding. Bud looked at Roland and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 986. Wait. You mean to send the 14th Knights, the reorganized 14th Legion of the Empire, and the Cross Balhenia Knights to attack? Yunfeng asked, looking at Roland in shock. Yeah. What else? Roland asked, puzzled. He didn't have time to carefully hone these two orders, so he could only practice through combat. Don't be fooled by the chaotic organizational structure of the two orders, but they were legitimate Imperial Knights after all. Even those liberal, anti-royalist knights were furious when they saw Logron's current situation. After all, when had the Empire ever been so destitute? Even in the end, the King's Landing family, the defenders of the northern frontier, could organize 1,000-man banner knights to launch a desperate charge. Well, our King Roland only had 4 banner knights, in some ways even fewer than the Imperial Border Earl's knights, family soldiers plus the Imperial garrison. Okay. Forget the 14th Knights, let's talk about the Cross Balhenia Knights. Their patrols are a mess, and their tacit understanding is almost non-existent, Yunfeng said solemnly. After a pause, he finally spoke frankly. In his eyes, this knightly order, with barely any reorganization and training, was essentially courting death. The 14th Knights, with half a regiment of the Holy Glory Knights mixed in, had some chemistry and fighting prowess, but the Cross Balhenia Knights, with their corps of various immortals and the Cross Balhenia Knights, were nothing more than a dung-pitched pillow. They looked impressive, but when deployed, they were nothing more than terrifying. There's no time. We don't have time to find those orcs to fight and equip them. I know it's risky, but you have to trust them. Each of them, taken individually, is a proud knight of Lagran. Not some timid village peasant. Even the most unmatched knight can wield a lance. They're not comparable to peasant soldiers wielding dung forks, Roland said gravely. And you must trust Knight Commander Radian. Reclaiming the Principality of Nyx and restoring the Cross Balhenia Knights has been his lifelong wish. Now I'm giving him this opportunity. Whether he seizes it or not is up to the Dragon God. Roland calmly knocked on the table. Yunfeng's eyelids twitched. You're gambled an entire order? Giving it to a knight commander to practice with? Don't look at me like that. I gave him the opportunity. Whether he seizes it or not is up to him. I'm glad he's loyal to my wife. But if he doesn't seize this opportunity, then he shouldn't complain in the future. I done my best, Roland said calmly. Yunfeng's eyes quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Roland's words. Ladian's dismissiveness wasn't a secret among the higher-ups. Roland admired his unwavering loyalty to Nyx, and for Nyx's sake, he was willing to give the Cross Balhenia Knights a chance to revive. After all, the Grand Duchy of Nyx might be restored in the future, but the Cross Balhenia Knights weren't guaranteed to reappear. A 4th-ranked knight commander wasn't exactly a bargain, so Roland didn't intend to squander it. Instead, he chose to seize this opportunity to give Ladian a chance to showcase his abilities. If successful, he would remain Nyx's personal guard, and the Knight's Order would be assigned to the Queen's military command by Roland. But if they failed, if they blew it, then Ladian, stop nagging me and just be my slave. Put on a smug face when you don't achieve anything. Isn't this going too far? Yun Feng asked worriedly. If the ogres and orcs along the way can cause this order to fall apart, then he's naturally unqualified to lead it. What's the difference between a general, who can't control his own army, and a worthless one? Roland smiled. Many of the members of the Cross-Bohemian Knights were deliberately left behind by him, as troublemakers, from the 14th Legion. This was exactly the test Roland left for Lavian. Lavian understood this when he took over the order. So much for going too far? Do you really think the 14th Knights will just walk out like this? I've chosen a suitable commander for them. Someone will cover their backs. Roland grinned, as if everything was under control. Sir Omsk, why is it so lively here? A burly figure greeted Omsk at the night training ground outside the city of Swift Current. Hello. Sir Mogus. What brings you here? Omsk looked curiously at this hero, who was little known in the kingdom, but he never underestimated any hero. A 6th-tier hero would understand a 6th-tier hero better. Omsk knew that beneath Mogus's simple appearance lay a profound power. Transfer order. Your Majesty has appointed me deputy commander. Mogus kindly handed the transfer order to Omsk. This hero, from the Vladivostok family of the Hand of Swift Current, had severed ties with his family, and chosen to pledge allegiance. The queen was incredibly low-key, maintaining a friendly yet distant relationship with everyone. Omsk admired the Swift Hand family's foresight for this. The timely assistance of a 6th-rank hero was enough to maintain the La Grande royal family's continued favor with the Swift Hand family. It was foreseeable that, as long as the Vladivostok family didn't stoop so far as to rebel, they would continue to stand with the kingdom as they had in the past. Wow! A high-end configuration. 2 6th-rank knights in one order? Is the kingdom that wealthy? Omsk quipped. Lord Caslow will also be joining us. Mogus then spoke. Ms. Ajax is in trouble. Omsk shook his head and sighed. He wasn't surprised that a dragon knight was accompanying them on this trip, but it was a bit amusing that this unfortunate person was Caslow. But upon reflection, he was the only suitable candidate. That's right. His Majesty has given Ajax and Caslow a leave of absence. He hopes they have a child to continue the Caslow family line. Mogus said. Caslow seems to be a commoner, right? He doesn't even have a surname yet? Omsk frowned suddenly. Caslow had been with Roland all this time, and had made great contributions, making him Roland's absolute confidant. But because of his commoner background, Caslow was just an ordinary dragon rider in the Empire when he first appeared. He didn't have his own surname. Furthermore, Roland wasn't originally from Middle-earth, so he'd been calling Caslow by his first name and had gotten used to it, so he didn't even have a surname problem. Then he has two choices, either follow Ajax's Antonine family or choose his own surname. Mogus shook his head. Another option is to take His Majesty's surname. After all, he's a retainer. If Caslow agrees, His Majesty doesn't mind. Omsk shrugged. Given his understanding of Roland, he wasn't surprised. Roland would definitely agree. Now it was up to Caslow to decide. By the way, why are you here? Do even level 6 heroes need basic training to stay in shape? Mogus asked Omsk in confusion. Here. Show this kid some ground. Omsk pointed to the training grounds, where Ravian had just taken down a troublemaker. Seeing some fun, everyone quickly gathered around. I don't understand why His Majesty wants to bring this knightly order with him. Did the Holy Glory Knights disappoint him? Omsk asked, puzzled. No. It's precisely because they're too good. Ordinary knight orders without training opportunities are useless. Roland's voice came from behind them. Chapter 987. The kingdom shouldn't rely solely on the Holy Glory Knights to carry the banner. The other legions need training, Roland said calmly, looking at Ravian, who was competing with a knight in swordsmanship on the training ground. Although the Romanian Royal Knights haven't experienced much battle, they are well organized. Their upper limit may not be very high, but their lower limit is definitely not low, Roland commented. After all, they are carefully selected by the royal family. Regardless of the upper limit, they are definitely capable of providing a solid bottom line. Okay. Omsk and Mogus nodded. No wonder King Roland arranged 2 6th-level heroes to join the team as a backup. What about the Cross-Bohemian Knights? Only 1 4th-level knight commander? Omsk raised an eyebrow, realizing that the situation was not satisfactory. Just keep an eye on them. Don't worry about the specific arrangements. Roland shook his head and said nothing more. The rest was left to the two of them to figure out on their own. Your Majesty, I've been looking for you for a long time. I heard you were here. I finally found you. Marquis El Tigran Franz smiled flatteringly, and after a respectful bow, he spoke gracefully. Oh, What's the matter, my dear Marquis? Roland was quite taken in. He was very willing to be close to a wise and sensible minister like Altigran Franz. After all, who wouldn't like a subordinate who was capable, loyal, and well-spoken? Well, I found the recipe for the old Shining Shield scroll. I need your approval. Marquis Altigran Franz held up a parchment filled with text for Roland to review. Are second-level magic scrolls valuable? Roland asked doubtfully. Although there wasn't a dedicated scroll shop in the kingdom of Lagran, based on his previous experience in the game, he believed second-level scrolls weren't particularly valuable. Even ordinary adventurers could easily pick up a few. It's different, Marquis Altigran Franz exclaimed excitedly. This is a specialized shield scroll. It comes with built-in emergency activation and dark protection specializations. Marquis Altigran Franz exclaimed excitedly. Roland finally came to terms with the fact that his view of reality through the lens of the game was too narrow. A simple entry in the game represented a huge gap in the real world. Approved? But an alchemist wouldn't be enough, right? Yun Feng is already very busy. Roland frowned. Although he could be a bit sinister at times, he wasn't a beast, nor did he truly treat Yun Feng as anything less than a human. After all, Yun Feng was a duke now. There was no reason to exploit him like a slave. That's where your divine judgment comes in. Marquis Altigran Franz chuckled, flattering Roland with a flattering yet elegant manner. Tell me what you want. Roland raised his eyelids. Knowing Marquis Altigran Franz, this capable and insightful nobleman wasn't one to open his mouth easily. After all, his value lay in sharing the burdens of the royal family. If he had to rely on himself for everything, he would be a step down. Ahem. Marquis Altigran Franz coughed a few times without saying anything. He simply glanced around and bowed to Roland. So mysterious. Oms pouted and turned away. Mogus didn't say anything, but simply bowed and left. A light breeze drifted across the deserted space. All right, now that there's no one around, go ahead. Roland nodded to Marquis Altigran Franz. You know, as court nobles, the Franz family possesses countless secrets. Marquis Altigran Franz rubbed his hands. Roland raised an eyebrow calmly, signaling Marquis Altigran Franz to continue. Because the Franz family is the most important eunuch of the Lagran family, many of the Empire's secrets are sealed through our hands. Marquis Altigran Franz wiped the sweat from his forehead. Oh, so you know a lot? Roland asked with interest. No. I wouldn't dare. We merely collect and seal them on your behalf. The Franz family's loyalty will stand the test of time. Unless your majesty orders, those things will remain dormant forever. Upon hearing Roland's words, Marquis Altigran Franz felt as if a tremendous force had been placed on his shoulders, instantly stooping slightly. That's strange. How did you know this without even looking? This lost scroll method? Roland tapped casually. No. I'm looking at what's worth seeing, your majesty. Marquis Altigran Franz was nearly in tears. If his rude words had misled his majesty, it would be troublesome. After all, the current king hadn't received the royal upbringing. Some things, inexpressible and inexpressible, were destined to vanish with the fall of the royal family. Interesting. Tell me more. Roland smiled at Marquis Altigran Franz's eagerness to prove himself. The aura of superiority he had accumulated over the years was like a proud dragon looking down on everyone. Roland's voice was steady and emotionless, but to Altigran Franz, it was deafening. It's the Imperial Library. The Imperial Library is in my hands. Marquis Altigran Franz said quickly. Huh? Roland was stunned. What the hell is an Imperial Library? Shouldn't that thing be in the Imperial Magic Temple? It's true. The Imperial Library in the Royal Inner Court has always been managed by the Franz family. The Franz family didn't just rise to power through loyalty. We also shoulder the responsibility of recording the history of the Imperial family. You can ask the Hand of the Stream to confirm this. Marquis Altigran Franz wiped the sweat from his forehead. Did he really think the Franz family relied on political correctness to successfully maintain their position in the Empire? Click. Marquis Altigran Franz slowly extended his right hand, spread it open, and spun a ring from the back to the palm of his hand. The Golden Book of the Crown? Roland raised his eyebrows. The ring before him bore the emblem of a pile of gold coins and books crowned with a crown, unmistakably the Franz family crest. The crown represented their hereditary status as dukes of the court. The piles of gold coins and books represented knowledge and wealth, respectively. Yes. Marquis Altigran Franz gently turned the ring. A series of subtle clicks echoed, and the crown and the golden book beneath it suddenly separated, revealing a projection of a golden gate. This is Roland stared at Marquis Altigran and Franz in horror. You all are so secretive. These old nobles are so resourceful. Roland hadn't imagined the Imperial Library was truly in Altigran and Franz's hands. After all, in the previous games, when learning the secrets of the forbidden spell Chasen, players inevitably encountered the Imperial Library, which had the most comprehensive information. Shouldn't the Imperial Library be hidden and protected in the Magic Temple? Roland finally spoke. Indeed, while there's only one destination, there are more than one door leading to it. Marquis Altigran Franz said humbly. The temple leads to only the surface area. The true core secrets lie hidden deep within, accessible only to members of the royal family. The Franz family is a loyal servant who holds the key to the throne. Altigran Franz said humbly. Chapter 988. Buzz. Roland's hand barely touched the door, and an invisible wave began to spread from the point of contact. Nothing. Roland turned and smiled at Marquis Altigran Franz. Before he could say anything, Roland vanished from his presence. Marquis Altigran Franz's eyes twitched, and he sighed helplessly following him. Roland, lying on the ground, was somewhat bewildered. He stared at the magnificent dome in the distance, stunned for a moment. Your Majesty, are you all right? Marquis Altigran Franz appeared beside Roland and extended his hand. Thank you. This is... Roland thanked him, turning his head in disbelief. The magnificent building before him made Roland's heart tremble, and he couldn't help but stare at Marquis Altigran Franz in amazement. Massive golden pillars supported the dome, and spiral staircases spiraled upward. Surrounding the dome were wooden cabinets intricately carved, filled with ancient books and aged scrolls. The crystal chandeliers above the dome shone softly, illuminating every corner. Is this the Imperial Library? How could it be here? Roland exclaimed in shock. It should have perished with the destruction of Lagran's city. Roland pointed at the magnificent building. Perish? Are you kidding? Marquis Altigran Franz shook his head and smiled wryly. Do you have such little faith in the Empire? Isn't it perfectly normal to carve out a demiplane in the void? You don't really think the Imperial Library is a building, do you? Marquis Altigran Franz grinned. You mean to say the Imperial Library is a demiplane floating in the cracks of space? Roland's eyes lit up. Of course. The entrance to the temple back then was just a facade. It connected to the ordinary Imperial Library. The real Imperial Library is actually here, Marquis Altigran Franz said, raising his hand to guide Roland. Here are the forbidden spells of sages throughout the ages. The secret history of the Empire. Records of wild dragon nests and infinite knowledge. This is the true treasure of the Empire. Now is the time to return it to its rightful owner. Marquis Altigran Franz stepped forward and picked up a book on the platform in the center of the hall. The Book of Wisdom? Roland thought subconsciously. Isn't this an Imperial Mage artifact? Roland asked curiously. It is also the key to unlocking this secret treasure. Only you can use it. Marquis Altigran Franz offered it respectfully with both hands. This thing recognizes bloodlines? Roland wondered, trying to flip through the heavy Book of Wisdom in his hands. The cover, made of some unknown leather, bore the marks of a dragon's claw. Looking at the standard Lagrange heraldic pattern, Roland instantly guessed it might be dragon hide. Actually, anyone holding it can use it, but you're the most qualified right now, Marquis Altigran Franz said awkwardly but politely. After all, for so many years, the Franz family has served as key bearers and, as such, responsible for recording the palace's internal history, serving as the royal historians. Naturally, the various secrets collected over the years could be stored here, and navigating it would require the use of the Book of Wisdom. You can't go up to the second floor without this book. Only the second floor and above contain the true secrets of this hall. The first floor is for casual records, freely accessible. These scrolls are open to anyone who can enter. And to go up, you need this book. Marquis Altigran Franz nodded to Roland. Is there no other solution? What if this book is lost? Roland suddenly asked, his mind racing. After all, any key could be lost. Roland could clearly see Marquis Altigran Franz's eyelids and mouth twitching unconsciously. Is it possible that the key to enter here belongs to more than just the Franz family? This book can't be taken out, Marquis Altigran Franz said awkwardly, covering his face. In fact, the royal family and several other court nobles have keys here. Marquis Altigran Franz said seriously. Do you mean the Hand of the Stream also has one? Roland raised his eyebrows, as if he had discovered something interesting. You're overthinking it. There's no need to speculate about the loyalty of the Swift Hand family. They share the fate of the nation and wouldn't. Marquis Altigran Franz, realizing he seemed to have misled Roland, quickly clarified. Otherwise, the Vladivostok family would accuse him of backstabbing them. That would be a disaster. No, I have no doubt about the Swift Hands' loyalty. Their loyalty to the Empire is evident to all. Roland paused Tigran Franz's explanation and shook his head. The key must have been lost. After all, the Empire collapsed, and everyone was scattered. So many traditions were lost. Marquis Tigran Franz lamented. That's right. Roland nodded, acknowledging Marquis Tigran Franz's speculation. Great stuff. Too bad we can't use it right now. Roland glanced around in shock, then walked up, holding the Book of Wisdom. Wow! These are all forbidden spells. TSK. Even these Dragon Clan secrets are included in this book? This isn't just unofficial history, it's just history. Roland casually flipped through some books and scrolls, his eyes widening. Many of the things in there aren't useful now, but they can't be lost. These are the foundation of the Empire. Marquis Tigran Franz exclaimed. So that's where you got the recipe for that scroll? Roland pointed to the messy pile of books and scrolls on the first floor. Yes, that thing isn't worthy of going above the second floor. Marquis Tigran Franz said in shame. How could second-level magic possibly reach the second floor? Unless it was truly groundbreaking. Alright, let's go. Don't tell anyone else about this place. The kingdom needs to keep a low profile for now. Too many people, and too many mouths are always a hidden danger. Roland warned. I understand. Marquis Tigran Franz nodded quickly. Regarding the Imperial Library, Duke Joltea had actually guessed it long before he met Marquis Tigran Franz. After all, as a family that once held the portkey, it would have been unreasonable for Duke Joltea to claim ignorance. However, he tacitly kept it a secret from Roland, waiting for Franz to confess. By the way, what materials are needed for such a powerful magic scroll? Will you come to me for approval? There's also the issue of manpower. The kingdom owes Duke Yufeng a great deal. I can't bear to trouble him with this matter. You can go to him yourself. Roland shuddered at the thought of Yunfeng's expression, as if he were about to eat him. It doesn't have to be Duke Yufeng. In fact, any second-level mage in the kingdom can create it. Marquis Tigran Franz hesitated for a moment before speaking. Huh? Mages are taking the alchemist's jobs? Roland was stunned and casually pulled out a glass of juice. The reason this scroll is so powerful is that it requires the blood of the Light Dragon clan. With the blood of the Light Dragon clan, even an ordinary mage can seal this scroll. Marquis Tigran Franz gave an awkward laugh. Puff! Roland spat out a mouthful of water. Chapter 989. Dragon Blood. Are you crazy? Am I crazy? Roland couldn't help but snort as he watched Marquis Tigran Franz, who was trying hard to maintain a smile. A second-level scroll required dragon blood. Long she would have to be drained dry. If they were to equip the expeditionary force, one scroll only requires a drop the size of a grain of rice. Marquis Tigran Franz quickly added. Oh! My dear Marquis, let's discuss the feasibility of this project. Roland was stunned, then his expression changed. But then again, who would be looking down on such a small expense? If anyone tells anyone, they think our kingdom has no dragon blood. Make it. Make 10,000 copies. Dragon blood is all we need. Here's the recipe. Other low-cost mages just need to know how to draw magic patterns. Marquis Tigran Franz nodded, suggesting that they probably knew how to create low-level magic inscriptions. Excellent stuff. Roland nodded in approval. A life-saving consumable made from just a trace of dragon blood was certainly not something Roland would have too much of. Your Majesty? You're looking for me. Fonglin Yuan, summoned from Lagran City by Roland for the interview, was still a bit bewildered. He figured he'd just been hanging out with his wife, Lilith, and hadn't done anything truly wicked. Look, here's something for you to look at. I need some Longshi's blood. Roland didn't beat around the bush, and directly pulled out the scroll given to him by Marquis Tigran Franz. Shining Shield Scroll? Huh? Fonglin Yuan, a knowledgeable dragon rider, immediately recognized this second-tier scroll, powered by dragon blood. This item must be a secret of a mage family, right? You dug it up? Fonglin Yuan recalled how some mage families used it as a mainstay of their economy back in the day. After all, dragon blood wasn't a rare commodity in the Empire, and the blood of the Light Dragon clan was quite abundant. Is Lord Yufeng up to the task? Fonglin Yuan didn't refuse, but instead inquired whether Yufeng had the time. He won't have to worry about this thing. A second-level mage will suffice. Roland shook his head. Huh? I was wondering how this thing could be produced in such large quantities back then. It turns out you can mass-produce it without alchemists. Feng Lin Yuan suddenly realized. After all, compared to mages, alchemists are only a rarer profession. Master mages are already incredibly rare, and alchemists, a profession even more expensive than mages, are even rarer. Roland nodded and looked at Feng Lin Yuan. No problem. Long she can still afford to bleed. The blood she shed in the dragon fight is enough to make a whole bunch. Feng Lin Yuan understood Roland's expression and waved her hand nonchalantly. Why don't you ask how much you need? Roland asked. That's the power of a second-level magic scroll. How much energy does it require? The energy contained in dragon blood is even more terrifying than human magic. Feng Lin Yuan shook her head. You're not dealing with forbidden spell scrolls or anything like that. A mere second-level magic scroll. A bucket of dragon blood would last you for half a day. Okay. Thank you, Long Shi. Roland nodded to Long Shi, who had crawled out of Feng Lin Yuan's arms. Snap! Doss quietly crawled out of Roland's arms. Then, opening her mouth, a blast of cold air swept across the table. A swirling ice tornado suddenly appeared on the table, and under Doss's control, it gradually transformed into a crystal-clear ice bucket. This ice bucket, condensed with ice dragon power, can preserve the vitality of the dragon blood long enough for you to use it before its power dissipates. Doss nodded. As for why no one in the room had mentioned his own blood as a possibility. No one had been so foolish as to use the blood of a golden dragon to create a second-level scroll. Crack! Long Shi peeled back a dragon scale, and instantly a trickle of dragon blood swished down through the cracks. A few faint blue glints flashed through the crimson blood, a manifestation of the dragon's ice power, a form of energy dissipation. That's enough. Thank you, Miss Long Shi. Sorry for the trouble. Roland nodded and thanked Long Shi, looking at the dragon blood, enough to fill a dwarven beer mug. After all, dragons had no subordinate status other than to knights. As the guardian dragon of the MacDougall family, Long Shi had the right to refuse Roland's blood. After all, dragons and the royal family were merely partners. I hope I can help you, Your Majesty. If there's nothing else, we return to Laglang City. Long Shi nodded to Roland. That mouthful of blood was just a drop in the bucket for a dragon, but without a dragon knight commander in charge of Laglang City, Feng Lin Yuan kept her concerns to herself, though she didn't say it. So, Long Shi took the opportunity to bid Roland farewell. Well, go back. Nix and your wife are all in Lagran City. Roland nodded. Although he didn't believe anything could swiftly attack Lagran City, which had 2 or 3 dragons, Roland, having learned to be cautious and cautious, wouldn't allow even the slightest instability to arise. Okay, Your Majesty. Take care. Feng Lin Yuan bowed and turned away. Wait! Roland suddenly reached out and put his hand on Feng Lin Yuan's shoulder. Feng Lin Yuan turned around and looked Roland in the eye. Take care of Lagran City for me. Roland said nothing more, simply patting Feng Lin Yuan's shoulder firmly. You're going to lead the army yourself? Feng Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Some things I have to do. Do you know how astronomical the cost would be if we had to conscript civilians to transport enough food for this army for a year? Roland asked gravely. Space equipment. Feng Lin Yuan frowned. Who else but me can carry a year's supply of food for thousands of men? Roland sighed. Small-scale wars are a test of morale, equipment, and individual combat effectiveness. For large armies like this, once the superior combat capabilities of both sides have been balanced, the only consideration left is logistics. Of an ancient army of 100,000, only 20,000 or 30,000 were actually combat soldiers, with the remainder either auxiliary troops or civilian laborers. In a region like the North, with its rugged roads and rampant monsters and orcs, maintaining the food supply for a few thousand men would require tens of thousands of men. The total number of soldiers escorting the food would be no less than that of the expeditionary force. This isn't impossible, but it requires a stable and powerful government. Currently, the only human kingdoms in Middle-earth capable of this are Gondor and Rohan. I won't go. What if something happens to the expeditionary force along the way? Anything unexpected will drag us down. Besides the food and fodder the Northern Alliance has gathered, where else along the way can we sustain thousands of full-time soldiers and horses? Roland asked, feeling a headache. This army includes numerous professionals and part-time soldiers, and their supply needs far exceed those of the old farmers carrying dung forks into battle. The pitiful food production in Bjorn and Lionland is simply insufficient to sustain the army's march. This is why Roland is following suit. Don't tell anyone when you get back, especially my wife. Just pretend you don't know. Remember that. Otherwise, she'd worry about me again. Roland patted Feng Lin Yuan's shoulder and dusted him off. Be careful. Fong Yuan was silent for a few seconds before nodding slowly. Darien, give this to Marquis Altigran Franz. It's time to test his organizational skills. Roland pointed at the dragon blood through the open window. The sun was shining brightly outside. Chapter 990. As the window curtains fluttered in the wind, the dragon blood on the table vanished quietly as a ray of sunlight swept across it, and everything returned to peace. Isn't this right? Is this Rohan? Grand Duke Okrian Izuo gazed in shock at the burning village before him. The raging flames, like the orc's ambition, spread wantonly, devouring everything around them. That's right. We landed in Rohan. Okrian Ryukin nodded blankly. But why are the villages in the heart of Rohan being plundered? Grand Duke Okrian Izuo asked in astonishment. How could the heartland be destroyed? Could it be bandits? Okrian Ryukin pondered. What the hell? I can smell the stench of orcs. It must be orcs. Grand Duke Okrian Izuo waved his hand. Orcs? This is the heart of Rohan. Okrian Ryukin exclaimed in shock. Doesn't this just prove how thoroughly Rohan is rotted? Villages in the countryside are under attack, and the nobles are hiding in their thick castles, singing and dancing. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo could easily guess what was happening. After all, such things were inevitable in a corrupt kingdom. Well, you're a noble too. Okrian Ryukin said with a pout, his eyes wandering. If I could manage to mess up my territory like this, the viscounts and barons below would be coming for me with swords drawn. How could I be compared to such a loser? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes twitched. What rotten fish and shrimp could be compared to him? The nobles of Lagran dared to mess up their fiefdoms like this. The emperor's decree would soon deprive them of their fiefdoms. After all, while the nobles enjoyed great power, they still had the obligation to protect the borders and the people. The people paid taxes, and the nobles organized armies to serve the king and defend the borders. This was a stable structure, and Rohan had clearly broken this cycle. Where are the local troops? Okrian Ryukin gritted his teeth. While it was understandable that the kingdom's main army couldn't arrive immediately, the nobles' private soldiers and local militia should have been there first. No need to look. The militia are all dead. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo rode up to the burning village and spoke in a cold voice. The militia must have fought to the bitter end. Their fatal wounds were all on the front, meaning they didn't die in the retreat. The frontal formation was broken. Okrian Ryukin concluded, turning over the bodies and examining the wounds. Where are the regular troops? Where are their paid soldiers? Why are they all militia? Grand Duke Orishan Athos searched the bodies, finding only civilians and militiamen wearing simple cloth and leather armor. No real armored troops at all. The Western Front is in disarray. I can accept that. After all, the wildlings in Dunlin constantly harass them. But what about the orcs on the Eastern Front? The Anduin River is a natural defense. How did they manage to let the orcs cross it? Either the elves of Lorien in the north are incompetent, or the border troops of Gondor in the south lack wisdom. Grand Duke Orishan Athos had also discussed the situation with Roland. After all, Roland only wanted him to become a man of light, not to make him become light. I believe the humans in the south are more foolish than the elves. Orishan Ryukin raised his hand. That makes sense. Grand Duke Orishan Athos nodded in agreement. Disperse. Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin and Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo simultaneously unleashed their fighting spirit, and a whistling gust of wind instantly extinguished the fire. This village is finished. There are no survivors. Okrian Ryukin's face turned grim. The village had been burned to a skeleton. Not to mention survivors, even the bodies in the houses might not be intact. I don't think so. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo raised a brow and turned toward a house. Bang! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo kicked a collapsed beam far away, then picked up the collapsed support and threw it away. No, Your Highness. There's no need to whip the corpse, right? Okrian Yasuo's face turned green. The people were burned to charcoal. What the hell? Come and save them! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo exclaimed in surprise. People? Where are the people? Okrian Yasuo exclaimed in astonishment. The wind will tell you. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo pointed to his heart. Okrian Yasuo. You're just too impulsive. If you had just carefully sensed the wind element flowing through the air, you have known there were 2 children in the cellar down there. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's mouth twitched. In addition to its terrifying cutting and destructive power, the wind element also possesses pervasive reconnaissance capabilities. Compared to psychic powers, which rely on innate talent, wind elementalists can use the natural wind to gather intelligence. Darien Nightblade's wind-listening blade, which he constantly holds in his hand. Garuda can attest to this. Do you think he's bored enough to carry a broken blade all day? That's just some light assassin using the wind-listening blade's elemental talent as a cover to gather intelligence. Oh my god! Are there really people? Okri and Ryukin dug into the cellar and saw two small, gray faces. Two children? Okri and Ryukin smiled kindly. In his armor, he looked even more like a bandit about to kidnap someone. Ah! Wow! Whoa! The two children were suddenly thrown open. As the sunlight streamed through Okri and Ryukin's back, his face looked incredibly eerie. The glaring sunlight obscured his features, revealing only his teeth as his mouth widened. The horrifying sight nearly frightened the children to the point of fainting. Get out of the way! You're scaring the children! Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo pulled Okri and Ryukin away, and then jumped down. Don't be afraid, we're human. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo knelt down and said kindly. Take it. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo then picked up a child and handed it to Okri and Ryukin. Ah! Dragon God. Okri and Ryukin stepped on a human-shaped charcoal corpse and immediately deduced its identity. Good boy, let's get out of here. Uncle's going to take you for some candy. Okri and Ryukin calmly turned his back on the remains and carried the child out of the ruins. Only 2 people survived this village of hundreds. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo said gravely, looking at the 2 children feasting by the campfire. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo had just tricked the children's mother into hiding them in the cellar, allowing them to narrowly escape. You better think about how to deal with these 2 crying babies. Okri and Ryukin said with a headache. They've been gagged with barbecue, and they'd probably be crying again soon. Let's get them out of here first. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo rubbed his brows. King Roland had asked him to perform a divine act, but he hadn't gathered any intelligence and hadn't succeeded in his divine act. Now, he's got 2 more burdens. Caslo, finally, someone understands me. Do you know how hard it is to lead a blank sheet dragon knight? My god. This speed is so slow, shouldn't the commander be fired? Okri and Ryukin didn't reply, but nodded into the distance. Hiss. Who? The body collection team is here. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo taunted. On the distant horizon, a cavalry unit bearing the banner of Rohan warhorses finally appeared in their sight. They paused for a few seconds, then galloped towards the ruins of the village, where black smoke still rose. Looking for death. Charge in formation when you have no idea of the enemy? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo was stunned. Have you seen the enemy yet? Charge in spearhead formation? Just set up an ambush somewhere, and this cavalry unit of over 100 men will have to return to the city in an organized manner. Huh? Outrageous. No scouts. Split the troops in half? Who taught you that? Okri and Ryukin watched as the cavalry unit, which had no intention of sending out scouts, suddenly made a sharp turn and split into 2 groups to encircle the enemy. Chapter 991. Are they so brave? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo turned to look at his deputy, Okri and Ryukin, with a look of speechless disdain. The thought of these lightly armored cavalrymen daring to conduct reconnaissance and explore with their faces truly overwhelmed Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo. A distinguished guest of the Imperial Inquisition. Okri and Ryukin said succinctly. Their arrival will ruin everything. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo said disdainfully. How could there be an explanation for being riddled with people within the borders? It seems we've been discovered. Okri and Ryukin poked Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo's arm. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo frowned. These idiots had such a knack? And they could even track them down. Oh no! The Horseshoe Prince have given us away. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo was suddenly taken aback, then slapped his head. He should have taken a few more steps. 2 straight lines of Horseshoe Prince below led to the top of the hill. Even a fool would come to see it. They're double-teaming us. Should we run? Okri and Ryukin asked, chewing his finger. Why run? We're not guilty. We even rescued 2 children. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo pointed to the 2 children eating candy behind them. Clearly, the brother and sister were clever little ones. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo's gleaming golden armor and their fully armed warhorses had made the already precocious children even more docile, and they stopped crying and making a fuss. Even so, will they believe it? What if they become horse thieves for us? Okri and Ryukin asked. Very good. A 6th-rank swordsman horse thief? Don't even mention seeing or hearing about them. Why would 2 6th-rank swordsmen massacre a village? Am I after his empty granary or those scattered copper coins? Are they attracted to the bloated and rough village woman? Or are they trying to rob 2 children? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo said awkwardly, pointing at the 2 little brats. That makes sense. Okri and Ryukin nodded quickly. He knew it was impossible. If someone actually did that, this profession would probably never be able to hold their heads up again, and would be remembered in history until the end of time. Hey! Who are you? A knight in mail, and a group of cavalrymen quickly surrounded them from both sides. They saw a fully armed warhorse lying on the grass, and 2 men armed to the teeth with 2 helpers beside a campfire. The village below was raided by orcs, and these 2 children are the only survivors. We put out the fire for you. You're welcome, no need to thank us. Okrian Lucan saw that Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo remained silent, and then spoke calmly. Please come with us, my lords. This requires investigation. If there are no problems, we won't make it difficult for you. The knight couldn't tell the depth of the 2 men, but their equipment carried the aura and brilliance of magical equipment. He didn't act arrogantly, but invited them to investigate. No need. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo clapped his hands, and stood up from the campfire. Is this enough? The battle energy of a 6th-rank professional surged forth, a powerful aura and sharp wind elements dancing around Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's body. When Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, known as the Dragon Lord, displayed the aura of a superior being, even Grand Dukes like Roland and Apophis Brio had to step aside. For he was a true Grand Duke of the Empire. He had experienced the Empire's final glory. That kind of aura was unmatched by others. 6th. Your Majesty. The knight knelt decisively. The moment the 6th-rank aura emerged, he became the boss. Even if it wasn't this gentleman's doing, he would have to say it was the orcs. Apart from anything else, he knew that if the 6th-rank professional wanted to, he could easily make them disappear without a trace. Where are you from? Where is this place? Okrian Ryukin also ignited with 6th-level battle aura. Plop! Under the gaze of the 2 6th-level warriors, the knight, overwhelmed by pressure, fell to his knees. The cavalrymen behind him, seeing their leader kneel, immediately dropped their weapons and knelt. Your Majesty, this is Eamon Mui, the border of the Kingdom of Rohan. The knight stammered. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo unfolded the map Roland had given him, and after a few gestures and whispers with Okrian Ryukin, they finally confirmed that this was the ward region on the map. The information is wrong. Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin rubbed his brow. Alright, gathering intelligence from such a distance is not easy. As long as it's generally correct. Okrian Ryukin muttered. Indeed, we came here to gather intelligence after all. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was at a loss for words. Where are your nobles? The border village has been destroyed for so long, and only a few have arrived. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo pointed at the knight, and the cavalry behind him. This is truly a case of wanting more than one. The knight said with a wry smile. We only arrived after receiving news of the attack on the village. A herdsman saw a fire burning here, so we came for an armed reconnaissance. The knight lowered his head. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo frowned. Wait! You mean to abandon this village? Abandon it before the battle even begins? Okrian Ryukin was shocked. Anyone in the Imperial Border Guard Corps who dared to issue such an order would be killed. Using the border village as bait and a buffer? Okrian Ryukin said, I eat you if you can. Incomparable. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo finally uttered after a long pause. Ahem. The knight glanced at the 2 men, then lowered his head dejectedly and began to narrate. Historically, with the end of the Third Age and the resurgence of Sauron, Eastern Rohan was frequently harassed by orcs, whose horses were often killed or stolen. At that time, Eamund, Lord of Orberg and Chief Marshal of Rohan, was in charge of defending the eastern border. He often launched reckless attacks in anger, pursuing the orcs with only a small number of men. Finally, in 3002 of the Third Age, Eamund pursued a small group of orcs to the edge of the Eamon Mule, where he was ambushed and killed by the Orcish army. Rohan's eastern borders were devastated. Furthermore, Rohan was a semi-nomadic, semi-agricultural kingdom, and the border inhabitants were on the move frequently. Consequently, the scattered border villages lacked dedicated guards, instead serving as bridgeheads for early warning. Eamund's death further spurred chaos in the east. Although his son Eomer inherited the title of Third Marshal of Rohan, the decadence and corruption of the nobility still affected his rule. Furthermore, his residence in Aldhold was still far from the borders. Although Rohan had not completely abandoned the Eastmark, signs of this were already emerging. Large numbers of people began to migrate inland, leaving the east increasingly desolate. His Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin quickly turned their heads and began to exchange words. The knights and cavalrymen behind them all closed their eyes and covered their ears, pretending they weren't there, fearing they overhear something they shouldn't and be silenced. Something terrible has happened. King Roland has misled me. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's mouth twitched. Rohan actually gave up such a vast tract of land. Oh my god. This is awful. I was wondering how orcs could possibly be so rampant. Turns out we're in enemy territory. Okri and Ryukin exclaimed in shock. Chapter 992. In other words, the current marshal of Rohan is actually the grandfather or father of Eamund, who would die at the hands of orcs in the future. Clearly, no one was as radical as Eamund. After all, during Eamund's time, East Rohan enjoyed a period of prosperity. While Eamund's reckless attack was abstract, it at least dealt a severe blow to the orcs' expansion and suppressed their further spread. They have abandoned the borderlands of the Anduin. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo closed his eyes in pain. Okrian Ryukin also frowned. Not to mention Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, the Grand Duke commanding a vast army. Even he, a mere soldier obsessed with dogfighting, knew the Anduin River was a formidable barrier. You just abandoned the Anduin River defenses? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes were filled with shock and terror. He knew with a grain of salt that with the Anduin River in his grasp, the orcs' entry would be exponentially more difficult. The orcs have already landed downstream. We don't have enough troops to defend this long border, and we don't have the money to build numerous castles, because the nomads are constantly migrating. The knight said awkwardly. Pa! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo slapped himself on the forehead. All he wanted now was to curse damn nomads. Roland had said he feared the orcs' influence would spread far and wide. He hadn't heard of the South, but he was still nomadic. Is the South a nomadic place? Instead of honestly farming and building cities, like a proper farmer, he was still clinging to nomadic ways. It's all over. The orcs have entered Rohan. Okrian Ryukin closed his eyes in agony. Roland had said he was worried the orcs' power would. We already penetrated Rohan. At the time, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and I were skeptical. After all, we were a unified kingdom. Even if things were shabby, they wouldn't be able to break through our borders. Now it's all good. The orcs haven't broken into Rohan, but the problem is, Rohan's borders are very flexible. They can still move. Are you giving up this area called Ward between the Shuma River and the Anduin River to give the orcs a good place to sleep? Now all Okrian Ryukin wants to do is shout Ward law. Invincible. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his head. Although the Ward region was still under Rohan's control, judging by Rohan's current flexible borders, it was likely that in a few years, the border would shift to the Westmark region. Can't you wipe out the orcs? We already given them a good beating in the north. Okrian Ryukin demanded. North? Are you a noble of the Northern Kingdom? The knight looked up in surprise. So how did you manage to lose so many battles despite winning on the main battlefield? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo propped his head up with one hand, resisting the urge to slap the king of Rohan. In the late Third Age, shortly after Sauron's resurrection, Mordor and Gondor were in a stalemate, living in peace. The true battlefield during this period in history was the north, where the Northmen and dwarves fought frantically against the orcs in the icy snow. This world was no different, except that in this world, the north won cleanly, being crushed to the ground by the orcs without a fight, and even the connection between Mirkwood and the Gombator region was severed. This was a huge advantage in the main battlefield. There are too many orcs. We simply can't wipe them out. Large-scale cavalry can't catch them, and they might even ambush us. Small-scale troops going out never return. The knight lamented. Are you kidding? Rohan cavalry? Ambushed by orcs? Isn't this a plain? Okrian Ryukin said in shock, looking around with arms wide open. This vast plain, with only small hills stretching as far as the eye can see, is perfect for cavalry charges. Heavy infantry? How many heavy infantry do the orcs have? Saruman, the pioneer of the magical industrial revolution, hasn't even been deployed yet. With Mordor's production efficiency, it's amazing that they can arm Mordor with allies like the Haradrim or their minions. Where would they get the equipment to arm the advancing orc hordes in the wasteland? It's the Wolf Riders. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo shook his head, silencing Orishan Ryukin's taunts. As soon as the knight said this, Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo knew their opponents were definitely not those men with clubs. Yes, it's the Orc Wolf Riders. Their wolves will tear the horses apart. No horse can withstand their charge. The charging formation will be quickly disrupted. The knight said bitterly. Isn't this even more disastrous? Orishan Ryukin grinned. How many wolf riders are there? Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo asked, gazing at the collapsed knight. Probably a few hundred. Maybe even 1,000. The knight pondered. How many soldiers do you have? How many knights? Orishan Ryukin pressed. Abba. The knight hesitated for a long time before finally saying Abba, unable to articulate it. You're just asking for their military intelligence, and they never tell you. Grand Duke Orcreon Arsuo shook his head helplessly. The Rohan knight beside him blinked, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Then what should we do? Orcreon Ryukin whispered. What can we do? Help. Hundreds of wolf riders mean a tribe of at least 10,000 orcs has migrated here, and they're still killing the orcs. If left alone, they soon become a plague. Grand Duke Orcreon Arsuo sighed. In fact, just as he imagined, it wasn't until the time of Eamon that the orcs were driven out of this region. He himself died chasing the orcs, and since then, there have been no more civilians in this land. Eamon's son, Eamer, evacuated all residents, leaving only guards and nimble scouts. Only after the victorious expedition to Mordor did this land welcome its master back. Let's go! Take us to see your commander. And take these 2 children with you. You need to find them a home. Grand Duke Orcreon Yasuo patted the knight's shoulder and pulled him to his feet. How are the soldiers preparing? Roland asked calmly. Already, your majesty. Yunfeng opened his mouth, but ultimately stopped. Well, I'm leaving now. Take care of the kingdom, and keep this a secret from Nyx for now. Roland patted Yunfeng's shoulder. Your majesty, the scrolls have been distributed. Marquis Altigran Franz choked out, as if Roland's departure was a farewell to life and death. Go away. Stop cursing me. Act like a normal person, your majesty. I'm going on an expedition, not to a funeral. Roland's brows knitted into a capital K. I can't bear to leave you. Your majesty. Marquis Altigran Franz wiped his tears. Did you hear that? Roland turned to Yunfeng and suddenly said. What did you hear? Yunfeng asked, bewildered. He said he couldn't bear to leave me. If I were killed in battle, Marquis Altigran Franz would be allowed to be buried with the noble King Legrand. Roland sneered. Your majesty, you. Marquis Altigran Franz opened his mouth, wanting to curse, but not knowing how to begin. Let's go! Roland nodded firmly. Chapter 993. My dear Marquis Altigran Franz, just pray for my victorious return. Otherwise, you be in trouble. Roland patted his shoulder and teased. Marquis Altigran Franz gritted his teeth. Are all members of the royal family born in the year of the dog? So quick to change your face? Your majesty. Roland's most loyal lackey, Caslo, was perched atop the castle, riding his dragon. Upon seeing Roland, he nodded and took off, pulling on the reins. The army marches. Omsk stood before the knights, lance held high. Beside him, the silent, rock-hard hero, Mogus, leaned on his lance, silent. Forward. The Knights of the Cross and Balhenia. Lavian gazed at the neatly arrayed knights before him, and an inexplicable fire surged within him. This was the Knights of the Cross and Balhenia. His lifelong dream of restoration. Forward. The 14th Knights. Mogus spoke calmly, not as raucous as Lavian, his composure his greatest quality. Forward. The Expeditionary Force. Roland, perched on horseback, gazed upon the torrent of steel before him, his heart pounding with excitement. A few years ago, he had only 100 soldiers and a few generals. He had followed the dwarves into darkness. He had plunged headlong into the meat grinder of Lonely Mountain. But fortune always favors the brave. He succeeded. He led the Lagrang people to establish roots in this land, and a great kingdom rose again in the north. Roland stood at the city gate, gazing into the distance. This was the kingdom he had built. He was filled with emotion and joy. Comforting eyes fixed on this torrent of steel. These were the North's most elite infantry and cavalry. Under Roland's command, the kingdom of Lagrang had, for the first time, deployed an all-professional force. There wasn't even a single common soldier. It wasn't that Roland was arrogant, but rather that he was wise and compassionate. The sparsely populated kingdom of Lagrang couldn't afford to waste lives on endless battlefields. Roland would rather deploy his elite troops than let cannon fodder pile up casualties, at least not during an attack. In Roland's plan, those common soldiers and cavalry should be filling gaps in the line control and second-tier defenses, not engaging in the same brunt of the elite professional armies. At least Roland couldn't afford the Empire's wealth to deploy hundreds of thousands of flood infantry to fill the lines. It's said that the flood infantry were the tears of the Lagrang Empire, but Roland didn't want such tears shed in his kingdom. It wasn't that Roland loved his soldiers like his own children, but rather that his upbringing and his conscience made it impossible for him to face the spectacle of families in mourning. What a magnificent military might! King Whitewing exclaimed heartily at the soldiers crossing the river on galleons. These elite soldiers filled him with envy. Your Highness, stop dreaming! His general, Maple Leaf Purple, sighed. The entire kingdom of Acvia couldn't even muster a few knight squads, And you're still eyeing the knights? Nonsense. What kind of talk is that? Dreams. Only hard work will bring them. King Whitewing shook his head in denial. They now had a fixed territory, and against all odds, he had transformed the nomadic tribe into an agricultural kingdom. The transition from a nomadic existence to cultivated land brought greater stability to the kingdom, and Whitewing's control over it grew stronger. By studying the kingdom of Lagran and his own insights, Whitewing successfully ensured a stable and prosperous life for the people under his rule, and the population increased significantly. While enjoying the comfort of the kingdom of Lagran, the kingdom of Acadia, under the threat of Lagran's military might and the guerrilla reconnaissance of the Elven Rangers, was surprisingly safer than Lagran itself. After all, the orcs weren't fools, and wouldn't rush directly to the border between the two kingdoms without a second thought. The security of Acadia allowed Whitewing to drastically reform his army. He disbanded the original Carden light cavalry, retaining only the palace guards and the professionals. The rest were put into production, and in wartime, they were recruited as guerrilla light cavalry. Hello, my friend. Roland. Whitewing smiled friendly, as Roland stepped onto the west bank of the swift stream. Hello, my brother. Whitewing. Roland approached without pretense, and their hands clasped tightly. I heard you, crazy fellow, disbanded your army? How are you planning to go to war? With an old farmer carrying a manure fork? Roland teased, punching Whitewing's chest armor. It's too safe to stay close to you. Maintaining a large army of non-farmers is a waste. Whitewing showed an awkward look but replied calmly, without a trace of the embarrassment or shame of pretending to be powerful. Aren't you afraid the orcs will come and attack you? Roland's eyelids twitched. You're so bold, boy. Relying directly on the militia to fill the line? Aren't you afraid of collapsing yourself? They don't stand a chance. We're constantly cutting down the forest here, and our guerrilla cavalry isn't idle either. Even with their split-time farming and fighting, they can still find time to strangle the stray orcs. As for the organized orcs, Whitewing glanced at Roland, a smile barely suppressed on his face. You're just going to call our dragon riders, aren't you? Roland frowned. Whitewing's kingdom had been attacked by orcs before. Even after the large-scale pacification of the northern border, some unconvinced orc tribes still attempted to plunder the kingdom of Acadia. As a result, they were sent back to the beast god's home by Ajax's dragon flame. Hey, friends. We're your allies' family. Whitewing laughed heartily. Just be prepared. Don't get yourself into trouble. This expedition will significantly tie up our forces. There might be a gap in our defenses here. Have you made any arrangements? Roland's face darkened as he dispatched 2 knight orders and thousands of elite professionals. This reduced the previously vast security zone of the kingdom of Lagrang. The impact on Lagrang wasn't significant, but it was bad news for the kingdom of Acadia, just across the river. It's okay. I already relocated the people inland. They gather around the capital city. I gathered enough fuel to last them through the cold winter. Whitewing shook his head. Wasn't it just a matter of contracting the defenses? He could just contract himself. The crops in the fields had been harvested anyway. The grain was now in the capital's granaries, which reassured everyone. What about shelter? Are you going to leave them exposed to the winter wind? Roland frowned. After all, he saw there weren't enough cabins to house the civilians, and it was too late to plan for more now. Don't forget we were once a nomadic tribe. We still have our tents. Whitewing grinned. As nomads, they hadn't lost their craft. As wanderers of the north, chasing pastures and hunting grounds, homelessness was their norm. This wasn't a problem for them. All right, assemble the troops and head to the Woodland Kingdom. The dwarf and Dale armies will meet us there. Roland nodded at Whitewing. All right. My troops will assemble quickly. Whitewing promised, then gestured to Maple Leaf Purple beside him. Have all the troops crossed the river? Have them assemble. Rest and prepare for the march. Roland ordered Omsk. Chapter 994. Hello, Thorin. Bard's eyes flashed with a smile as he welcomed Thorin and his companions from the lonely mountain. Hello, my brother. Thorin respectfully stepped forward and bumped fists with Bard. This is quite a commotion. You didn't even bring 13 men down the mountain? Bard jokingly punched Thorin's chest. For the love of Turin. Aren't you afraid Roland will scold you to death? Thorin grumbled unhappily. How many men did you bring? Bard looked up. 800 dwarf warriors. How's that? Impressive, huh? Thorin swung his arms. Wait. You're going too? Bard's gaze darted, only to notice Thorin carrying a shield and an orc crest, a beastbite sword, actually a knife. Of course, I wouldn't trust anyone else. Thorin nodded. Aren't you going too? Thorin slapped Bard, the clatter of palms against mail echoing loudly. Judging by the longbow strapped to his back, Bard was clearly planning to lead the troops himself. Is there anyone in Dale capable of leading the troops? Bard's mouth twitched as he glanced at the 500 light infantrymen arrayed neatly behind him. Militia? Thorin followed Bard's gaze. Though the soldiers were neatly equipped, they couldn't hide their old peasant air. Well, if I don't take them with me, they crumble if they encounter any tough opponents. Bard sighed. The saying a general's courage is his soldier's strength is a golden rule in Middle-earth. It's also why ordinary generals rarely excel. After all, the enemy can literally decapitate your command structure. Let them follow us. Dwarves are quite capable of positional warfare. I see your men are armed with bows and crossbows, which could at least supplement our long-range firepower. Thorin pondered. Of the kingdoms in the north, the Woodland Kingdom, the Aquavia Kingdom, and the Raglan Kingdom are all independent entities. Only the Lonely Mountain and the Dale Kingdoms cooperate and complement each other. During the War of the Ring, Bard's grandson, King Brand, and Dane joined forces on the Lonely Mountain to resist the Orcs and the Easterlings. In the end, although they held the Lonely Mountain, both kings fell. All right. That way we'd be safer. Bard didn't refuse Thorin's offer. Working side by side was already the norm for the two families. On the northern defense line, their forces were intermingled. Will anything happen in the north? We swept away thousands of people, Bard said worriedly, looking towards the north. After all, he could still vividly remember the scene of the Earth Serpents digging through the mountains to release the Orc army during the Battle of Lonely Mountain. It shouldn't happen. The Kingdom of Raglan won't sit idly by and watch the north fall. Our outposts and border troops haven't been mobilized. Thorin shook his head. Fortunately, the autumn harvest was over, freeing up a large number of militias. Plus, with the harsh winter, the Orcs would seek shelter. Apart from the powerful tribes, no Orcs could cross the Grey Mountains. This meant that Lonely Mountain only needed to retain a small number of guards. Are we going to the Woodland Kingdom now? Bard asked. Well, let's go straight to the Woodland Kingdom. From there, we take a boat to the Magic Stream. Thorin nodded. This time, the army wouldn't take the old forest road, as Roland had no intention of alerting the Orcs' reconnaissance. Although the Orcs currently lacked the ability to invade, Roland had rebuffed their malice. If Yun Feng were to get his hands on these punitive measures, he'd be busy all winter. He'd probably be killing people trying to patch up a hole. Your Excellency, this is His Majesty the 6th-ranked Lord from the north. The knight led Grand Duke Ocrian Athos and the others to a camp. As he observed the area along the way, Grand Duke Ocrian Athos determined that the camp contained only about 1,000 cavalrymen, with only a handful of knights. Who did you bring into the camp? The middle-aged, aristocratic officer looked at Grand Duke Ocrian Athos and the others, then at the knight leading them. His expression suddenly darkened, and he was about to reprimand. I requested to see you, and you've proven even worse than I thought. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo sighed, and shook his head helplessly. Asshole. You? The Rohan noble was about to speak when he saw the war spirit rising in the hearts of Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo and the others. Watch what you say. If I call you useless, then you're useless. What's the difference between a border guard, who can't even protect his own people, and useless? Ocrian Ryukin stood in front of Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo, his sword held horizontally. If I were you, I wouldn't be so agitated. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo pushed aside Ocrian Ryukin's sword and stood calmly before the middle-aged noble. Orcs are wreaking havoc in your zone. Don't use the Wolf Riders as an excuse, they're just wandering orcs. There's no sign of Wolf Riders at all. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo said calmly. He had scouted the ruins of the village, and found no trace of Wolf Riders. Furthermore, the orcs had looted thoroughly, taking almost everything they could carry off. They even gnawed away the fattest parts of the corpses. Clearly, this wasn't a well-stocked orc force. As elite orcs, the Wolf Riders wouldn't be so poor as to scrape the land. Who are you? The middle-aged nobleman's face froze, but after a few changes of expression, his tone softened. I'm a noble from the northern kingdom of Raglan. You can call me Duke Yasuo. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo nodded. This is my lieutenant, the Ryukin Swordmaster. Grand Duke Ocrian Yasuo then introduced himself. Count Warland of the Eastmark region. Lemon! The middle-aged nobleman also announced his identity. Why have you come, your majesty? Count Lemon asked sincerely. Regardless of whether these two men were real dukes or fake dukes, the title of your majesty was a real one. After all, identities could be faked, but 6th-level combat power was not. The suffocating pressure nearly frightened everyone to death. Tell me the situation. We too are traveling south to gather intelligence. After all, the orcs are becoming increasingly active. It's possible that the old alliance will be rebuilt again. My king has ordered me to investigate the situation in the southern countries. Grand Duke Okrian Izuo shook his head. In fact, the situation is even worse than my king expected. I thought you would hold the Anjuan River defense line. Grand Duke Okrian Izuo rubbed his brow. Count Lemon looked at Grand Duke Okrian Izuo awkwardly, his lips twitching a few times without saying a word. After all, his kingdom was indeed failing, and the border was constantly retreating. I heard hundreds, even thousands, of orc wolf riders have entered your kingdom. Is that true? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked curiously. That's true. Our troops are the vanguard sentinels, responsible for scouting their movements. Earl Lemon nodded. Are you aware that there are still villages of all sizes scattered across the east? Are you just going to abandon your people like that? Okrian Ryukin sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Even the anti-imperialist free knights of the empire knew to retreat and cover the rear to protect the people, but these Rohan cavalrymen were quick. It's difficult for us to notify those nomadic villages. Plus, they're in the northeast corner, where the orcs haven't yet penetrated deeply, so they're relatively safe for now. Earl Lemon explained. They actually been organizing the evacuation, but relocating those villages would take time and resources, and it wasn't something that could be done overnight. Chapter 995. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin exchanged a glance, feeling helpless. After listening to Count Lemon's call, they realized these commoners had a few fixed settlements, and were unwilling to move to an unfamiliar environment. Furthermore, the orcs hadn't moved north en masse. These commoners, unsuspecting, naturally didn't care about the nobles' orders to move. After all, pasture and land were permanent. If these people left, they would have to compete for land with residents elsewhere. Add to that the wrangling between nobles, both large and small. We must find a way to defeat this wolf cavalry. If they block your land, there will be no peace. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo declared coldly. We're probably outnumbered. Earl Lemon nodded, then shook his head. He longed to crush these orcs, but he was acutely aware of the cards he had dealt. This 1,000-man cavalry force wasn't enough to defeat nearly 1,000 wolf cavalrymen. Even if he forced it, it would be a half-baked battle. In the end, he, the Earl, would be left with nothing but his own troops. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin frowned, their gazes meeting, each acknowledging the silence in the other's eyes. With us two here, what are you afraid of? The Rohan Knights are going backwards. Are they so cowardly now? Even with 2 level 6 warriors backing them up, they don't dare charge an enemy of their own rank. Okrian Ryukin's sarcastic tone made Earl Lemon blush. Your Excellencies, will you personally take action? That's fantastic. Earl Lemon rubbed his hands. You should have said so earlier. You two should have joined forces. With 2 level 6 warriors backing us up, I'm not afraid of a thing. Earl Lemon said he never fought such a powerful battle. Back then, a level 3 warrior like him was already the king of these plains. Level 6 warriors were rare sights, only seen in the capital. Forget about letting them take action. Just hanging around for a few days would be a real surprise. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for your assistance. Is there anything I can do for you? Earl Lemon grinned, his teeth bared. He could imagine the sheer terror of 2 level 6 warriors sneaking into a war band and being minced. Where are your infantry? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked curiously. Rohan might be known as a cavalry kingdom, but it couldn't be without infantry, could it? While Rohan's infantry wasn't as good as Gundor's, they could always muster some lightly armored infantry. In my territory. If your excellencies don't mind, you can come to my territory to rest for a while. Let me. I also do my best to be a good host. Count Lemon quickly gestured to the 2 men, inviting them in. A 6th-rank duke from the north was certainly not one Lemon could afford to offend. As for whether Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was a count, Lemon felt that even if his lieutenant was a 6th-rank man, he wasn't far behind. Please forgive the slightly poor environment, your excellencies. Lemon, accompanied by a group of cavalrymen and Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, finally arrived at a low-rise city after a long journey of several hours. Lemon Town. This is the Lemon family's fiefdom and core territory. This town is the only permanent one nearby. Count Lemon nodded to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin exchanged glances, each sensing the awkwardness in the other's eyes. This village is quite large. Okrian Ryukin's quip echoed in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's mind. Talk less, you poor southerners have no knowledge, stop being picky. At least there is some hot water to wash. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo agreed and responded to Okrian Lucan's complaints with his mental power, but he did not blame Okrian Lucan. After all, everyone had seen the glory of the imperial era. For those whose ancestors had been rich, such a territory was indeed no different from a rural village. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin followed Count Lemon forward. After passing through the wooden gate, they carefully examined the city wall. They discovered that it was not only low, but also made of simple logs. Only the base was held in place by stone. The entire wall was so crude that they were shocked. What can this wall actually protect against? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo turned around and explained in shock. This kind of wall couldn't hold a candle to human heavy infantry. Even Orcish infantry, if they were numerous enough, could pile up against it. And even if they couldn't, an axe would tear it to pieces. And it looked like its resistance to fire was zero. A single fire spell from a shaman could burn the whole place to the ground. This wall is just a barrier. Earl Lemon looked normal. Rohan soldiers weren't primarily infantry like Gundor, but cavalry. Their inhabitants were semi-nomadic and settled, so they didn't really need a wall's defensive capabilities. They needed fortifications that could delay enemy attacks. After all, Rohan was a cavalry nation. Offense was their main focus. Delaying an attack was a great advantage. The cavalry's fortifications, which bought them time to gather, only required low walls. Since they lacked heavy infantry, they didn't particularly care for tall walls. If Roland had known their shock, he'd probably have advised them against it. After all, there were only a few places in the entire kingdom of Rohan that could be called fortresses. Even the capital had wooden walls. This was partly because Rohan didn't value walls, and partly because the plains where Rohan lay lacked access to boulders. Transporting stone from the White Mountains was too advanced for a kingdom that had grown from nomadic people. This resulted in Rohan's vastly flat terrain, and their repeated retreat against the attacks of Saruman's magical creatures and the Uruk Octos. All this was simply due to the different military positions of Rohan and Gundor. Nothing surprising there. Okrian Ryukin shuddered. A wall of this size would probably be the defense system of a large village in Lagran. Without the castle, and its various defensive structures, it was hard for Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and his companions to consider it a wall. Excuse me. Count Lemon was stunned for a moment, then nodded to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and his companions and turned to leave. Looking in the direction of Count Lemon, they saw a fast horse galloping towards them. Count Lemon exchanged a few words with a man who was obviously a scout, then his face darkened. What did they say? Okrian Ryukin turned to look at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. I didn't hear clearly. It was so quiet I couldn't hear. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo frowned as he looked at Count Lemon in the distance. I hope it wasn't orcs looking for trouble. Okrian Ryukin shook his head. Shut up, I think it's pretty close. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo's face darkened. What could possibly happen in this shabby place to upset a powerful Earl? What's wrong, Earl? Are the orcs attacking from where? Orishan Ryukin asked curiously. No. Rather it's the orcs. A dragon seems to have awakened in the White Mountains. Sadly, it's heading north. Lemon's expression shifted. Chapter 996. The smile on Okrian Ryukin's face gradually faded, a look of surprise creeping over him. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, his eyes as if to ask, could it be that we have dragon riders who have gone ahead? Dragon? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was clearly shocked. After all, King Roland hadn't mentioned any dragon riders accompanying him. Yes, Earl Lemon said with a wry smile. Wait, is this news from a few days ago? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo suddenly frowned. 3 days ago. Earl Lemon nodded. After all, Rohan's scouts were all cavalry, so their timeliness was relatively high. No other news? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo then rubbed his chin. No. Maybe the scouts haven't arrived yet? Earl Lemon speculated. If it was 3 days ago. Earl, do you know anything about dragons? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo suddenly asked. Of course. No. Earl Lemon shrugged. How could he possibly understand dragons? Could he see them? No one in the entire kingdom of Rohan had ever seen a dragon. To them, dragons were more like legendary ghosts, whose existence they couldn't even confirm. Perhaps your people were mistaken. If it were a dragon, you should have seen it 2 days ago. Of course, perhaps we won't see it. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shrugged. It could be another flying beast. No matter what kind of dragon it is, it wouldn't be this slow. This speed is too slow. Even a lumbering mountain dragon can't run slower than a horse. Okrian Ryukin shook his head in reassurance. Your Excellencies know a lot about dragons? Earl Lemon was stunned by the coordinated actions of Grand Duke Okrian Izuo, clearly unable to recover. Hey! You finally asked the right person, old man. Do you know what our duke is? Okrian Ryukin shoved one leg over the wooden stake, a look full of secrets. What is it? Count Lemon looked at Okrian Ryukin with curiosity. Our duke is the one who knows dragons best. Okrian Ryukin caught Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo's eye and turned his words back. Really? Count Lemon gave him a look that said, I'm ignorant, you too, don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Don't you know there are dragon riders in the kingdom of Lagran? Okrian Ryukin scratched his head, looking at Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo in confusion. Didn't they say that Castle once rode a dragon all the way south to visit the southern kingdom? It's true. We have real dragon riders in our kingdom. We're probably the best at understanding dragons in Middle-earth. Grand Duke Orishin Yasuo said proudly. How could a kingdom founded on dragons not understand dragons? If there really is a dragon in the White Mountains, it's either already left or it's a fake. The speed difference is too great. Dragons don't fly that slow. Ask your people carefully if you're mistaken. There are many magical beasts that look like dragons, but they're definitely not dragons. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo patted Lemon's shoulder and consoled him. Yes. When people are nervous, they subconsciously exaggerate what they see. Perhaps you saw another high-level magical beast? It might have wings, a long neck, and limbs. Even if it's a dragon, it could be a flying dragon. Okrian Ryukin explained. If it's a dragon, there's no need to worry. Dragons are very cautious. A lone dragon won't usually attack a town or village. Wild monsters are always afraid of being hurt. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded. Domesticated monsters might generally lack wildness, but their fighting spirit is absolutely top-notch. Because domesticated monsters don't fear injury, while wild monsters, once injured, will die. That's the difference between being fed by the Emperor and working on your own, my god. Then I'm relieved. Earl Lemon nodded, feeling strangely relieved. He didn't know why, but the assurances of two 6th-level professionals did put his mind at ease. Splash. The sound of splashing water echoed. My lord, it shouldn't be a giant dragon. Okrian Ryukin, bathing in a wooden tub, said uncertainly. After all, dragons do prefer to dwell in the mountains, and the fact that the people of Rohan could call out a dragon's name was already enough to make them take him seriously. Do you believe there are dragons in that awful place, or do you believe I'm King Lagrang? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked with a sarcastic smile. Has anyone here ever seen a dragon? It was just a flying dragon at best. Don't take it too seriously. If a giant dragon were born, would it be so good-tempered? Do you think dragons are sheep? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo smiled. If a wild dragon saw a human city near its habitat, wouldn't it unleash a bloodbath? The sighting alerts had arrived, but not the dragon attack reports. Clearly, it wasn't a giant dragon. Wild dragons can have explosive tempers. If he encountered one with a good temper, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo wouldn't have anything to say. After all, there are always some exceptions among dragons. Indeed, if it were a real dragon, the surrounding human settlements would have been destroyed long ago. Okrian Ryukin nodded in agreement. Why don't you think the wild dragons destroy Lagrang City? Don't they want to? Without the guardian dragons and dragon riders, the Lagrang Empire would probably be on the alert for a dragon attack every day. What if it's a real dragon? Okrian Ryukin asked, looking at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo with a sudden unease. What if it's a real dragon? It's nothing. Why aren't you running? We don't have any reserve dragon riders right now, so catching a dragon is pointless. Why don't you hurry back to the kingdom and ask King Roland to bring his dragon riders to retrieve the wild dragon? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked at Okrian Ryukin with a look of you're a fool. Dragons are poison to others, but to Lagrang, with his systematic dragon training, they are his legacy. It's normal for a family to nurture a single dragon for hundreds of years. A wild dragon, if nurtured, can become a guardian dragon. Even if they can't be nurtured, they can be dismantled and bled. After all, dragons are treasures, and they shouldn't be wasted. Can you guess where the dragon soul sealed in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's sword came from? The Daylight Dragon and the Night Moon Shadow Dragon were once the dragon kings of the Light and Dark Dragon clans, yet weren't they slain and sealed within the sword? You won't go? Okrian Lucan gestured to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, motioning to the wind blade at his side. Clearly, he knew the true strength of his patriarch. There's no need to use your trump card for a wild dragon. The twin dragon king souls aren't meant for wild dragons. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said, laughing and crying. After all, the Grand Duke of the East was a branch of the royal family, and his family had been wealthy before. He had even slain a dragon king during the war between humans and dragons. They only captured 2, but they refused to surrender, so they had to be sealed in the wind blade. Do you think those 2 dragon souls are still conscious? Okrian Ryukin asked curiously. After all, the Dragon King's soul was extremely terrifying, and sealing it couldn't erase their will. Before Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, the Wind Blade had always been known as the Lord-Killing Blade. The backlash of a dragon soul was no joke. Don't you know the reputation of this thing? You know this sword is always alive, Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin said meaningfully, looking at Okrian Ryukin. Chapter 997. Alive? Okrian Ryukin stared in horror at the plain longsword before him. I always suspected something was amiss. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo pondered. Why? Okrian Ryukin raised a brow. I always felt something was amiss during the Human-Dragon War. You know what our family is like. How could we have sealed 2 dragon kings? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's gaze was perfectly calm, but a hint of sadness flickered deep within. Perhaps our ancestors were lucky. Besides, the dragon clan was also divided back then. You know how chaotic it is. Who besides the dragon god could have suppressed those creatures? Okrian Ryukin shook his head. What are you afraid of? Okrian Ryukin asked, puzzled, as he looked at the silent Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. What? I'm afraid there's something wrong with this sword. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo frowned. This sword's power is too great. I can't wield it. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said, pondering for a moment while soaking in the water. Ah? Aren't you the only one in your family who developed this sword's use? Okrian Ryukin asked, puzzled. It's precisely because I know how to wield it that I feel my own insignificance. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo sighed. The long swords in his hands weren't just long swords. They were 2 giant dragons. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo always trembled in fear, fearing the 2 dragon spirits would break the seal and wreak havoc. However, it seemed the Empire's sealing magic was so powerful that after all these years, let alone wreaking havoc, the seal hadn't even budged. These 2 dragon spirits had completely suppressed him. Have faith in our ancestors. Anything passed down must be useful. I trust our ancestors won't leave us any hidden dangers. Okrian Ryukin nodded. I hope so. That's why I'm here. Even if there's a problem with this sword, it can't explode in the kingdom. While we're away, I hope I can eliminate the hidden dangers. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded. My lords, the banquet is ready. Are you ready? Suddenly, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo raised his hand. Okrian Ryukin fell silent. Then, a waiter's voice could be heard from outside. Okay, we go to the banquet immediately. Please leave. We don't need any help. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shouted. As footsteps faded, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo glanced at Okrian Ryukin, signaling that it was time to leave. Comfortable. Okrian Ryukin wore only inner armor beneath his loose outer robe. The relief of the burden made him breathe a sigh of relief. Let's go to the feast. Grand Duke Okrian nodded. Welcome. Earl Lemon looked at him with some reserve. The Duke's aura before him put him to shame. He exuded a superior aura, something Earl Lemon had never seen, even in the king. The overwhelming power of his superiority made him seem like the master of the place. Excuse me. Grand Duke Okrian nodded to Earl Lemon, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. While Rohan's nobles weren't particularly accomplished, they were at least quite capable of being humane. While there weren't any delicacies on the table, there was a wide variety of roasted meats, stews, seasonal vegetables, spices, and staples. Try it. This is a halfling-inspired dish my chef learned. See if it suits your taste. Lord Lemon said enthusiastically, his words brimming with enthusiasm and pride. After all, halflings are the masters of Middle-earth cuisine. Just look at the dwarves, who went to Baggins's house for free food and drinks. They nearly emptied Bag End. Clearly, having a chef who learned from halflings in Rohan is a matter of pride. Not bad. Grand Duke Okrian Athos sat down and carved a venison steak. While it wasn't as good as the banquets of the Raglan Empire, nor could it compare to King Roland's farewell reception, it was still a feast for the 2 men who had been sleeping rough for so long. By the way, your majesties, the information is confirmed. Lord Lemon observed Grand Duke Okrian Athos and his companions enjoying their meal, his lips moving for a long time before he finally spoke. Go ahead. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded knowingly. He wouldn't come to the palace for no reason, but since Count Lemon had spoken, he might as well join in the fun. It really is a dragon. Count Lemon muttered, his lips trembling. Impossible. The White Mountains don't produce dragons. Before Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo could open his mouth, Okrian Ryukin slammed the table and stood up. Indeed. I didn't lie to your excellencies. Count Lemon shuddered. Where's the evidence? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, less assertive than Okrian Ryukin, simply frowned at Count Lemon and said calmly. Yes. We have a photo stone. A ranger scout risked his life to record his appearance. He was catching sheep in the villages along the main stem of the Shuma River. And they say he's already set off north. This is a photo stone sent by the Southern Territory. Count Lemon produced a photo stone. Let me see. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo held out his hand, and Okrian Ryukin, standing nearby, immediately took it. As his battle energy infused the image stone, it began to reveal the image it had recorded. A herd of sheep, pasturing a riverside, grazed and watered by their shepherd, seemed so carefree and relaxed. Suddenly, a dark shadow descended, and the sheep trembled, kneeling on the ground, their feces and urine gushing. They froze in fear. Then, their bloody mouths opened wide, and with a stretch of their necks, a sheep vanished. The image shook violently, and then it was over. This thing. Huh? How could it be? Okrian Ryukin exclaimed in astonishment. Your Majesty, I'm not kidding you, am I? It's a dragon. Count Lemon's face was bitter, his eyes filled with panic. If it weren't for 2 level 6 creatures visiting his territory, Lemon would have been ready to move. What a ridiculous dragon! Okrian Ryukin said with a quizzical expression. Well, it's not a dragon, but it's not far off. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo rubbed his brow helplessly. While it wasn't a dragon, the creature before him certainly looked very similar to one. Then what is this? That tail. That size. Those wings. Isn't that the giant dragon mentioned in the books? Count Lemon asked in horror, pointing at the trembling image. Is that it? Okrian Ryukin asked Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo for confirmation. It's him, you're not mistaken. I just don't know how many heads it has. The image is so shaky. Clearly, this scout recorded it while fleeing. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his head. It's a chimera. I thought they were all extinct. Okrian Ryukin explained in shock. How could that be possible? After all, it's a superpowered magical beast with some dragon blood flowing through its veins. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his head in denial. The problem now is that we don't know how many heads it has. Getting the number wrong could be fatal. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo frowned. Chimera? Count Lemon stared at the 2 men, bewildered. He understood what they were saying, but he didn't understand a word of what they were saying. Yes. Chimera. A magical beast on par with dragons. Of course, this refers to those with more than 3 heads. Okrian Ryukin nodded. Chapter 998. Ah? Ah? Ah. Count Lemon's voice rasped as he listened to the words of Okrian Ryukin and Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, his heart aching with anxiety. Is this chimera so powerful? Can it be compared to a dragon? Count Lemon muttered. Of course, technically, chimeras should also be considered dragons, right? Okrian Ryukin nodded. After all, chimeras have dragon blood in their bodies, but they are highly resistant to dragon power. Hence the name of a multi-headed dragon. They have dragon blood, but they are not dragons. At least the dragons wouldn't recognize them. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his head. Do your 2 lords have any way to deal with this chimera? Earl Lemon wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with a guilty conscience. After all, something as famous as a dragon was clearly formidable. Lemon wasn't a fool, so he wouldn't look for trouble. If Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others shook their heads, he'd start organizing the move tonight. We can't guarantee anything without seeing the whole thing. After all, a chimera's head speaks volumes. If there are too many heads, we have to flee. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo spoke truthfully, without making any false claims. But generally, it's no problem for you to drive away the chimeras. We can't kill them, but we can certainly drive them away. Okrian Ryukin reassured him. He felt confident that as long as he and his highness didn't run headfirst into 9 chimeras, they could definitely defeat them. At least the difference in strength wouldn't be so despairing. What? You ask what to do with 9 chimeras? Run! If you can't outrun the chimeras, you can't outrun the people of Rohan? That's good, that's good. Earl Lemon felt a little relieved. From what the 2 lords had said, unless they encountered a rare Big Daddy level chimera, they could drive it away. With this thought, Earl Lemon's face once again smiled. Enjoy the food. Enjoy the food. Count Lemon put on his smile again and began to prepare his banquet. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin exchanged a glance, but said nothing. They simply smiled and raised their glasses to Count Lemon. Your Highness! Your Highness! Okrian Ryukin pushed Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Huh? What's wrong? You're sleeping. So sleepy. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo drunkenly shook off Okrian Ryukin's hand. At this point, the alcohol was driving him, and all he wanted was a good night's sleep. How many heads did that chimera have? Did you see it clearly? Okrian Ryukin asked worriedly. Go to sleep. It can't possibly be a 9-headed chimera, right? If it is, I go back and call the dragon riders awesome. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with a quizzical expression. The White Mountains, that shabby place, must be secretly delighted to have given birth to a super beast. How could they possibly support a 9-headed chimera? It's not that they lack resources, but that the foothills on both sides are filled with human kingdoms. Powerful monsters would have been alerted, and would have slaughtered the human kingdoms long ago. Don't underestimate the super beast's sense of territorial protection. Oh. Okrian Ryukin sighed and walked out. Your Highness! Your Highness! We're here! Lagran City is just ahead. A grassland elf, gazing from the treetops, shouted joyfully. Roland of the Code. Master Verway is here. Come greet me. Verway, his longsword slung over his shoulder, a flicker of relief, and the excitement of meeting his friend flashed in his eyes. He whistled, tumbling down from the tree, and sprinted towards the city of Rapids. Ha ha ha. Welcome me. Then Erway said happily, swinging his legs even harder. As a 6th-level hunter, he possessed remarkable speed among professionals. The ranger's mobility was also among the best among combat professionals. What the hell is that? The Lagrang defenders had already spotted Venervi, arms flailing and limbs flailing, on the distant horizon. His figure was incredibly conspicuous in the harvested wheat fields. After all, his light red armor was hard to miss. Quickly, call the general to come and see. Is he a madman? The soldier whispered. Ancient war tree? Is this man being hunted by an ancient war tree? Are the prairie elves hunting him? The soldiers on Lagrang soon saw the dust kicked up by the ancient war tree. As the 3 ancient trees revealed themselves, the red figure before them seemed to be running even faster. The prairie elves are loyal to His Majesty. They must be our people. Our people must be chasing the enemy. Archers, get ready. The officer on the wall counted on his fingers. The thought that the prairie elves had pledged allegiance to their king suddenly gave him a clear idea. Everyone listen. Aim at that madman being hunted by the ancient war tree. Shoot. The officers on the wall organized a force. The Pivotanian archers, upon receiving the order, immediately unleashed their skills to enhance their bows and arrows. With these various abilities, their long arrows could reach a terrifying distance of thousands of meters. They also maintained an extremely high rate of fire, and a certain level of accuracy. At least their ranged fire was no problem. Whoosh! Vannerway ran happily, as if returning to the embrace of nature. He couldn't wait to share with Roland the good news of his arduous climb to support him, and tell him about his experiences along the way. As he was thinking, Vannerway suddenly sensed something was wrong. A familiar sound of wind piercing the air could be heard. It seemed like the sound of an arrow piercing the wind? Roland! I hack you. Vannerway instinctively drew his sword and blocked, the clanging sound resounding incessantly. Archers. City defenders. Roland, you're killing me. You have no moral integrity. You. Vannerway, hearing the familiar voices in the air, was instantly furious. Not daring to resist, he snatched up his long sword and turned and fled. Although he was a level 6 professional, he shouldn't be afraid of level 3 or 2 archers, but even a dragon knight wouldn't charge head-on into such a long-range volley of archers. Only a fully armed, sturdy iron can dare to charge. Vannerway, with his high attack and low defense, naturally didn't shy away from his strengths, and simply turned and ran. Everyone saw Vannerway returning even faster than when he left. Brilliant. We forced the enemy into the elves. Let's see how he escapes the stranglehold of the war tree. The officer guarding the city wall ordered everyone to stop shooting and watch the show. Help! Vannerway ran back breathlessly, quickly climbing up the tree. What's wrong, Your Highness? The tribesmen gathered around, looking at the breathless Vannerway and asking. Why did they shoot you, Your Highness? The guard in the tree saw it all. How should I know? Are they crazy? Or is Roland crazy? Vannerway gritted his teeth and said angrily. Did Lagran fall? We haven't heard from them in months. Could the battle line have retreated? Are the tankmen attacking? An elf speculated. That shouldn't be the case. Are those huge Lagran dragon flags and royal dragon flags just for show? Someone objected. Wait a minute. Let's stop outside the range and see what's going on. If they really turn hostile, then we take the war tree north. Then, we take a detour to the western world. This tree will be his apology. Van Erway's face was grim. No one would be in a good mood if they were shot at after smiling at someone. Wait until their scouts come out, Van Erway said, then closed his eyes. Chapter 999. What's going on? Fong Lin Yuan climbed to the top of the city wall, staring expressionlessly at the towering trees in the distance. Why are there 3 more giant trees? No. These are the kingdom's ancient war trees. Verve is here. Fong Lin Yuan raised a brow. Just now, they were chasing a fleeing individual. He ran towards us, but we shot him back with arrows. The defenders on the city wall looked as if they were begging for a show. Well done. Gather the knights. Come with me to greet them. Fong Lin Yuan looked at the ancient war tree, which remained motionless, and without a second thought, gave a few instructions before riding Longxi and flying away. Ah! The roar of the dragon of light resounded through the sky, casting a vast shadow on the ground. The dragon swept across the sky and flew off into the distance. Greetings, Lord Verve. Lagran City welcomes you. Fong Lin Yuan landed on his dragon, dismounted, and spoke slowly after an elegant knight salute. Welcome? I don't think so. They just rained arrows, Van Erway said sarcastically. It wasn't that he didn't understand, but as soon as Fong Lin Yuan landed, he knew there must be a misunderstanding. However, that didn't stop him from slapping Roland with his words. After all, such a big mistake was already a slap in Roland's face. What do you mean, Lord Van Erway? Fong Lin Yuan's brows furrowed subconsciously. He seemed to have remembered something, but in this situation, he absolutely couldn't admit it, otherwise he would be extremely embarrassed. Do you see the arrow over there? Van Erway pointed to a clearing in the distance. The grass there was curled up and full of holes, but the arrow was clearly invisible. Although Fong Lin Yuan's dragon eyes granted him exceptional vision, he clearly couldn't see the arrows that had already penetrated deep into the ground, not to mention that he was feigning ignorance. Ah? You didn't see it? Fong Lin Yuan said dryly. Van Erway was silent for a moment. Where's Roland? I want to see him. Van Erway's lips twitched as he voiced his new request. Sorry, Your Majesty has gone to River Rapids. Fong Lin Yuan didn't hide anything, but simply nodded apologetically. I see, no wonder. I was wondering why I was being attacked with arrows for no apparent reason. It turns out King Roland is left. Van Erway's anger inexplicably dissipated. Sir, please follow me into the city. You've been camping out for so long. The banquet is already being prepared. Let's welcome you all. Fong Lin Yuan didn't respond, casually changing the subject and nodding to Van Erway. What about these 3 giants? Van Erway grumbled. After all, the war tree couldn't possibly enter Raglan City. While Raglan City was magnificently built, it wasn't the imperial capital of history with its 100-meter-high walls. It was unrealistic for these behemoths to enter. No one would steal the war tree, right? Fong Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched. This thing could be left in the countryside without issue. Do you expect the orcs to chop it down? You're overestimating them. As for stealing it, that's out of the question. Van Erway turned to look at the war tree and found what Van Erway said quite plausible. By the way, where will we be stationed? Van Erway frowned. If the war tree couldn't enter Raglan City, the elves couldn't either. After all, with a war tree, no steppe elf would want to return to a place devoid of the nourishment of nature. The magic well and the ancient tree were the source of the elves' power. Presumably, their tribe would rather sleep in the wilderness with the war tree than live in the city. You want to live with the Ancient of War? Fong Lin Yuan understood from Van Erway's expression. Combined with the knowledge of the MacDougall family, he could easily discern that the elves were reluctant to leave their homeland. After all, without the support of miraculous items like the Ancient of War and the Magic Well, not only would their strength decline, but their lifespan would also be significantly shortened. Yes. Van Erway nodded. He no longer wanted to be what others called a wild elf. Without their own Magic Well and Ancient of Life, the nature-loving steppe elves had long been called wild elves. With no fixed place to live, they were a presence even the orcs could trample upon. Without a fixed home, the steppe elves also lost their ability to forge metal. Those were painful days. All right. Just keep the Ancient of War near the city. We'd be there to support you if you need anything. Fong Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't force the elves' wishes. Good day, respected queen. Although Verve and Roland exchanged verbal sparring, they genuinely respected Nyx, the serene, gentle, and majestic queen. The elves had received much from her during their time in River Rapids, and compared to King Roland, who had taken them in, the elves preferred this kind queen. Roland, am I not kind enough? Look at me transforming into the great western king of Middle-earth. I kill anyone I see. Welcome, your excellency Verve. The conditions here are simple, so don't be offended, Nyx said gently. Your majesty, you worry too much. The grassland elves are not afraid of hardship. The conditions here are quite good. Verve smiled and nodded. Compared to the chaotic wasteland, a kingdom sheltered by a city was already quite good. And with the elves now living in the ancient trees they loved, their living conditions were a world apart. I heard you had a minor conflict when we first entered the city? Nyx asked with a chuckle. It was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Venervi was at a loss for words at Nyx's gentle words, and could only smile awkwardly and admit it was a misunderstanding. If it was their fault, I have the person responsible apologize. Nyx bowed gracefully. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Venervi stepped aside with a quick step, his resentment long gone. That was truly a disrespect to everyone. Roland went west to prepare for war, and these soldiers were left unchecked for a while, so they were a bit lazy. Nyx's lips curved into a charming smile, her golden hair gleaming in the sunlight. It's okay, your majesty. We were delayed for too long on the road. Venervi stammered, trying to find an excuse. Nyx's explanation, bowed in her voice, made Venervi's initial grievance vanish, leaving only a hint of panic. Nyx felt a slight sense of relief at seeing Verve's expression. It was the elves' simple hearts that embarrassed the elf king with her performance. If any human noble had come, the royal family would have been in for a hefty loss today. By the way, your excellency Verve has something I should tell you, Nyx said, watching Verve put down his knife and fork and wipe his hands at the banquet. Oh, your majesty, please. Verve gave a polite, attentive look. Our scouts have discovered traces of a grassland elf tribe in the Rune region on the south coast, but they're very wary, and we can't get close, Nyx said slowly. This is how the grassland elves are. Verve nodded involuntarily, as he listened to Nyx's story. After all, this was how he used to be. If you agree, I'd like to go deeper into the south coast to see if I can rescue my people. Verve finally raised his head, and pleaded with Nyx. Chapter 1000. Of course, how could I refuse? They're your people after all. And winter's coming, and these poor souls must be having a hard time. Nyx's chaste face was filled with compassion. This was political wisdom. The kingdom of Lagran clearly wanted a pool of high-quality ranger reserves, but Nyx's promotion of this became a veiled conspiracy. Knowing Verve, he undoubtedly plunged headfirst into the search for those wandering steppe elves. Verve had no choice. Then I need to leave as soon as possible. Winter will only make their lives even harder. Verve's eyes fixed. Your excellency has come a long way, so rest for a few days is a good idea. After all, our scouts haven't yet located them, Nyx urged. No. With all due respect, your men will likely have a hard time finding these hidden elves. Due to the environment, the grassland elves are extremely secretive about their movements. Unless you deploy air knights for a large-scale reconnaissance, it will be difficult to track them. Vannerway stood up and shook his head, his words filled with disapproval of the kingdom's scouts. Vannerway knew the kingdom had a unit of half-elf rangers, but he wasn't confident in their tracking abilities. So urgent? Yuan. Send Lord Vannerway off for me, and see if they have any supplies or resupply they need. Nyx also stood up and nodded to Feng Lin Yuan. Thank you, your majesty. As you command, your majesty. Watching the two men walk out one after the other, they slowly sat down again. Lilith idly cut into the grilled fish on her plate. The fragrant aroma of oil and spices filled her nostrils, but she had little interest in savoring the delicacy. Are you sure these people can really find those elves? Lilith frowned, a blush flashing across her unhealthy face. I'm not sure, but they're grassland elves, a wandering race. They understand each other better than we do. Nyx shook her head. Madam, this is just a casual move. Even if it fails, the kingdom won't lose anything. Duke Joltia shook his head. What if Verve falls? Lilith frowned. That would be a real shame. Charlie Pross will pray for him before the dragon god. Charlie Pross said with a look of regret and piety. Lilith. The kingdom has entered a period of expansion. But we don't have enough soldiers to patrol our lands. Ever since Roland took away those elite soldiers in Swiftstream City, we handed over some of the defenses to the Centaurs. The cities around Swiftstream Avenue are all expanding, and we're significantly short on manpower. Nix began. Roland is unwilling to recruit the Flood Riders, and relying on idle professionals from the civilian population to form an elite professional corps is unrealistic. They'd rather be adventurers than join the army. Our professional system has only completed the development of the knight system, which can only provide us with a few to 10 trained knights each year. Nix continued before anyone else could speak, simultaneously shutting down anyone's thoughts on recruiting the Flood Riders. So we need to find ready-made elite soldiers to fill the gaps. Thanks to the gap King Roland has created. I can't even imagine the northern borders of the kingdom. Duke Joltea said with a wry smile, covering his face. Lagran is currently operating in a complete chain defense, meaning it only defends the urban area. The northern wastelands are completely abandoned. By the time Roland returns, orcs and monster beasts will have overrun the wastelands again. According to reconnaissance, there are at least thousands of grassland elves scattered across the south. Those tribes are quite numerous. Nick shook her head. Those elves can provide us with at least a few hundred elite troops. If we can win them over, it'd be a huge help. Duke Joltea rubbed his hands. He had no shortage of soldiers, but he lacked professional troops. These elven rangers were naturally elite. Isn't that right? How could they have so many left? Isn't the elf birth rate very low? Lilith recalled the knowledge in the book. But their combat effectiveness is also among the best in the wasteland. As long as there's no large-scale encirclement and suppression, they can escape, so their casualties are also low. Duke Joltea was moved. These elite soldiers, tempered by life and death, were his favorites. Plug-and-play, ready-to-fight force. What's there to be picky about? Just use them. It would be rude to be picky. Oh no! That chimera is flying towards us. Earl Lemon burst through the door early in the morning. What's wrong? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, still half asleep in bed, rose and scratched his head. That chimera is coming. Count Lemon cried. It's coming? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shuddered, instantly awake. Yes. It destroyed a town. It ate all the livestock. It's flying towards us. Count Lemon explained fearfully. Are there any more towns along the way? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo jumped out of bed. No. Just a few villages. Count Lemon shook his head repeatedly, not wanting to hide the truth. We can still hold out for a while. Let the soldiers assemble. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo nodded. Give the orders. We follow your lead. Count Lemon wept bitterly. God damn it. Evacuate the people and supplies. Can you survive the winter? One breath and everyone's out. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo said helplessly, looking at the wooden town. By the way, how many heads? Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo demanded. 3. Count Lemon nodded. Are you sure? Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo gritted his teeth. Are you sure? If it's not 3, I give you my head. Count Lemon swore. His scouts had verified this chimera's presence several times when it was raiding the village's livestock. Now it's wreaking havoc in the south, and now it's wreaking havoc in the north. Where are your level 6s? You're not going to care. Orishan Ryukin emerged and raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he was driven north by our 6th order. Earl Lemon said awkwardly. Code. I eat him if he's alive. Okrian Ryukin grumbled. You chased him down, but you're still not going after him? How much do you underestimate the vengeful nature of these super beasts? Let's go! Let's go and see! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo donned his armor, and nodded to the 2 men. Roar! A massive figure flashed through the clouds, followed by a roar like a dragon's roar that resounded across the land. All the warhorses buckled to the ground at the roar, leaving only Okrian Yasuo and his companion steed standing still. Here we are. How's the evacuation going? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo turned to look at the trembling Earl Lemon behind him. We evacuated the supplies and civilians. The livestock haven't moved. We're afraid they draw that creature's attention. Earl Lemon said quickly. Very well, have the soldiers disperse and help the civilians get out. It's up to us to come down. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo sighed. He would never come to the kingdom of Rohan again. Little money, much to do, and so stingy. A truly ennobled Earl without a heavy crossbow. 0 resistance against an attack from the sky, huh? At least Lake Town in the north still has the black arrow. Lemon! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo looked up at the visitor's full appearance, his expression changing. Ghidorah? Okrian Ryukin exclaimed in shock. Chapter 1001. Lemon! The code is killing us. Okrian Ryukin said bitterly. Kill! Without giving Count Lemon a chance to speak, Okrian Ryukin rushed forward with his sword drawn. Evacuate the soldiers. How many survive depends on fate. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gritted his teeth and, without waiting for Count Lemon to speak, drew his wind blade and rushed out with Okrian Ryukin. Roar! Ghidorah's attention was clearly drawn to the two powerful 6th-level professionals who had suddenly appeared. Ghidorah sensed a threatening aura from them. That's a rip-off. It's Ghidorah, not Chimera. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo complained. What should we do? Okrian Ryukin dodged the incoming lightning and communicated with Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo through telepathy. Let's fight. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo frowned. Buzz! Cyan flames of battle energy instantly coalesced into a cyan shield, enveloping Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Storm Wings. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo launched his first attack with a forbidden spell. After all, ordinary skills were difficult to suppress against a supermonster-level being. Okrian Ryukin stared in horror at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, who had launched with 0 frames. Dragon language forbidden spell? Okrian Ryukin explained in shock. That wasn't me. It was the wind blade. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo watched as the terrifying wind elemental storm slowly transformed into a dragon and charged forward, shaking his head at Okrian Ryukin. His own wind blade held 2 Dragon King souls. Using the dragon souls to transform his battle energy into dragon power and unleash the dragon language forbidden spell was a breeze. You're flabbergasted. Imperial magic technology. Boom! Golden lightning struck the dragon-shaped forbidden spell of wind elemental concentration, instantly triggering a turbulent flow of elements. The surrounding space was ripped apart by the intense energy. King Ghidorah. Isn't this a sea dragon? How did it roll inland? Okrian Ryukin frowned at the creature before him, arguably the purest of all dragon variants. This 3-headed, dark golden dragon possessed a much more peaceful appearance than most other dragons. Compared to the ferocious elemental dragons, it was rather more refined. The only telltale sign of its dragon ancestry was its ferocious crest. Twisted horns woven atop its head into a magnificent bone crest, revealing its noble lineage. Transparent fins swayed in the wind from its slender limbs. Streaks of lightning streaked through the scales of its body, and its wide wings spread wide, casting a vast shadow. Why does this thing look so much like a chimera? You, a dragon, are the same length as a chimera. What happened to the Ghidorah clan back then? Okrian Ryukin was blasted away by the lightning. Ah! Ghidorah roared, his dragon maw suddenly opened wide. Golden light burst forth from his 3 bloody mouths. His body danced with the air, a noble and sacred aura emanating from him. Get out of the way! It's the wrath of the sky! Roared Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Suddenly, the sky erupted in clouds, dense flashes of lightning streaking through them. Threads of lightning streamed down Ghidorah's body, bathing this strange, 3-headed dragon in golden light. At this moment, bathed in golden lightning, Ghidorah seemed like a golden dragon descended upon the earth. Damn it! Run! Okrian Ryukin's pupil shrank. What sky wrath? This was clearly a high-voltage electric field combined with dragon dance. This thing had already stacked several layers of enhanced status while flying. Go! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo had clearly noticed something was amiss and turned around, preparing to fly away. He tapped his toes. Wind drift instantly activated, and with the blessing of the wind element, his speed suddenly increased. Boom! The next second, before Okrian Ryukin's horrified gaze, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo vanished in the torrent of thunder. When? The Great Forbidden Dragon Language spell. Infinite wind and thunder explosion? Okrian Ryukin felt the blazing heat and destructive aura passing by, and he froze in midair, his feet on the wind. An uncontrolled wind element couldn't possibly support a fully armored sword master. As the wind element beneath Okrian Ryukin's feet disintegrated, he fell into free fall. Fortunately, he recovered instantly and activated wind drift again. Asshole. You actually. Okrian Ryukin stared at the dust beneath his feet, his entire body trembling. You're courting death. Okrian Ryukin said coldly, the last trace of emotion in his eyes fading with the wind. He closed his eyes midair, and let himself free fall towards the earth. Wind. The freest element. This is a war between sky and earth. The sky can never defeat the earth. As long as there's still height, don't give up. The wind will lead you to the answer. Okrian Ryukin's mind flashed back to the past, recalling the days when he and Okrian Yasuo, the unremarkable clan leader, wandered the empire. Heard my lord. Step over my corpse. Okrian Ryukin quietly opened his eyes, now pale and pale. Only a glimmer of green light glimmered through the corners of his eyes, vanishing in the whistling wind. It's over. Earl Lemon, who had retreated to a distant place, cried out in agony. He watched with his own eyes as the 6th-ranked being was blasted into the earth by a great forbidden spell. The shockwave even overturned his own town, and another 6th-ranked being suddenly plummeted from the sky for unknown reasons. Earl Lemon gazed coldly at his territory. Minutes ago, there had been a town there. Now, it had become a waterless artificial lake. This time, I win. Okrian Ryukin gently stroked his sword, and his body, which had been free-falling, instantly vanished. 10 soaring Ryukin slash. The long sword in Okrian Ryukin's hand flashed white, and without a hint of edge, it lightly slashed across the base of Ghidorah's wing. Swish. Ong! The dragon flapped one wing, trying to maintain its balance, but the other, severed at the root, continued to spray blood. Unbalanced, the dragon spun and slammed into the earth. A straight sword scar stretched 30 miles in its wake. King Ghidorah, nothing more. Okrian Ryukin stood before him, sword in both hands, his pale eyes fixed mercilessly on King Ghidorah as he writhed and roared on the ground. That strike was a genuine wind attribute forbidden spell. Sky Soaring Chasing Flash. Originally a single target forbidden spell, Sky Soaring Chasing Flash, through Okrian Ryukin's mastery, has successfully created a unique variant of the spell. Floating in midair, Okrian Ryukin gazed at Ghidorah beneath him and coldly declared, "Get out of here." "Ah!" King Ghidorah roared in agony. His 3 heads tore at each other in agony before finally noticing Okrian Ryukin soaring overhead. Instantly, 3 pairs of crimson pupils lit up. Wind? Thunder? Fire? Those are some good elements. No wonder he could instantly unleash infinite wind and thunder blast. Yasuo's death was well deserved. Okrian Ryukin said coldly, counting Ghidorah's heads. The 3 heads, each with a different color, represented the 3 attributes of this dragon. Chapter 1002. Okrian Ryukin strikes slash through Ghidorah's wings to sever his hope of escape. A dragon without wings isn't a dragon, it's a lizard. As the most chaotic of the dragon species, they lack fixed attributes, randomly acquiring 3 different attributes at birth. Ghidorah's body is unusually not overpowering, but this fusion of 3 elemental dragons with top melee prowess is a rare pure magic power. Thanks to its 3 heads, Ghidorah's spellcasting speed is 3 times that of dragons of the same rank. They can even cast spells individually, combining their dragon language magic into a combined spell. Okrian Ryukin couldn't guarantee that his strike would sever all 3 dragon heads, so he opted for the safe wing severing strategy. After all, they were the empire that dealt with dragons the most. If others didn't know how to slay dragons, wouldn't Lagran be equally adept? Watching Ghidorah, whose wounds had been sealed with flames, Okrian Ryukin Void Step swung his sword with a simple flourish, not a trace of energy leaking out, yet the cold light from the blade stung his brows and eyes painfully. Sword dance. Now it was Okrian Ryukin's turn to stack his statuses. After all, everyone had buffs, and whoever was slow to buff would suffer. Just now, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo had suffered the same fate, mistaking Ghidorah's 2 enhanced states for the start of an attack, unaware that he had been holding back his ultimate move for a long time. Boom! Before Okrian Ryukin could react, a black and white phantom dragon arm flashed out, sending Ghidorah flying hundreds of meters with one strike. I almost capsized in the ditch. If I hadn't had my wind blade handy, I would have been killed by this guy. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo rushed out, dusty and grimy, complaining to Okrian Ryukin. You're not dead? The icy aura that had been condensing around Okrian Ryukin instantly froze, then immediately broke. Okrian Yasuo. Are you courting death? Don't harm me, if you don't want to live. Okrian Ryukin gritted his teeth as he looked at the dusty-faced Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. He thought he was dead, yet he wanted to avenge him. That strike was the pinnacle of his life. Excellent sword. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging the impressive strike, then stepped in front of Okrian Ryukin. Don't get too close. This Ghidorah is a 3-element weapon. If it explodes, we suffer greatly. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with lingering fear. Why aren't you dead? Then let me ask you, why aren't you dead? Okrian Ryukin asked, with a mixture of disdain and curiosity. The wind blade saved my life once. I'm glad I kept it. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo gritted his teeth, raising the now dulled wind blade in his hand with lingering fear. Is this a golden ticket to immunity from death? Okrian Ryukin raised a brow, realizing that things were not simple. Almost. The wind blade is full. It can't absorb any more energy. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with lingering fear. This was a case of him being struck by a master blade upon first contact. If Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo hadn't used a master blade, he would have been taken down by a single attack. What? Looking down on forbidden spells? So many forbidden spells have been thrown since the beginning, but with so little success? Forbidden spells can't kill a level 6? That's because they're facing opponents of the same level. Those who can cast forbidden spells inherently possess the same immense power as the spells themselves. How could they be defeated by a single blow from a level 6 when they're well prepared? Furthermore, forbidden spells aren't designed for level 6 combat. Aside from a few single-target forbidden spells, the fundamental purpose of most forbidden spells is to create an advantage on the battlefield. A speck of dust from a level 6 is like a mountain to a lower-level opponent. He's lost his wings. Don't worry about him guerrilla warfare, just think about how to wear down a dragon. Okrian Ryukin frowned. I don't think so. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said worriedly. Do you guys really think the Blade Master is a high attack, high defense class? No matter how much Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo touts the Dragon Lord class, it's still a Blade Master branch. The essence of high attack, low defense remains unchanged. Purely magical dragons are no easier to deal with than melee. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with some concern. After all, compared to dragons with maxed out melee abilities, Ghidorah's terrifying spell-pulling ability frightened Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo even more. After all, without the Dragon Rider to hold them back, the mental insignificance of two level 6s facing a behemoth dragon was extremely depressing. His wings gone. What threat can he still pose? Okrian Ryukin asked in confusion. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky, instantly sending sweat pouring down Okrian Ryukin's back. This? Okrian Ryukin spoke with difficulty, looking at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo beside him. Run! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said hurriedly. Damn it! Okrian Ryukin's eyes were filled with horror as he gazed at the serpent of lightning spreading across the sky. It just has a broken wing. It's not dead. Run! Run in the opposite direction. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo roared. Even without wings, Ghidorah was still a dragon. Just because he lost the ability to fly didn't mean he had no offensive capabilities. You should have chopped off his wind element head. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shouted. The two of them, gliding at lightning speeds thanks to their skills, practically didn't touch the ground, flying at high speeds close to the ground, supported by the wind element. Why? Okrian Ryukin wondered, puzzled. But his confusion soon ceased as a shrill roar of a mighty dragon echoed from behind him. Turning back, Okrian Ryukin saw Ghidorah's severed left wing emanate strands of azure dragon energy, forming a wind elemental skeleton. Blazing flames then clung to it, transforming into wings. Lightning chains flowed across them, confining the flames to a fixed space, preventing them from escaping. And just like that, before Okrian Ryukin's stunned eyes, Ghidorah sprouted a wing composed of 3 elements of dragon energy. Damn it! Damn it! Okrian Ryukin exclaimed in horror. Boom! A blazing torrent of lightning brushed past the two men, and Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo could even smell the burnt scent of his own golden hair. Dragon God. He's flying! Okrian Ryukin watched, aghast, as the behemoth stumbled into flight. Though its form was distorted, it managed to return to the sky. Help! Okrian Ryukin's face paled, as if his previous ferocity had been fake. He instantly flung his arms wide, leaving Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo behind. Your Highness! Block it! Okrian Ryukin pleaded, for he could already sense the deathly gaze of Ghidorah. A 6th rank being could easily detect such undisguised murderous intent. Okrian Ryukin knew who was targeted without even looking. I block it with my head. The wind blade can't absorb energy. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo cried, breaking through his defenses, flinging his arms wide and running. Find a way to save him. He can fly now. Dragon God. Is his flying posture stable? Okrian Ryukin's eyes went dark. Ghidorah, who was wobbling just now, could now fly steadily. Chapter 1003. Think of a way. Or we're going to die. Okrian Ryukin's eyes were filled with fear. How could he put it? What kind of treatment did the Empire's young master soldiers receive when they went out? The knights led the way, the dragon riders provided support. Aside from the human-dragon war and the civil war, Imperial soldiers had virtually no experience defending themselves or facing dragon attacks directly. While their predecessors had accumulated a wealth of experience in slaying dragons, without actual experience, their knowledge of dragon warfare remained at the theoretical level. After all, no lord could truly. Shouldn't we let our dragon knights practice on these people? This is the first time I've been chased by a dragon. Before, I was always chasing after the dragon. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was practically in tears. He originally thought it was just a low-class chimera. After all, while chimeras had dragon blood, they weren't true dragons. While they had a place among the super beasts, they were clearly just for the kids. But a mutant dragon like Ghidorah was different. This thing was a real dragon. Try to get rid of him. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo suggested. How? This thing has 3 attributes: wind, fire, and thunder. 2 of its 3 attributes are acceleration. How about we run separately? Okrian Ryukin asked. A life or death bet, huh? One of them has to survive? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said speechlessly. However, both of them were moving at a brisk pace. Feng Zhongdong was practically smoking with his energy, frantically stacking various wind elemental status skills upon himself. For a moment, he actually managed to distance himself from his opponent. Stop joking, my lord. This is truly life-threatening. Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin said. How much battle spirit do you have left? Try another strike. That strike was quite impressive. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo offered advice. My lord. That's a forbidden spell compression technique. I'm level 6, not a demigod. Whose forbidden spells are you casting consecutively? Okrian Ryukin exclaimed in shock. Do you think I'm some lousy mage who hides in a mage tower casting forbidden spells like a turret? Please, I'm just a sword-wielding, slicing and slicing. You're making it difficult for a blade master to even launch a powerful attack on the front lines. He's supposed to be an agile attack class, yet he's facing the opponent he least wants to face. That guy seems to be catching up. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo whispered. Their mental energies rapidly intertwined in midair, transmitting each other's thoughts. In that short flight, they had already exchanged dozens of conversations and discussed several plans. Let's go! To the Anduin River. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo finally gritted his teeth. Okrian Ryukin was puzzled. Are you just looking for excitement, because we didn't die quickly enough? Are you looking for excitement? Are there really super beasts in the Anduin River? However, since super beasts usually don't care about ants, ordinary people and low-level creatures crossing the river or fighting don't attract the attention of those big crocodiles. But 2 undisguised level 6 beings with full aura and full power, trying to cross the super beast's territory? That's courting death. Shifting the blame? Okrian Ryukin quickly realized that powerful aquatic beasts would surely be furious at a sea dragon like this. After all, 2 species with conflicting habitats rarely have a peaceful conversation. Let's go! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded. Oh no! This is a real forbidden spell. Thunderous Wrath. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's pupils shrank. Isn't that a semi-forbidden spell? Okrian Ryukin suddenly remembered the question. What's the difference? This thing's got a high-voltage electric field. And it even had Dragon Dance stacked up beforehand. The buffs definitely haven't worn off. It's now as powerful as a forbidden spell. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said in a panic. Can you withstand it? Okrian Ryukin asked worriedly. It's not a major forbidden spell. One hit won't kill you. Can you block it? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo worried that Okrian Ryukin's battle energy wasn't strong enough to withstand the damage of the forbidden spell. After all, Okrian Ryukin had engaged in a serious melee with King Ghidorah, expending a forbidden spell. Just watch out. The Sword Master won't be killed by a forbidden spell. That would be embarrassing. Okrian Ryukin grinned. Even if the Sword Master was fragile, he was still a melee unit, and his predecessor, the Swordsman, was also a key player in holding the line. While the Sword Master was an offensive force, that didn't mean he lacked advanced defensive skills. The 2 men exchanged psychic energy in a split second. Then, feeling the increasingly terrifying pressure of the forbidden spell, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo decisively ceased communication and issued the order to disperse. Spread out. Don't get caught in the center of the forbidden spell. You can still withstand it. The power of the forbidden spell's transformation was completely disproportionate to that of the center. Even a few higher-level spells would be able to withstand it, let alone 2 6th-level ones. The 2 men separated instantly. While the Sword Master couldn't cover 1,000 miles in an instant, 100 meters was still easy. Swaying in the wind, they stole along, like 2 turquoise winds sweeping across the earth, stirring the grass. Boom! As the dragon head chanted the last word of the dragon language, dark clouds suddenly rolled over the sky. A dark cloud appeared out of nowhere, flashes of brilliant lightning flashed through it, and the next second, a torrential thunderstorm poured down. Thick lightning flashed and struck the earth, and the entire area seemed to have entered a desolate realm, with terrifying lightning flashing everywhere. Huh? You got your sights on me. This power bears some resemblance to the Thunder Absolute. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, enveloped in the center of the thunderbolt, suddenly stopped, a look of relief in his eyes. The golden lightning struck his cyan battle energy shield, sending ripples and fragments of battle energy flying, reminiscent of the fluttering and falling dragon banners from the Empire's final war. What bad luck. I can't compare to you, Ryukin, when it comes to luck. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo smiled bitterly, then vanished into the terrifying pool of thunder. Did the reunion succeed? Roland glanced at the people around him. They're all here. Thranduil, riding a brand new moon deer, his proud gaze gleaming with a hint of affirmation towards Roland. I see Bard's men. Roland nodded, then glanced around. Have the dwarves arrived? Roland gazed. Hey! My brother! That joke isn't funny at all. I'm not even as short as a potato. Thorin rushed out and poked Roland's kidneys, jokingly scolding him. Oh! My brother! Thank God, I'm glad to see you. It's so good to see you. I thought you weren't here. Roland's pretentiousness made Thorin's teeth ache. Has anyone told you your acting is fake? Thorin said helplessly. Haha, it's good to have you all here. I was worried you'd fall into the long lake. No problem. We just take a boat and sail upstream. Roland patted Thorin's shoulder vigorously. Old friend. We fight side by side again. Roland sighed. You're almost there. Who else in the whole north would risk their lives for you besides me? Of course, no one else would risk their lives for me besides you, Thorin said, glancing meaningfully at Thranduil and curling his eyes provocatively. Humph. Everyone knew exactly who Thorin was referring to. Thranduil remained silent, his head turned away with a haughty look. All right. Stop your rambling. Let's get aboard. Hope all goes well. Bard put one arm around Thorin's shoulders, and the other on Thranduil's reins, acting as a peacemaker. Thranduil silently dismounted from the deer's back and followed Bard. Chapter 1004. How's that? I was just in time, wasn't I? Okrian Ryukin shook the long sword in his hand, the wind scar on it slowly dimming. It was the special effect of Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's wind blade. Just before the forbidden spell was cast, Okrian Ryukin activated the wind scar, calling upon Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's true name, and summoning his true form through the wind scar. It shows I trust you enough. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo smiled, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. After all, timing was crucial. If it was too early, Ghidorah would redirect his aim. If it was too late, he'd take the full damage and might even die before he could teleport. Ha. We should be safe now. Okrian Ryukin gazed at the roiling sea of thunder in the distance. The ground there had already turned black. Golden lightning snakes streaked across the earth. Even though they were over 10 miles apart, the lightning still illuminated their faces. Theoretically, it's safe. But don't forget that Ghidorah is a dragon. He should have more than 2 forbidden spell slots, right? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with difficulty, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the dragon, tumbling and raging in the dark clouds. 1 great forbidden spell in dragon language, plus another forbidden spell in dragon language, and a bunch of dragon language spells. He still has the energy to cast spells? Okrian Ryukin said in disbelief. After all, he wasn't a dragon rider, so he couldn't fathom the immense dragon power of a dragon rider. That boundless dragon power truly gave the illusion of an endless supply of power. Yes. A dragon's dragon power isn't like that of some low-level sages, whose power wanes with just 1 forbidden spell. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded solemnly. Some sages who relied on drugs and potions to build up their arsenal might have barely reached the 6th rank, but their spell slots were horribly weak. A single forbidden spell could drain them completely. But a dragon clearly wouldn't be like that. Especially not a dragon race known for its spells. We need to run. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, watching the raging dragon, forcibly resisted the urge to turn back and fight again. While being pinned to the ground by the dragon was humiliating, it was far better than being killed by it. Running away like this will draw his attention, Okrian Ryukin said as he retreated. Currently, the two of them weren't using their battle chi, so they appeared to the dragon like ordinary people. However, if they used their battle chi to flee, they would be immediately spotted by the dragon, which would be very sensitive to their pursuit of battle chi. Tracking sense is still active. Original plan activated. Lead him to the river. I don't believe there aren't overlord beasts on the vast Anduin River. I heard there's an aquatic watcher in even the smallest place upstream. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo scoffed at Ghidorah. What kind of dragon hadn't he seen in the Empire before? This mutated dragon species might still be considered a giant dragon, but in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes, it was no different from a mixed-blooded dragon. Then run? Okrian Ryukin grinned helplessly. Run! Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded, and then, War energy surged beneath their feet, and wind in the wind launched. Buzz! 2 gusts of wind whistled past the ground. Ghidorah, still venting his rage in the sky, suddenly turned his head and cast a cold gaze. His sharp dragon eyes instantly captured the 2 figures. The excruciating pain from his broken wing instantly rippled through his nerves, and extreme rage surged through Ghidorah's 3 heads. The 3 giant dragon heads, with their different thoughts, instantly reached a consensus. Crush the ants swinging their swords at them. Dragon God. The damned ones are catching up. Okrian Ryukin cried mournfully. Ancestors, bless us with safety. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's lips twitched as he prayed to his family's ancestors. Although he looked down on Ghidorah's bloodline, that didn't mean he could ignore its combat power. Is it so fast? Are all Ghidorahs this ferocious? Okrian Ryukin had a feeling. The contrast of him slicing off a wing, and the other flying even faster nearly sent his left and right brains into a frenzy. Use your brain. He possesses the attributes of wind, thunder, and fire. Extreme attack and speed. These 3 attributes complement each other. Each one has the ability to increase speed. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo growled. With such attributes, even a heavily armored overlord facing him could outrun a knight's charge. Oh! God! My God! They're still alive! Oh! My God! Earl Lemon watched as Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo soared into the air, then plummeted to the ground. Finally, he watched as the 2 6th-level creatures dragged the terrifying beast away from the battlefield. As the terrifying dragon's might faded, only a devastated territory remained. The entire town, like a wrecked earth dragon, was covered in charred charcoal. No buildings remained intact. The pungent odor of the dead livestock made Earl Lemon pinch his nose. This money was well spent. I can't believe how the king managed to drive this thing out. Earl Lemon said horribly, observing the devastating state of his territory. He was thankful he had hosted these 2 kind-hearted princes, who took the blame for him. Otherwise, his territory would have been more than just a town's worth of buildings gone, with only a few properties lost. Even Earl Lemon, observing the terrifying destructive power, couldn't help but wonder if the king had simply fed this thing and sent it packing. Damn it. Scouting cavalry. Scout eastward. We must find any trace of the 2 lords. If they have unfortunately perished, bring back their relics. We must return them to their kingdom. Count Lemon thought for a moment, but ultimately, his conscience could not let him go. He decided to seek out Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and his companions. Even if they had tragically perished, at least he could still pass on their relics. Help! This thing still has dragon power. How can it even use advanced dragon language magic? Okrian Ryukin screamed. The lava column had just brushed past his head. This thing's 3 attribute skills were used in succession, leaving the 2 of them completely defenseless. I hate this kind of thing. So many attributes. And they can combine them to unleash them. It's disgusting. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nimbly stepped on the wind, and dodged the thunderbolt from the lightning dragon's head with a flip. Kill, kill, kill! Next time, I must get King Roland to give us a dragon knight. I can't stand it. Okrian Ryukin frantically cried, leaping and falling like a rat beneath the bombardment from the sky, a comical yet deadly sight. Stop it! Run! With a dragon knight, this beast would have been dead. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo grumbled. Can't we just turn back and fight back? I think we can break through. Ghidorah's dragon scales shouldn't be able to withstand the Swordmaster's intermediate skills. Okrian Ryukin asked. The same skills have different power when used by different people, and Okrian Ryukin felt his intermediate skills could break through this thing's defense. And then? Tickle it? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked without even turning his head. Even a giant like Ghidorah could be cut like a human skin. The Anduin River. Okrian Ryukin excitedly gazed at the suddenly clear waters before him. Cross! Cross! Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo said coldly. Your Highness, I will kill you. Orishan Ryukin grimaced. Roar! The flowing river suddenly erupted in waves, and a terrifying roar echoed across the Anduin. Chapter 1005. Yasuo. You're trying to kill me! I hate you. Okrian Ryukin said with a dull look as he watched the giant creature thrusting forth from the water against the current. Dragon God. I was wrong. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyes narrowed, and upon seeing the creature clearly, he felt a thunderbolt strike. The waves broke apart, and a turquoise figure emerged from the water. Its body was covered in velvety green algae, and water flowed down its azure fins. A pair of slender wings suddenly spread, stirring up a cloud of mist and shattering the weeds entangled around it. Ah! A deep dragon roar echoed like a bell across the river. The mist carried a dense dragon force that suddenly dissipated, and the overwhelming dragon's might made it difficult for anyone to breathe. Your Highness! He's coming! Okrian Ryukin's gaze suddenly sharpened, then he looked resolutely at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. You go ahead. I stop him. Okrian Ryukin's voice was filled with despair. Behind them, a furious Ghidorah was pursuing them, and in front of them, a terrifying water dragon emerged from the Anduin River, blocking their path. An ancient torrent dragon. Don't look at him. Keep your head down. Let's run. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo stopped Okrian Ryukin from rushing forward to meet his demise. The dragon before him was covered in ancient, dark green scales. Thick algae on those ancient scales proved that the dragon had been underwater for quite some time. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo observed that the dragon was already a full-grown turbulence dragon. Its massive body, nearly 100 meters long, was sturdy and majestic. With its breath, a stream of white mist swept across dozens of meters. With its wings spread, the turbulence dragon practically blocked out the sky and the sun. This is a full-grown turbulence dragon. Don't provoke him. He won't care about fleeing ants like us. He'd be more enraged by the presence of invaders than by us. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo quickly analyzed. After all, the two of them were mere puny humans. To a dragon, aside from a few level 6 professionals, other level 6 and lower level humans were no different. Just ants and stronger ants. Clearly, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was praying that the ancient, full-grown dragon, King Ghidorah, would treat them like nothing. I believe you this once. Okrian Ryukin, laughing and crying, gritted his teeth and tried to slip through with Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Roar! The disturbed dragon roared angrily, then glanced at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the other man. A single glance sent them scurrying away. The awakened turbulence dragon stared at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo for a second before turning its head to the west. There, a ferocious Ghidorah was charging at them at high speed, its wings blazing with flames. Stay there. A commanding yet casual voice echoed through the minds of Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin. Then, they were struck by the thickening of the air around them. Though their fighting spirit fueled their legs to tumble swiftly, they remained motionless. Draw a line to create a prison. When? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo observed the faint dragon runes in the air. Those runes, composed of mist, completely sealed them off, stealthily yet effectively. The turbulent dragon sealed them off without a single movement, its every gesture revealing a sense of casualness and confidence. It's over. There's no escape now. Despair filled Okrian Ryukin's eyes. No one understood dragons better than the high-ranking nobles of Lagran. So petty? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was incredulous. How could a dragon like you care about 2 ants? Isn't that ridiculous? Staring at this dragon imbued with the weight of history, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo would be lying if he didn't say he wasn't shocked. After all, he had recovered from his shock, and could clearly sense the dragon's ancient might and aura. Ancient dragon. Okrian Ryukin and Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo exchanged a bitter glance. Ah! Facing the ferocious chimera, the newly awakened turbulence dragon appeared calm. With a deep roar, a massive dragon claw composed of flowing water materialized from thin air. Then, it suddenly contracted and converged upon the turbulence dragon's claw. The entire claw seemed to contain a surging ocean. Azure dragon power surged like waves, the next second. Bang! Ghidorah, unable to break in time, was slammed into the ground, his limbs and head twitching and dancing wildly. Turbulent Dragon Strike. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo recognized the Turbulent Dragon's famous melee skill. This move, seemingly requiring close combat, actually possessed a power comparable to a Forbidden Dragon language spell. The dragon power consumed was the same as a normal skill, meaning that as long as the Turbulent Dragon was in close range, it could easily crush any enemy within its claws with Turbulent Dragon Strike. Roar! Ghidorah's fire-based brain reacted first. A wisp of flame exploded in its pupils, then a raging fire surged across its entire head and rapidly spread throughout its body. Status Dragon Language Magic. Flame Dragon Body activated. Roar! A thick, fiery dragon breath erupted. The dragon head, with its restraining attributes, was the first to break free from its influence and instinctively launched a counterattack with its dragon breath. Roar! Seeing Ghidorah's resistance, and the fire breath of a water dragon as opposed to a water dragon's, the turbulent dragon didn't hesitate, opening its mouth and releasing a stream of deep blue breath. The misty water element condensed into a solid form, and along with the dragon power within, it erupted as a column of water, The mere contact between the two breaths instantly revealed the true nature of the ancient dragon. Smoke rose from the turbulent water and fire, and a thick stream of water broke through the surging dragon flames and slammed into Ghidorah's body. The next second, thick smoke billowed. When it cleared, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others realized that Ghidorah's status magic had been negated by the turbulent dragon's casual breath. Rip! Dense electric currents spread upward along the vibrant water mist in the air. The bright electric grid flashed with a brilliant golden light. The large network of electricity woven directly covered the turbulent dragon. The dazzling lightning made Okrian's eyes glare. Grand Dukan and Grand Duke Yasuo couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Dragon God. Grand Dukes Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin exclaimed simultaneously. What did they see? Dense bolts of lightning struck the turbulence dragon, sending out a shower of sparks, and tearing off a few pieces of seaweed without breaking its defenses at all. Lightning doesn't counter water? Okrian Ryukin asked, stunned. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo didn't answer him, but the two already knew the answer. The only situation where attribute restraint could be ignored was when the power gap was too great. What the shocked two didn't notice was that after they shouted Dragon God, the turbulence dragon hesitated for a moment, then its aura calmed down a bit. Boom! This time, there were no surprises. By the time the turbulence dragon, bearing the triple attribute attacks of lightning, fire, and wind, reached Ghidorah's side, the battle was over. As the turbulence dragon raised its claws, the battle was over. Chapter 1006. Too brutal. Okrian Ryukin's mouth twitched. Who could imagine the sense of redemption a nearly 50-meter-long Ghidorah felt after being slapped down with a single blow? A nearly 100-meter-long dragon slapped another several dozen-meter-long dragon, causing its protective dragon energy to dissipate. What terrifying power was this? Your Highness. I think I'm 1.4. Okrian Ryukin shuddered. Ghidorah, who had so easily chased down the two men, was knocked unconscious by two slaps from the turbulence dragon. Okrian Ryukin couldn't even imagine what that slap would feel like on his head. Impossible. How could a turbulence dragon be an ancient dragon? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo muttered, his smile uglier than tears. After all, the turbulence dragon was once a nearly extinct, superior water dragon, each one of them. Registered on Dragon Island. Due to their inherent fighting style, turbulent dragons, who love melee combat, rarely live beyond 10,000 years. The marks of time cannot be erased by dragon blood. The intense melee damage inflicted in their youth will greatly reduce their lifespan. What has this world been through in all these years? Even the turbulent dragons have given birth to ancient dragons. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was utterly shocked. The turbulent dragon's survival style meant they would have a hard time reaching the level of ancient dragons. The scars accumulated over time were irreversible to their essence. At least, in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's memory, there were no ancient dragons among the turbulent dragons. You seem surprised, boy. The turbulent dragon's voice echoed in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's mind. The calm and emotionless voice made him break out in a cold sweat. With all due respect, my family traditions never mention the turbulent dragon clan giving birth to an ancient dragon as powerful as you. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo paused for a moment before speaking with immense respect. He wasn't a coward, he was simply acting from the heart as a close friend of the dragon clan. Oh! Family? A hint of amusement flashed in the turbulent dragon's eyes. Is your family the one that sealed the souls of these two dragon kings? The turbulent dragon's voice was tinged with an inexplicable emotion. Boom! Those words rang like a death knell to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin. That? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo broke out in a cold sweat as he tried to come up with a coherent excuse. Otherwise, he had no doubt he and Ryukin would die miserably. I recognize them. The true Dragon King of Day and the Illusion Dragon King of Night. If I remember correctly, they were once the patriarchs of the Light and Shadow clans. If they don't hold a grudge. You? The turbulent dragon suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if contemplating something. You're from that. The Lagrang Empire. Yes. The MacDougall branch of the Lagrang family. No. You're from the Eastern family. From the Okrian family. The turbulent dragon grinned, as if he had found a treasure from the garbage heap of his memories. I said back then that our family was acting too radically, and was bound to suffer a fate. I never thought it would fall on us. Okrian Ryukin said bitterly. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's pupil shrank, and then he became strangely calm. However, only Okrian Ryukin beside him knew what kind of explosion was brewing under this calm. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded calmly to Okrian Ryukin, who returned his glance knowingly. So many little tricks. Just like your ancestor? The turbulent dragon suddenly sighed, and then the two of them were strangely fixed in midair like chickens with their necks strangled. Who gave you the illusion that you could self-destruct in front of me? Doesn't the Lagran Empire have ancient dragons guarding it? Your Dongfang family seems to be the Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory, right? It's impossible that you wouldn't see the combat power of an ancient dragon, right? How could you be so foolish? The turbulent dragon laughed in anger. Two ants caught by him actually thought they could break free from his control and self-destruct? How much disrespect do they have for the ancient dragons? The turbulent dragon instantly extinguished any signs of self-destruction in the two men, with lightning speed and efficiency. Come on, stop struggling. You're just like your ancestors, like maggots. You treat a dragon like a thief. You deserve your Dongfang family to produce very few dragon knights. With such a mentality, how could you possibly win the favor of any dragon? Any dragon that would be interested in your family would probably be blind. The turbulent dragon complained as he threw the two men to the shore. What's going on? Is this thing a sea dragon? This place is so far from the sea. Did you bring it from the Eastern Sea? The turbulent dragon asked curiously, looking at the unconscious Ghidorah. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise and bewilderment in the other's eyes. Are you speechless? I'm asking you too. Are you two, with those flirting looks, a couple? The turbulent dragon maliciously speculated. Your Majesty, this dragon landed from the Western Sea. He was plundering the human kingdom, and we too intervened to stop him. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo humbly replied. Regardless of the situation, as long as the dragons could communicate, it was a good thing. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, his heart calming somewhat, explained. No wonder. The Lagran Empire is now filled with useless people like you. Where were all those dragon knights back then? The turbulent dragon asked calmly. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo blinked. This dragon seemed quite familiar with the Empire. He noticed that the two Dragon King's spirits within his wind blade didn't kill him immediately, so it seemed they must be familiar. The Empire no longer exists. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo lamented. Ah? Destroyed? The turbulent dragon asked. Yes. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said sadly, lowering his head. Naturally. It would be strange if it wasn't destroyed. The turbulent dragon said with a matter-of-fact air. Huh? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin craned their necks and asked, with a strange expression. You're taking this for granted, aren't you? The fact that you two losers are still standing here means your lousy Spark project must have succeeded, right? How many dragon riders are left? I doubt there are many. Those things won't let your dragon riders go. The turbulent dragon began to answer his own questions without waiting for Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo or the others to speak. Hee. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, speechless, could only laugh awkwardly to conceal his shock and embarrassment. Boy, you're in trouble. I woke up at the wrong time. This is a bit of a problem. The turbulent dragon smacked his lips. I'm sorry to have disturbed you by bringing this Ghidorah into your territory. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo apologized hastily. Ghidorah? That one. How could this thing disturb me? Do you think I'm one of those impetuous little dragons? I'm going to fight to the death with any dragon that passes through. I don't have any dignity. The turbulent dragon said with disdain. Then, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was unsure how to begin. It was you, or more accurately, that sword that awakened me. You two old bastards. The turbulent dragon muttered the last part to himself. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. And just to correct me, I'm not the turbulent dragon. You should call me the Tai Dragon King. The Tai Dragon King said calmly. Chapter 1007. Puff. Okrian Ryukin, who had been listening attentively, erupted in a fit of rage. What kind of luck had they had? They just blasted out a Water Dragon King. No wonder it was a Turbulence Dragon, an ancient dragon. It turned out to be the Dragon King of Turbulence Dragons. The title dragon, weren't they being treated like orcs? If they told me earlier, they have just kneeled. Why would they even resort to such a shameless resistance? Just lie down and it's over. Who are you? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo slid to his knees and began to inquire about the title Dragon King's true name, confirming it was the Dragon King he remembered. Yes. The one you were thinking of. What? What's that look? Did you think I was dead? The title Dragon King glanced at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo with disdain. My ancestors once spoke of your greatness. Seeing you today, you truly possess the bearing of a Dragon King. Your reputation lives up to its reputation. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said respectfully. Are you sure? The shocking Dragon King's face held a strange, human expression. Is that something your ancestor could say? I'm glad the diary he left behind doesn't curse me. The shocking Dragon King gave him a look that sounded like he guessed it all along. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin both froze, instantly recalling the family secrets archive. It seemed their ancestors hadn't said anything kind about this guy. Look! You can guess what that jerk did with your feet. He must have been holding it in. Back then, at the height of his power, he met me and nearly had me beat to death. The shocking Dragon King observed the two's actions and instantly understood the answer. He then laughed, his ancient scales trembling. Where are you two going? Wandering? The Empire doesn't want you anymore. Will the Lagrand boys spare you? He's your main line. Aren't you afraid the royal family will hunt you down if you run away like this? The shocking Dragon King was clearly well versed in Lagrand's history. That's not the case. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with a forced smile. The king sent us. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo then explained to the shocking Dragon King the mission Roland had given them. As he listened, the shocking Dragon King's brow furrowed. Roland Lagrand? King? Of the Romanian royal family? Where's the royal family? Why is it the kingdom's royal family's turn to take power? The shocking Dragon King exclaimed in surprise. There's no royal family. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his head. That's a shame. You, the Lagrand Empire, are really fighting for your life. After all these years, it's still the same formula. The emperor leads the way and dies first. This time it's even more devastating. The royal family has perished. The lesser clan is replacing the greater clan? The shocking Thai Dragon King asked with a look of disdain. So what are you going to do? Continue to sleep? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo didn't answer the shocking Thai Dragon King's question, but humbly replied. Why are you sleeping? 10,000 years of sleep isn't enough? Time to get up and work. The shocking Thai Dragon King glanced at the wind blade in Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's hand and shook his head meaningfully. Then I take my leave. With that, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin turned simultaneously and prepared to leave, clearly ready to bolt once out of the shocking Thai Dragon King's sight. Wait! You two take me with you. The shocking Thai Dragon King demanded without question. I'm afraid I'm not qualified. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo decisively declined. Don't be so fussy. I stay with you for a while. The timing isn't right, and I can't go to Lagrand too soon. The shocking Thai Dragon King rolled his eyes. Stop nagging me. This is too complicated. I don't need to harm you. Just listen to me and do what I say. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead the moment we met. The shocking Thai Dragon King, observing their shifty glances, spoke directly, unbendingly, regardless of their thoughts. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo exchanged a wry smile, suppressing their unease. After all, what they didn't say was that if a Dragon King truly wanted to do something, we couldn't stop him. Whether he harm you or not would depend on your mood. I'm not sure what we should address you by. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said respectfully, looking at the shocking Thai Dragon King. Just call me Chawu. The shocking Thai Dragon King nodded calmly. For this Dragon King, forgotten in the ages, a name was merely a code name. Your Highness Chawu. What should we do with this thing? Okrian Ryukin asked, taking advantage of the situation and pointing directly at the still twitching Ghidorah. You're so vulnerable to being hunted down by such trash? Lagrand is truly hopeless. Going out and meeting other dragons, let alone my descendants, would be embarrassing. Chawu said casually, his body rapidly shrinking into a tiny dragon that landed on Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's shoulder. Actually, we did resist. Okrian Ryukin explained awkwardly. Oh! Just a wing ripped off? Is the Dongfang family's sword master so weak now that he can't even slay a dragon? Where's the confidence that sealed the two Dragon Kings back then? Chawu's expression was tinged with a hint of disdain and contempt. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the other man exchanged glances, realizing this was a complete waste of time. Alright, let's go! Ghidorah's resiliency is strong enough. Those wings can be regenerated. Chawu said calmly. Then, with a swipe of his tail, the still twitching Ghidorah was swept into the Anduin River, disappearing into the water with a trail of bubbles. Did you kill him or let him go? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was momentarily confused by the Dragon King's actions. He said he let Ghidorah go, then tossed him into the river, sank him. He said he killed him, but then didn't kill him on the spot. Was this the ultimate torture of cutting flesh with a blunt knife? Of course I let him go. Why would I kill a junior for no reason? To me, the three of you are the same. Aside from your unsightly appearances, you're all juniors. A lesson learned, Dragon King Chewu said. Of course, you are merciful. The two men quickly offered flattery. Oh right. That Ghidorah's wings haven't been recovered yet. They're top-notch material. Okri and Ryukin suddenly slapped his head. Hey. I told you guys you're uneducated, and you still don't believe me. What kind of dragon is Ghidorah? Can it be decomposed into materials without being killed, except by voluntary division and donation? Those wings would have long since dissipated into elemental particles and vanished. Dragon King Chewu almost laughed in anger. I forgot, Ghidorah is a special dragon. Okri and Ryukin said awkwardly. Alright, I thank you if you don't try to classify Chimera as a dragon. Dragon King Chewu's voice had the tiredness of someone tutoring a child. Your Majesty, why are you there? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo finally spoke, questioning his deepest doubts. Why? There's so much hidden secrets. It's a long story. A rare hint of solemnity crossed Dragon King Chewu's eyes. Do you know how to use that sword? Chewu suddenly asked, looking at Gale Blade. Of course. Our Highness is the only one who has mastered the proper use of the Wind Blade. Your Majesty's Wind Blade is truly remarkable. Before Okri and Yasuo could openly declare, Okri and Ryukin began to explain to Chewu. That's it? Is that how you use it? Dragon King Chewu's voice was filled with despair and shock. The look of astonishment on his dragon's face was as if he had seen someone using the sacred artifact, the 10,000 Dragons chant, to stir up trouble. What a waste of 2 Dragon Kings. Chapter 1008. The disdain in Chewu's eyes was genuine, unconcealed. To him, allowing Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo to use this sword in this way was truly a waste. Huh? Why? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo looked at Shocking Wave Dragon King Chewu in confusion. It was clear that his sword was no ordinary artifact. It clearly held a story he didn't know about. Has no one told you the origins of this sword? Did your ancestors leave you any instructions? Shocking Wave Dragon King Chewu was clearly shocked. What kind of irresponsible ancestor was this? He left the sword without a single word? No, my ancestor said I would use this artifact if I was destined to. Over the years, I've been the only one who has mastered the 2 abilities of teleporting, the clone and the main body. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo shook his head. Furthermore, this sword doesn't seem to contain any powerful abilities. We've been trying to tap into the Dragon Soul's mighty power, but it seems to have a will of its own and cannot be harnessed. The only force we can use is the destructive force field created by the reversal of light and darkness. Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo nodded. His wind blade was unparalleled in its sharpness. But this blade's sharpness wasn't the traditional wind elemental power of his family. Instead, it was the elemental distortion caused by the conflict between the forces of darkness and light. It was essentially a rupture of space and time. The damage it inflicted was actually actual spatial damage. In disguise, it achieved the ultimate sharpness of the wind elemental slicing through space. I understand. The eyes of the Shocking Wave Dragon King Chewu suddenly cleared. By the way, are you from the East? Or the Wind Clan? I'm getting a little confused now. Chewu asked. Is it possible that these two are both referring to our family? Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo twitched his lips helplessly. I see. Then it's not surprising. Your ancestors were so reckless. It's understandable that we didn't tell you about this. The Great Wave Dragon King Chewu suddenly spoke. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo suddenly had a bad feeling. There shouldn't be any gods now, right? The Great Wave Dragon King Chewu didn't answer Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo's question, but turned his head to look at the sky. Probably not. But it seems there's a demigod named Sauron alive in Mordor. Grand Duke Orishan Yasuo nodded. Just one. And he cleaned it up so thoroughly back then? The Great Wave Dragon King Chewu was surprised, then satisfied. Huh? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo and Grand Duke Okri and Ryukin were stunned, then overjoyed. Clearly, they were about to hear a secret never before recorded. How much could an ancient dragon king hold in his stomach? It was clearly beyond the brute human imagination. Even a 6th-level dragon's lifespan of several hundred years was a drop in the ocean compared to the lifespan of a dragon. You seem surprised? Indeed, after all, you didn't witness Ragnarok back then. It was tragic. The calm voice of the Shocking Wave Dragon King Chewu carried the weight of history, summarizing the brutal divine war that swept the world in just a few words. Are you curious why there are no gods? Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo recounted calmly, sitting on Grand Duke Okri and Yasuo's shoulder. Didn't they say that after the battle between the dragon god and the gods, Ragnarok would occur? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo recalled a history recorded by Lagran. Oh! The dragon god is so powerful? How come I didn't know that? A hint of sneer flashed through the eyes of the shocking wave dragon King Chiwu. Huh? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin were momentarily speechless. If anyone else had said that, they would have likely started cursing each other, but then again, if it had been an ancient dragon king, they would have simply nodded in agreement. Do you know what would happen if the gods didn't perish? Shocking wave dragon King Chiwu asked calmly. This world is a cycle. Those creatures called gods control the operation of the world's laws, the Great Symphony. When the Great Symphony begins, it is destined to cease, and the world will perish with it. Then it will enter the next cycle, and the cycle will repeat itself. Shocking wave dragon King Chiwu calmly revealed this secret that terrified Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others. Then, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was at a loss for words. Of course, a world that repeats itself over and over again isn't something everyone, or even the gods, likes. The dragon race, as spirits born from heaven and earth, gave birth to the dragon god. Hee hee. The voice of the shocking wave dragon King Chiwu suddenly took on a hint of murderous intent. The dragon god didn't want all things in the world to be dominated by the gods, living a cycle of destruction, rebirth, and destruction. So the god war broke out. The shocking wave dragon King Chiwu said calmly. And what was the outcome? Okrian Ryukin said nervously, clenching his fists. If you fail, you won't be able to see me again. The shocking wave dragon King Chiwu teased, glancing at the nervous Okrian Ryukin. The Great Symphony was stopped, and the gods ushered in their twilight, including the dragon god, who subsequently perished in the long river of time. But the gods don't give in so easily. Besides, with so many gods, there are bound to be a few who slip through the net. The shocking wave dragon King Chiwu's voice was remarkably calm. So, the great music begins again, without the gods. An eerie song echoes through the dimensional space, foreshadowing the end of an era and the destruction of the dimension. The great dragon King Chiwu gave a helpless smile. So, could it be? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo suddenly felt his hands and feet go cold. How could he, as intelligent as he was, not know what this meant? Combined with what Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo had just said, he pieced together a truth he didn't want to believe. Yes! The demise of the Lagran Empire was premeditated and foreordained. The curse of Ragnarok has also fallen upon this dragon kingdom. You and the dragon race are one. The world's rebirth is inevitable, and the final curse of the gods. The great dragon King Chiwu spoke calmly. But this time, the world is without the guidance of gods. Everything from now on depends on the efforts of all living beings. So the empire has been lost in the vast river of time and space? They already knew all this. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said in disbelief. Don't you know clearly? The Spark Project wasn't initiated by your last emperor. It was a massive undertaking executed by your first. The voice of the shocking dragon King Chiwu completely chilled Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's heart. What? Are you so unwilling? Because you're just a pawn? The shocking dragon King Chiwu sneered. Chapter 1009. You're kidding. This? Okrian Ryukin's worldview shattered. It's a foregone conclusion. No need to joke. The grand movement has been restarted, and the final moment will be the end of the Lagran Empire. The voice of the shocking dragon King Chiwu came faintly, sending chills down the spines of the two. The empire has fallen. So what happens next? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said anxiously. The world is restarting. Everything is back to the beginning. The era is reset. The shocking dragon King Chiwu said seriously. So, from a systemic perspective, your empire has been wiped out. The shocking dragon King Chiwu then continued to explain. But your ancestors weren't fools. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan and the Lagran Empire had close ties back then. So your first emperor conceived the Spark Project. During each emperor's reign, they stockpiled supplies, elite sparks, and population, sealing them within the dimensional space. This is a massive undertaking spanning thousands of years. Shocking wave dragon King Chiwu lamented, lamenting both the insignificance of the individual in the tide of time and the unyielding will of humanity. Wait! Since the rules and laws are being reset, shouldn't everything in the Spark Project also be? Okrian Ryukin hesitated. After all, according to Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu, everything would be reset. The world would be restarted. Wouldn't all that effort be in vain? Huh? How on earth did you even make it to rank 6? Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo in disbelief, his eyes filled with amusement and sarcasm, as if to ask, is your family okay? Do you think the dragon god took action? Shocking Dragon King Chiwu said speechlessly. Even Dragon Island managed to avoid the world's reboot, let alone the Lagran Empire's spark plan. After all, you're much richer. Shocking Dragon King Chiwu said meaningfully. What do you mean? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo seemed to grasp something. Literally. Dragon Island relied on the dragon god's laws to escape reality and hide in the cracks of time and space, avoiding the Grand Movement's power to reboot the world. So, guess how your spark plan accomplished this? Shocking Dragon King Chiwu winked. Artifact? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo blurted out with a thought. That's right. Finally, there are still intelligent people in the Wind Clan. No matter how the great musical movement reshapes the world, it is essentially the power of laws and rules constructed by the divine power of the gods. The essence of the divine artifact is the same. Your empire has used divine power to leave anchors in the dimension of time and space to seal the spark, waiting for future generations to unseal it after the end of the world. This is the essence of the Spark Project. And the one who can unseal you is your true emperor. The Shocking Dragon King Chiwu nodded. Wait. Then how do you know so much? Okrian Ryukin looked at the shrunken body of the Shocking Dragon King Chiwu, and felt a chill run through his body. After all, this history was so distant that even the ancient Eastern Wind Clan had no written records. And yet, this old dragon was able to come up with a coherent explanation. Even if they didn't know whether it was true or not, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others already believed it to be true. Otherwise, they couldn't explain their appearance and the huge gap in history in this world. Me? Of course I'm an eyewitness. Tai Dragon King Chiwu said calmly, his eyes etched with the vicissitudes of time. These hardships were all he had experienced. He was a witness to that era, a pitiful figure forgotten by time. As one of the oldest dragon kings of the dragon race, I witnessed much history. This world is far from the black and white you imagine. Even the sword in your hand reflects the sorrow of an era. Watching the roaring wind blade, a shadow of a dragon soul flashing across the hand of Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, Tai Dragon King Chiwu's eyes took on a rare touch of sadness and desolation. The wind blade was likely forged after the Imperial Human-Dragon War. Okrian Ryukin swallowed, awestruck. Could this thing also have some hidden secret? The Human-Dragon War? Tai Dragon King Chiwu chuckled sarcastically. There was no such thing as a war between humans and dragons. It was merely a self-directed drama to preserve the dragon spark and the bloodline of the Lagran Empire. Everyone involved in that war was a pawn. Pawns of the Dragon Emperor and the Human Emperor. The voice of the Shocking Dragon King, Che Wu, was icy, and to Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others, it sounded like a death curse. At that moment, they both wished they hadn't heard anything at all. This story was too horrifying, too terrifying. For generations of the Empire had believed the war between humans and dragons was a war between humans and the treacherous dragons. And this version of the story now. I dare not even hear it. Do you know why Ragnarok began? The dragon god didn't intend to slaughter all the gods. He simply sought a world of natural prosperity, not a drama of upheaval. Che Wu, the Shocking Dragon King, asked, and before they could speak, he continued. All of this originates from a species of dragon within the dragon clan called the Time Dragon. You're probably familiar with the Dust Dragon, but rarely have you heard the secrets of the Time Dragon. At the climax of the Great Symphony, the Time Dragons distorted the laws of space and time, forcibly rewinding time and space, returning it to the age of dragon prosperity. This action aroused hostility and panic among the gods, but also caused rejection and anxiety within the dragon clan. After all, those who play with time will be played with by time itself, said the Great Wave Dragon King Chiwu slowly. Huh? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin asked in confusion. They slaughtered all species that could stand in the way of the dragon clan, including you humans. Seeing the adorable looks in their eyes, Grand Dragon King Chiwu couldn't help but twitch his lips as he explained to his younger generation. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin had successfully contributed to the warming of Middle-earth. Then the dragon god used his supreme power to reverse the course of time. This caused panic among the gods. A god who could walk the river of time and alter it at will. How terrifying. The dragon race has another secret. The demon dragon. Perhaps because he'd been silent for years, the Shocking Dragon King Che Wu was quite talkative, enthusiastically sharing the latest news of the era with his younger generation. Everyone knows that the dragon god directly evolved two dragon races, the golden dragon and the silver dragon. But few know that the dragon god actually evolved three. The last one is the demon dragon. It's just that the demon dragons betrayed the dragon god and chose to backstab him during Ragnarok, ultimately causing his downfall. Until the very last moment, the dragon god still loved them so dearly. The voice of the shocking dragon king, Chu, trembled. He seemed to be transported back to the Ragnarok war of death and glory. His god slaughtered the gods and demons in the sky. Because of the demon dragon's betrayal, the dragon clan expelled him. But the dragon god couldn't hold out for much longer. So the dragon god chose to usher in Ragnarok. Chu, the shocking dragon king, said calmly. Okay. I strayed from the topic. The war between humans and dragons was a self-inflicted ploy after Ragnarok to counter the Grand Symphony. The two dragon kings and your sword voluntarily perished and were sealed. Chu, the shocking dragon king's words stirred endless waves of turmoil within Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo. Chapter 1010. Puff. Okrian Ryukin, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out. He watched as Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's sword finger trembled as he pointed. What? What do you mean by voluntary? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was struck by lightning, frozen in place. Literally. How do you think your ancestors, with their small fortunes, could slay two dragon kings? And even extract their dragon souls? The shocking dragon king Chu scoffed. It wasn't that he looked down on Grand Duke Lagran's Eastern Realm strength, but aside from the royal family's assembled dragon cavalry, no noble could possibly hold a dragon king captive. Do you think those near-godly dragon kings are fools? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo fell silent for a moment. Although the shocking dragon king Chu's words stung, he regained his composure and despairingly realized they were the truth. So all this was fake? Including that war? Just to deceive the world? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo found it hard to accept. Fake? No. Aside from you, the Emperor, a few other nobles, and the dragon kings of the dragon clan, no one knows this is fake. The war is real. If it weren't a real war, how could you fish in troubled waters and deceive that damn great symphony? That great symphony represents the will of the world. It can't be deceived so easily. The words of the shocking wave dragon king Chu were icy cold. Deceive the great symphony? The will of the world? Why deceive him? Okrian Ryukin asked, puzzled. What exactly are the dragon clan and the empire trying to hide? The secrets that cost those lives. Are they worth it? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was puzzled. You're telling those fallen dragons and humans who died in battle that they were all part of your plan. The glory they believed in until their death was all a lie. Is all this a plot orchestrated by the Empire and the Dragon Clan's high command? What's this Middle-earth population reduction plan? Hide you. Hide me. Hide those lives that should have vanished into time, said Chu, the shocking dragon king, somewhat painfully. Nothing but war can explain the mass extinction of life, especially high-level life. You should know that the life essence of a 6th-level professional and that of an ordinary human are worlds apart. Chu paused for a moment to let the two digest his thoughts. The same is true for dragons. The succession of dragon kings follows a pattern. The mass extinction of dragon king-level lives will surely attract the attention of the grand movement. The worlds will lock onto these suddenly vanishing life essences. They will be marked on the grand movement and perish with the world once again. Chu continued. I understand now. The number of high-level life essences is fixed. Any unwarranted fluctuation will attract the attention of that world's will, defeating the purpose of concealment. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo frowned. Yes. War is the best excuse and opportunity. No one can guarantee survival in war. Even gods will perish. The very essence of life lost in war will be forgotten by the great music, vanishing from the eyes of the world's will. Tai Dragon King Chu affirmed. Isn't that too cruel? Okrian Ryukin said with reluctance. There's no other way. Without that war, the Dragon Kings and the Lagrang Empire would have no way of escaping the catastrophe. Tai Dragon King Chu said helplessly. Why? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked in surprise. Because Dragon Island can hide in the cracks of space thanks to the Dragon God's legacy, while you and we cannot escape the great music's gaze. It's not so much a war. It's more like the aftermath of the war tearing through space, leaving spacetime anchors in the cracks. These anchors are the Spark Project and the resting places of the Dragon Kings. Tai Dragon King Chu explained with emotion. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin exchanged glances, each sensing the helplessness and sorrow of shocking Dragon King Chu. For the sake of their race's survival and the preservation of their high-end combat power, the two closest races had to use war as a pretext to conceal their last remaining flame. The Spacetime Dragons. How hard it has been for them. The Spacetime Dragons are the ones your Lagran Empire should be most grateful to. Shocking Dragon King Chu said with regret, as if recalling something. Why? Didn't they massacre humans? Okrian Ryukin asked, puzzled. I don't know exactly what they massacred, but your empire certainly wasn't greatly affected. After all, your so-called Dragon Rider family. Anthony? No. It's the McDougal family. They have a space-time dragon. You know the excuse for the human-dragon war, right? Shocking Dragon King Chiwu chuckled grimly. Are there dragon traitors in the Empire? The Empire accuses the dragon elders of slander. And then? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's pupils suddenly trembled as he spoke. Do you understand? The last space-time dragon sacrificed itself to bring both races together. There's no better excuse for starting a war than the space-time dragon, a dragon that has also slaughtered humans and is hated by the dragon race. No one would doubt it, not even the will of the world. The great Dragon King Chiwu smiled bitterly. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others were already shaking with cold hands and feet. Just how large a chess game had their ancestor been involved in? Did he understand the game, a game involving all living beings and gods? For a chess piece to escape the board, the underlying principle is sacrifice. Without sacrificing a single member of the Lagran Empire, not a single Dragon King will survive to the New World. Chiwu chided softly, as if sensing their confusion and shock. Always remember. Sacrifice. It's the cornerstone of civilization. The Great Way Dragon King Chiwu sternly admonished. Yes. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin nodded rapidly. Whatever you say is true. You, the people who play the gods like fools, are right about whatever the dragons say. Then, your majesty, these two dragon spirits. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked, puzzled. Since the original war between humans and dragons was a plan staged by the two races to preserve the fire, how could they have been killed by the two dragon kings? Could it be that they were so engrossed in the performance that they were killed by the dragon kings? That's impossible. Besides the difficulty of killing a dragon king, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo had a good idea of the situation. The Great Way Dragon King Chiwu fell silent, a rare moment. Ahem. Your Majesty, the sky is so blue. You haven't been out for so many years. Is there anything you like to eat? The human world still has more abundant food than the dragon world. Okrian Ryukin, sensing the uneasy atmosphere, quickly changed the subject. Ah. Yes. We too, the younger generation, are treating you, as a sign of respect for our elders. This is the kingdom of Rohan, and they're quite skilled at roasting whole lamb and whole cattle. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo quickly laughed. After all, how tragic was the truth that could silence an ancient dragon king? No one knew. There's nothing to hold back. So many years have passed, and there aren't many of my old brothers left. This history shouldn't be taken to the grave with me. There are some things that need to be known to the younger generations. At least let them know how much we loved them back then. The voice of the Great Way Dragon King Chiwu faded, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Chapter 1011. Entering the dimensional rifts and avoiding the reckoning of the rules is simple for a Dragon King. All he needs to do is avoid the great music's recording and reckoning. But at the same time, the higher the life level, the higher the cost of concealment. Hiding a bunch of civilians is not the same as hiding a Dragon King. The shocking Dragon King Chiwu recounted calmly, giving Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others time to digest his words. I understand. The higher the level, the greater the cost. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo expressed his understanding. Although it was a Middle-earth demonic world, the laws of Middle-earth still included the principle of conservation of energy. The two Dragon Kings of the Light and Dark Dragon Clan are already advanced in age. The benefits of sealing themselves are disproportionate to the cost. The shocking Dragon King Chiwu's voice was tinged with deep sorrow. Isn't that right? Aren't the spatial rifts of the dimensional space timeless? Time there doesn't flow within the long river of time, does it? Okrian Ryukin frowned. After all, exploration beyond the 6th rank becomes governed by the laws of space and time. The only way to break the shackles of the 6th rank is to ascend to godhood. But the energy required to maintain vital signs and combat power is directly proportional. The Dragon God's legacy has only left us a door to the future, and the key lies in our own hands. The mighty Dragon King Chiwu said quietly. A gentle breeze blew across the grasslands of eastern Rohan, stirring up fine dust and withered leaves. The unending waves of the Anduin River seemed to tell a story forgotten by time. Is there no other way? Chiwu, in his prime, calmly observed the two Dragon Kings, each exuding the aura of old age. One was enveloped in a radiance like the blazing sun, the other shrouded in a mysterious darkness that seemed to devour everything. You should know we have no other options. The cost is too high. The two ancient Dragon Kings' faces were obscured by the shroud of dragon power, but their calm and noble voices remained unwavering. Can't we try another method? Che Wu, the relatively young Shocking Wave Dragon King, asked unwillingly. How could he try? He's splitting the clan as a cover like Asada? The problem is, he's not doing this for himself. Asada, ridiculous. Poor acting. A civil war is a civil war, but he's making it all so extravagant, with a scene of Medusa challenging him, and then another ice dragon split. Crazy. Didn't that old man want Medusa to survive? He's paving the way with his own life. He makes it seem like we need him. That's right. His acting. It's so fake. The two Dragon Kings' blunt taunt sounded tragic and ironic to the Great Wave Dragon King Chewu. When had a Dragon King, despised even by the gods, needed to rely on poor acting to leave a path for his descendants? Alright, young man, although you're a Dragon King, you're still as young as that boy Medusa. You shouldn't stay with us old folks in this decadent era. Let's go. You already fallen in this battle. Your name will no longer be on the Grand Symphony. The two Dragon Kings chuckled as they looked down at the Shocking Waves Dragon King Che Wu. Don't be stubborn. You know we're right. No creature can hide two Dragon Kings at their peak. We're destined to be the dust of our time. Don't feel sorry for us. We won this round. The two Dragon Kings spoke calmly, looking at the reluctant Shocking Waves Dragon King Che Wu. As if the passing was a creature of no importance to them, the two peak-level dragons didn't care about their own lives at all. Their eyes were filled with relief that their younger generation had escaped safely. Go! Don't look back. Hide yourselves. Wait for this life to end. We won't see a world without the gods toying with living things, but you can. Go see it for us, and for those who can't. The two Dragon Kings whispered to Che Wu, the Great Wave Dragon King, as if advising a wanderer. Che Wu, now the Great Water Dragon King, looked at the two Dragon Kings helplessly like a young dragon. Though the three dragons gazed at each other, fate pulled them further and further apart. Go! The child of the Empire has arrived. It's time to end this. The two Dragon Kings smiled and nodded to Che Wu, flapping their wings and passing him by. Live! For the lost family of the Dragon Clan. On! A mournful dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A tiny figure in midair, holding a 3-foot-long sword, rose to meet them. So it's you? Though the two Dragon Kings were furious, their attacks barely glimpsed the newcomer, clearly enough to fill the Beligair Sea. Yes, your majesties. His Majesty has decided to let me do it. The newcomer bowed respectfully from deep within the clouds. Isn't it a bit fake? The Dark Dragon King nearby asked worriedly. Che Wu quietly hovered in the clouds, observing this bizarre scene. The two dragons and one man, who had just been engaged in a fierce, life-or-death struggle, were now chatting in the clouds. It was obvious that all this was just a show. Pull it up a bit, or we have trouble deceiving them. The swordsman, holding his long sword, looked up at the sky with concern. What? You realize that holding that broken sword is too perfunctory. The Light Dragon King sneered. Your Eastern Wind family is considered a noble family in the Lagran Empire, right? Why are you holding a broken steel sword? Do you believe it can kill us both? The Dark Dragon King complained speechlessly. This human floating in the air was actually the ancestor of Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, the first Grand Duke of the East. Boy, bring some fog. Cover up and hide from the people. And make some noise. The Light Dragon King commanded Che Wu, who had stopped in his tracks, while reminding the two chatting men to be careful with their acting. For water dragons, creating fog is a natural gift. Soon, vast clouds of fog rolled up, hanging in the sky like clouds. At the same time, the clouds themselves were constantly being torn apart. Sword flashes, dragon claws, and occasional bursts of dragon breath danced through the clouds. From afar, it looked like a lively spectacle. Long live His Highness! Slay the dragon! Slay the dragon! Kill the traitor! From the battlefield below, the human soldiers' cheers of encouragement could be heard faintly. Those who were being kept in the dark never knew that beneath the seemingly life-and-death struggle in the sky, there was actually a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Alright. That's enough. Any more acting? This kid should have been killed long ago. As the sun rose and set, the talkative Light Dragon King finally regained his composure. He looked solemnly at the respectful humans before him. Your emperor has the blood of the dragon god, and you are a descendant of the royal family, so you are also one of our dragon clan. I believe in you, and I hope you and your descendants will not betray our trust. Please let this matter be buried forever in this era. The Light Dragon King glanced at the Dark Dragon King and nodded gently to the Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory. I will, your majesty. The dragon clan and the empire will remember your sacrifice. The Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory took a deep breath, suppressing his sorrow. All right. Che Wu. Our journey ends. Yours has just begun. Carry our strength forward. Let more dragons survive. Without waiting for the shocking wave Dragon King Che Wu to speak, the bodies of the two dragons, one white and one black, began to disintegrate into particles of light and dark, leaving only the two Dragon King's instructions in the air. Chapter 1012. Ding! The entire sky suddenly fell silent, followed by a sound like a cracking ice disk. The flying light particles suddenly twisted and swirled, and black and white vortices swirled through the sky, tearing and splitting the surrounding mist. As the mist dissipated, the figures of the two Dragon Kings vanished, leaving only the Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory standing proudly in the void. His sword grip seemed to tremble, and his chest rose and fell violently with each breath, as if exhausted from the recent battle. The human soldiers below shouted "Long live!" with reckless abandon, venting their joy. Only he knew that his rapid breathing was simply to prevent tears from falling. Crack! As if drawn in and found their home, the vortexes in the sky swiftly poured into the Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory's magical sword. Infused with the full force of the dragon spirit, this high-level magical weapon emitted a painful sound, and fine cracks began to spread across the blade. Ah! Suddenly, the vortex of light particles faltered, and two dragon-shaped phantoms flashed through it, emitting mournful cries. The two dragon souls desperately tried to break free, but the black and white vortex seemed to possess an infinite gravitational pull, holding them tightly. As the vortex gradually drew them into the long sword, the two dragon souls' struggles intensified. Take these essences. The little fellow's sword can't withstand it. Creating a divine weapon doesn't require so many essences. These Dragon King essences will help you hide better. The voices of the two Dragon Kings suddenly echoed in the void. The next moment, some of the black and white light particles suddenly faded and vanished in the vortex. In the spatial rift, bits of black and white Dragon King essence quickly converged towards the hidden turbulent Dragon King Che Wu, then sank into his body. Che Wu gritted his teeth as he watched the Dragon Kings sacrificing themselves. Bang! The sword in the hands of the Grand Duke of the East finally exploded. The next second, streams of black and white light swirled up the hilt, and a dazzlingly bright blade solidified inch by inch as the light shone. In the final second, as the black and white vortex in the sky dissipated, the long sword in the Grand Duke of the East's hand was reborn, and the two roaring dragon souls also disappeared into the blade. Do not grieve, children, live. The last gust of wind carried the final prayer of the two Dragon Kings. Victory! The Grand Duke of the East, his eyes red, raised his long sword high and roared to the soldiers gathered below. Long live the Empire! Make the betrayers pay! Die! Break your promise! Slay the dragon! Slay the dragon! You two old men, how can you be so serious? Ha, boy, see you in another world. Hiding in the spatial rift, the mighty Dragon King Che Wu looked at the sword in the Grand Duke of the East with tears in his eyes, nodded and smiled at him. I'm afraid there won't be that chance, Senior. After this war, I die from my old wounds. With luck, perhaps you see my descendants in that world. The first Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory calmly glanced at the surging crowd below and nodded impassively to the shocking Dragon King Che Wu in another dimension. Shocking Dragon King Che Wu gazed deeply at the first Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory, as if to etch his image into his soul. Life is the foundation of the empire. Sacrifice is the currency of racial inheritance, and someone will always make it. If you have the opportunity, please look after my descendants in the future. Without waiting for a reply from shocking Dragon King Che Wu, the first Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory immediately mobilized his battle energy, enveloping the remaining dragon power around him, and pouring it into his own body. Puff! Crimson blood painted a rainbow across the sky. Domineering dragon power rushed directly to the nodes, where his battle energy flowed, then severing the Grand Duke of the East's heart. Watching the Grand Duke of the East plummet to the ground like a kite with a broken string, the great Dragon King Che Wu glanced at the screaming crowd below. A tear turned into summer rain and splashed onto the earth, sending both the Dragon King and himself. Our race has a long and ancient history. Our virtue is known far and wide. Our army is invincible. Long live our emperor. The ancient war cry faded into Middle-earth with time, a glorious empire buried by time. The acting is so fake. That dragon power vortex is the source of their soul. They insist on creating two dragon souls and running rampant, embarrassing themselves. The great Dragon King Che Wu said with a tearful smile. Gudong. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo swallowed, looking at the sword in his hand, almost ready to kneel before him. Standing nearby, Okrian Ryukin was utterly horrified. Are you saying that the thing the boss has been using to peel apples and grill meat for me for so many years is actually a manifestation of the dragon spirits of our two ancestors? Gaw! Okrian Ryukin rolled his eyes and fainted. This history should have been buried in the old world, but that doesn't matter now. It's time to redress their names. Tai Dragon King Chuwu sighed. No one and no dragon should be buried as traitors. That war. There were no guilty parties. Chuwu said sadly. It's all fake. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said bitterly. Tai Dragon King Chuwu's soul projection recreated the history of that year, allowing Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo to understand that unknown past. Your Majesty, do you know about this, Senior? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo suddenly asked the shocking Dragon King Chuwu. Chuwu turned his head and looked at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo with a bewildered expression. You're asking me about your empire's mess? That's your emperor, not ours. Shocking Dragon King Chuwu's mouth twitched. So all the Dragon Kings from that time, except for the old one, survived? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo, like a curious child, demanded confirmation. Most of them died. Do you really think they could have hidden so many? Some died of old age, and some who knew how to act imitated Asada and the others and acted themselves out. Shocking Dragon King Chuwu said helplessly with a dark face. What about the demon dragons? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo was curious about this third dragon race evolved from the dragon god that Shocking Dragon King Chuwu mentioned. Pure-blooded dragons were exterminated by the dragon clan long ago. Those who defected don't deserve to live. As for their offshoots, the dragon clan rejected them, but they didn't completely exterminate them. The Shocking Dragon King Chuwu pondered for a moment. Did the gold and silver dragons also escape the catastrophe? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo rubbed his hands. He had initially feared the imbalance in combat power between them and Mordor, but judging by Dragon King Chuwu's appearance, it seemed as if a group of ancient dragons had survived. There are survivors of the Silver Dragon clan. I seen sleeping silver and gold dragons before they fell asleep. The Shocking Dragon King Chuwu frowned and sighed. As the royal family of the Dragon clan, the closest to the dragon god, the world will written by the gods, the great music, will not let them go. Gold dragons are few in number, and each one has a fixed number. Trying to escape. The Shocking Dragon King Chuwu stopped talking, but the light in his eyes dimmed slightly. But it's okay. Aren't you youngsters living well? Your survival counts as our victory. After all, your royal family also carries the blood of the dragon god, said the Shocking Waves Dragon King Chuwu with a casual air. But there's no royal family now. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said awkwardly. It's okay. That royal family is also direct blood relatives of the royal family, said the Shocking Waves Dragon King Chuwu. Chapter 1013. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eye twitched. Are you so casual? Since I came out, the world has changed. Shocking Dragon King Chuwu sighed. Then, Senior, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked curiously. What's wrong with me? I'm following you. Shocking Dragon King Chuwu said happily, his mouth wide open. Okrian Ryukin, slowly waking up, lay back down upon hearing this. It must be an illusion. The Dragon King is following us. I must have been stunned by Ghidorah. This is all fake. Okrian Ryukin closed his eyes, not daring to open them. Stop pretending to sleep, kid over there. Get up. It's going to rain soon, time to go home and put away the blankets. Shocking Dragon King Chuwu glanced at Okrian Ryukin, knowing he was just pretending. Hee. Okrian Ryukin squinted his eyes, glancing at Tai Dragon King Chuwu, then quickly scrambled to his feet with a smile. You must be careful. Although there are no such disgusting things as grand music in this era, I can sense the warnings deep within the dragon soul. I'm afraid there are still some hidden immortals in this world. Tai Dragon King Chuwu said viciously. Unexpectedly, after hearing Tai Dragon King Chuwu's words, Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin didn't react at all. Instead, they simultaneously cast their gazes at Tai Dragon King Chuwu, who was perched on Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's shoulder. Why are you staring at me? Tai Dragon King Chuwu's eyelids twitched. Do I look like that kind of immortal? The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is very self-aware. When it's time to die, I die for you to see. It's all right. I thought His Majesty would be delighted to hear about you. After all, you're His Majesty's predecessor. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo quickly complimented him. Royal? Shocking Wave Dragon King Chuwu shook his head. The Romanian royal family. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said awkwardly. Your words are a bit of a joke. I'm not familiar with you. To be honest, you're the only family I know in the entire Lagran Empire. Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu said. By the way, why are you here? Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu asked curiously. After all, in his impression, this place didn't seem to belong to the traditional territory of the Grand Duke of the East. You just asked? Okrian Ryukin said respectfully. Then ask again. Shocking Dragon King Chiwu glanced at Okrian Ryukin with annoyance. What a presumptuous youngster. So much for talking. His Majesty sent us here. He sensed a drastic change in the Southern Kingdom, so he sent us here to plan ahead. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo nodded and explained. Is your Majesty a fool? He sent you 2 sword masters? What are you capable of planning? Setting up a magic circle? No. Wait. Has the Emperor of the Lagran Empire learned to use his brain? Shocking Dragon King Chiwu was suddenly startled, then asked in astonishment. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin scratched their heads, feeling like they needed to grow some brains. Has your Emperor finally learned the evil tactics of his subordinates? At least, he has grown muscles in his brain. Che Wu, the giant dragon king of Shocking Waves, frowned as if he was thinking of something bad. After all, he should be the dragon king who stayed in Middle-earth the longest. He had been hiding in the dimensional space, observing the Dragon Clan and the Lagran Empire until the overall situation was decided. He sealed himself up only then. During this period, he witnessed the operations of the muscles in the brains of countless generations of Emperor Lagran. Seeing an emperor with a brain for the first time obviously shocked him. Actually, I'm borrowing the power of the 2 elders to leave behind a mark and a token, so I can come and help if trouble strikes the Southern Kingdom in the future. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo explained hastily, his mouth twitching. I overestimated your emperor. He's a fool. The Lagran family's bloodline is doomed for now. Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu rolled his eyes, then suddenly spoke calmly. He seemed relieved, but in reality, he was at his wit's end. So what are you 2 planning now? Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu asked. Let's go see if that noble I met earlier is still alive. That Ghidorah is terrifying. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with lingering fear. After all, having 3 heads capable of triple casting is already quite sinister, and even more so with dragon language magic. That's even more sinister. You beat up trash like Ghidorah like that, wasn't that just a slap in the face? Back then, Ghidorah's leader wouldn't dare look me in the eye, said the Shocking Wave Dragon King Che Wu proudly. As the Dragon King of the Water Dragon Clan, all water dragons bowed down to him. While Ghidorah wasn't necessarily a water dragon, they were certainly aquatic, spending most of their lives in the ocean. Right. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and the others nodded in agreement. You made your opponent roll his eyes with just 1 slap, so you must be right. The last person who dared to object was already sunk into the Anduin River. That Ghidorah won't die, will he, senior? Okrian Ryukin thought of the fierce turbulent dragon strike from the Tide Dragon King Chiwu. Not to mention a magic or base dragon like Ghidorah, even melee dragons like the Black Dragon, skilled in melee combat, would have their eyelids twitching. It might seem like the dragon power attached to it was thin, but in reality, that was evidence of its extreme compression and restraint. That slap was as powerful as a sea slapping you in the face. It shouldn't be fatal, right? I didn't use my full strength. He's still a dragon, after all, there's no need to exterminate him. The Shocking Dragon King, Chiwu, said that while he disliked the creature, he spared it because he was a dragon. Any chimera behemoth or something like that would have had its magic crystal pulled out by Chiwu by now. I see you already slapped him straight. Are you really not going to die? Okrian Ryukin shrank back, wondering what Ghidorah was thinking, daring to charge directly at the Dragon King. That's not right. Didn't you try to dodge? How dare you charge straight at him? If I remember correctly, the Dragon King has a bloodline suppression over the dragon race, right? Ordinary dragons would be intimidated by the Dragon King's might, so how could that aquatic dragon dare to attack you? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo suddenly frowned, a glint in his eyes. After all, dragon might is essentially a manifestation of dragon bloodline. Dragon might is either a product of bloodline or strength, and Ghidorah clearly possesses neither. Tide Dragon King Chiwu lowered his head in thought. There's a problem. Dragons can't escape my might. I didn't conceal my aura just now. Most dragons wouldn't tremble in fear in the face of my might, but they certainly wouldn't have the courage to attack me directly like this. Tide Dragon King Chiwu's eyes narrowed in confusion. By the way, I heard from His Majesty that the demigod Sauron in Mordor also has a group of dragons under his command. This? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo asked doubtfully. Dragons? Dragons serving as pawns for the Protoss? Don't be ridiculous. Tai Dragon King Chiwu chuckled sarcastically, but his smile froze before he could finish his words. What's wrong, senior? What just occurred to you? Okrian Ryukin's heart sank as he watched Tai Dragon King Chiwu's expression change so quickly. That back then there were indeed some dragons with the blood of the demon dragon that we didn't protect and left to fend for ourselves, said Che Wu, the giant dragon king of Jingtao, embarrassedly. Chapter 1014. Really? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's eyelids twitched. They shouldn't be numerous. And they should have ended with the end of the grand movement. Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu affirmed. Are you sure? Okrian Ryukin couldn't help but interrupt, his eyes filled with a look that said, don't lie to me, I'm your junior. Of course. The dragon race naturally left those dragons of demonic dragon blood to fend for themselves. While they didn't hunt them, they didn't offer them protection either. Those dragons with evil attributes were exiled from Dragon Island, becoming what you humans call evil dragons. Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu flicked his tail. The cool autumn breeze seeped into the crevices of Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's armor, causing him to wince. That's tragic. Senior, we're in big trouble. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo grimaced. Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu looked at Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo in confusion. The kingdom now has an evil dragon. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo's words were barely finished. How dare a descendant of the dragon rebel? How dare he attack the Lagran Empire? Don't you know your empire's dragon riders are so numerous they could drown him? The might of the Dragon King Chiwu erupted instantly. Well, that's not the case. That dragon offshoot is the mount of one of our dragon riders. But you should consider that even wild dragons are still alive. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo grinned, his teeth aching. If wild dragons can survive, what about that whole clan? That's a problem. The Dragon King Chiwu shouldn't be underestimated. After all, they're a higher-ranking dragon clan. Their numbers can crush lower-ranking dragons. The Dragon King Chiwu pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. It's all right, senior. We feel much more at ease with you around. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo immediately gave Okrian Ryukin a look. Yes. Senior, what are you afraid of with us? We have everything we need now. Okrian Ryukin nodded quickly. All right. Stop flattering me, you two. I help if danger strikes, but I can't guarantee my combat effectiveness. After all, thousands of years have passed. Although I sealed myself with spatial rifts, the cost of maintaining my essence is too high. Most of it has been eroded by time. You must be mentally prepared. Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu said sternly. How is that possible? You just... Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo turned his head in horror to face the approaching Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu. A chill ran down his spine, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Dealing with that kind of dragon wouldn't require much strength. Don't forget, I'm the Water Dragon King. That thing's a dragon spellcaster. I'm better at hand-to-hand combat. Tai Dragon King Chiwu wanted to laugh at the thought of what he was about to say. That Ghidorah was so heavily buffed, it was already quite capable for him to survive. So what's your current combat power? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo rubbed his hands in bewilderment. After all, the strength of one's backing determined the extent of one's arrogance. Forget about god-level combat power. If you ever encounter a demigod, at best, you two would be dragged away. It would be sheer luck if you could even manage to survive. Within the 6th tier, you're currently considered invincible. Tai Dragon King Chiwu raised his neck, enjoying the younger generation's flattery. So, the 6th tier is like a piece of shit. Okrian Ryukin's eyes lit up. Ahem. Not that exaggerated. 2 or 3 won't be a problem. Che Wulong, the great dragon king of the Shocking Waves, was a shrewd man. He knew what Okrian Ryukin was up to the moment he raised his hand, and he quickly attacked him with a single blow. After all, if this guy really went for the 6th level monster, he'd be in big trouble. Alright, let's go. It's getting dark soon, and we need to find a place to stay. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo interrupted the conversation. Brandui, you better explain yourself. Roland's eyes were blazing like a raging dragon. He stood before Thranduil and shouted fiercely. Accident. I guarantee it was an accident. Thranduil explained awkwardly, his head bowed. Surprise. Tell me why a high-level monster appeared in an area the Elf Ranger had already checked. Roland exclaimed angrily. You see, the Ranger has an all-terrain detection skill, which uses Battle Chi to scan the surrounding area like a radar. When it encounters an obstacle, the Battle Chi responds. A high-level monster like this can't hide. Just now, a high-level monster, the Swamp Emperor Crocodile, sneaked into the magical stream and approached the shore, launching a surprise attack. Its dozens-meter-long shadow transformed into a giant maw, tearing at everything around it. If Marquis El Tigran Franz hadn't prepared a second-level brilliant shield magic in advance, spell scrolls. Just then, the Lagrang Kingdom's troops passed through. The coalition lost hundreds of professional soldiers in a single blow. Don't forget that behind the Lagrang Kingdom are the Dwarven heavy infantry. At this moment, the vast shields on the battlefield shone with a white light. Using dragon blood as their core energy source, the air was filled with a faint dragon's might. This was the effect of a passive scroll being triggered in a large group. The affected Lagrang city guards were all second-tier warriors, as fragile as paper against high-level monsters. Sensing a deadly threat, the scrolls automatically activated, and the battlefield became filled with hundreds of bright light bulbs. Boom! A heavy crash was heard as a massive creature was dropped from the sky. Everyone looked up to see an even larger dragon flapping its wings and soaring through the air. Now, Cardo was freed from the restraints of the dragon saddle, soaring in its full size. Atop the 50-meter-long dragon's body, Caslo, holding his dragon spear, stood atop it. His feet were rooted to the ground, unmoved by the dragon's flight. Done! Caslo calmly controlled the dragon, crushing a grove of trees before landing. How did this thing get in? Roland asked with a scowl. Remember, their reconnaissance involved not only the Elven Rangers, but also the Dragon Riders of Lagrang. To be able to sneak in amidst the dragon eyes and ranger detection, it must have stealth abilities. Crocodile monsters often ambush, and the environment here in the magic stream is very similar to a swamp. It's a great place to attract crocodiles, Caslo said unsurprisingly. After all, compared to fast-flowing rivers like the Rapid River, which can't support many giants, the gentle flow of the magic stream is more attractive to these crocodiles. Yes, monsters, like the Swamp King crocodile, are very good at ambushing. Their underwater stealth makes even us elves retreat. Thranduil wiped the sweat from his forehead, and quickly replied with a smile. You admit you knew there was a Swamp King crocodile here. Roland raised his brow, as if he had caught Thranduil with something. That's not how you play it, bro, is it? Thranduil's brain nearly exploded. He was forcing himself to blame. I know you're heartbroken that so many scrolls were wasted, but you shouldn't just accuse everyone. Peel off the skin. Take away the magic crystals. Gather the blood, bones, and sinews, and share the meat with everyone. Treat it as a snack for today. Oh, and who's that? Calculate the bill for our scrolls, and send it to Lord Thranduil. He reimburse us. Roland nodded. Thranduil's head was filled with questions as he watched Roland walk by. Brother, if you had told me you were going to act like this, I wouldn't be hanging out with you. Chapter 1015. How's the vanguard? Roland asked, sitting on a tree stump. I don't know, but the knights are moving unimpeded. Caslo shook his head. After hearing Caslo's words, a picture suddenly flashed through Roland's mind. My troops are moving unimpeded. My troops are moving unimpeded. Huh? Roland shook his head quickly. Flags can't be placed carelessly. The grass on the grave of the old general, who cosplayed on the stage, is already taller than a man. Tell the soldiers to speed. Alert Omsk and Mogus. Tell them to keep an eye on Ravian's troops. One knight commander can't turn the tide. What if that guy gets too eager to show off and kills me? Don't give me an entire knight order, Roland warned. After all, a knight order can't always maintain its glory while marching. A high-level monster ambush only takes a moment. Even a second-level knight, with an instant-cast defensive magic scroll, might not be able to withstand it. The Cross-Balhenia knights may be a bit mixed up, but they're still a knight order after all. Don't lead me astray, Roland warned. Even if this thing was lousy, it was still a knight order item. Thrown onto the battlefield, it would be top-tier cannon fodder. Got it. Caslo nodded. Because the team was quite far apart, there wasn't really a good way to communicate except with the Dragon Knights. What? How do you locate in the dense forest? That depends on the magic equipment crafted by our great Duke Yunfeng. A few positioning devices can easily provide everyone with one. Even those magical equipment, not even level 1, can be crafted in bulk by any apprentice with some rare materials. Here, eat something before you go. Roland pulled 2 ribs from the campfire and tossed them to Caslo. He threw one into Cardo's mouth. Cardo had been waiting for Roland to feed him. Roland was one of the few people in the kingdom who could feed Cardo. After flying for so long, Caslo's stomach was empty, so of course he wouldn't refuse. The Emperor had plenty of hungry soldiers. Besides, high-level monster meat was a valuable commodity, strengthening chi and nourishing fighting spirit. For the kingdom, High-level monster meat was a rare delicacy. After all, captives couldn't be eaten. Edible ones were rarely found. High-level monsters had intelligence comparable to humans. Just look at Lagrange's shattered Earth, where dragons surged and tumbled day and night. Only a fool would stay in that dangerous area. Something's wrong. Why are we so far away from the rear? Omsk keenly noticed the group was stretched too far apart. The Cross-Balhenia Knights are too far away from us. Where are they heading? Omsk's face grimly shifted. He knew Radian would rush, but he hadn't expected him to be so reckless. Hold the Knights. We can't keep going like this. The distance between the Knights and the infantry is too great, Moga said firmly, looking at the Knights of the 14th Legion he led. Perhaps because of his earth element, his personality was as calm as his attributes. Cautiously, this aggressive charge had completely frightened him. Everyone slowed down. With Omsk's command, the Knights trotting through the dense forest gradually stopped. As qualified Knights coming off the assembly line of the Lagran Empire, their professionalism was standard. Even in this dense forest, they could still control their horses at a trot. Brother! The power of Middle-earth magic. General Omsk. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky, followed by the sound of branches snapping. Sunlight suddenly filtered in through the cracks. Cardo poked his head out and snorted. Dragon God. So brutal? Omsk stared in shock at Caslo and his dragon, who had fallen directly to the ground, crushing the trees. Your Majesty told us to keep an eye on Lord Radian. Where is he? Where are the Knights of the Cross-Balhenia? Caslo squinted his eyes and scanned the surroundings. After careful examination, he confirmed that he saw no sign of the Knights of the Cross-Balhenia, nor any of their banners or figures. They're too fast. Even the Elven Rangers can't match their speed. The two armies have already distanced themselves. Omsk shook his head. Then you? Caslo hesitated. Let's wait here for a while. The infantry behind us are too far away. This is fatal. Omsk's professionalism was impeccable. He could instantly detect such a dangerous threat. Then I go after Radian. Caslo nodded. Okay. Stay safe. Mogus waved at Caslo. Dragon God. What are these? Deep in the dense forest, the Knights of Ladian, as expected, ran into trouble. What stood in their way weren't powerful beasts or orcs, but rather dense, sticky spiderwebs. If Roland were here, he surely recognized them as the giant spider monsters native to the dark forest, the same creatures that captured the protagonists in The Hobbit. Damn it! Help! Cried the knights caught in the webs in terror. For the first time, these elite knights felt powerless. The soft, tough, and sticky webs clung to any horse or rider who approached, tightening with every struggle. Boom! Finally, a knight with fire attributes ignited his fighting spirit, and the webs melted like ice and snow in the blazing flames. Boom! As the spider web burned, sparks flew to the ground. Don't forget, the dark forest is a primeval forest. It's densely vegetated, with towering ancient trees. Vast tracts of dead branches and fallen leaves formed a thick layer of humus. This was the perfect fuel. Plus, the battle energy flames weren't ordinary flames, they burned more vigorously and persistently. And so, catching everyone off guard, flames erupted from beneath their feet. Dragon God. Is there a dragon's lair here? What just happened? The erupting columns of flames instantly sobered Ladian's excitement. The decaying aura in the earth ignited like the breath of a giant dragon. The knights reacted quickly, most harnessing their battle energy and skills to protect their horses. However, the knights in the center were still thrown to the ground, both horse and rider. The several-ton iron mass, including both rider and rider, instantly crashed to the ground, sending a thick fog billowing from the splattering dirt. Something seems to have exploded. One knight exclaimed, spitting mud from his mouth. Order your soldiers to retreat. Something's wrong. Is it instant war magic? Ladian, remembering the scene of fiery snakes flying across the land, his heart pounding as he quickly ordered a retreat. Ah! A sudden scream echoed, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a knight in silver-purple armor being pulled into the sky by several strands of armed threads. Enemy attack. War blades. Ladian reacted quickly. As the spider webs descended, he knew what he was facing. The knight's long-range attacks were weak, but they possessed powerful mid-range attacks. The flaming war blades released were enough to shred enemies within 100 meters. Plop! The captured knight was quickly severed by his comrades' war blades, and he fell to the ground. Attack! Target the treetops. The enemy is in the sky. Ladian roared. Rally around your comrades. Form a defensive formation. Damn it! Ladian angrily watched the soldiers being dragged upward. Protect our comrades. Don't let them be dragged away. Raise your shields, the officer shouted. Chapter 1016. Spider monsters? Good news, they're not high level. At most, they're mid-level monsters. Bad news. These creatures live in packs. An officer galloped up to Radian's side and said, "Squeak, squeak, squeak." Tiny squeaks echoed through the forest. Amidst the dancing flames of various war energy blades, branches and thick tree trunks continuously fell. The randomly falling trunks were even more terrifying than the monster spider webs. Mount! Mount! Retreat! Radian roared. After all, knights excelled in open areas, treating others as speed bumps rather than venturing into the woods like hunters. Shoo! A warhorse cried mournfully. Everyone looked and saw a dark shadow flitting through the treetops. Several strands of spider silk descended from the sky and directly entangled a heavily armored warhorse. However, a warhorse weighing over a ton was no match for the monsters, and it was enough for the nearby knights to react. Thank you. The knight, nearly losing his horse, thanked him repeatedly as he watched the knight next to him sever the spider silk with a single sword strike. You're welcome. I can't drag this thing. Ouch. Before he could finish his words, the knight who had spoken vanished from his horse and soared into the sky. The thanking knight turned and saw his empty saddle. Guerrilla knights, shoot those bastards. Stop using your war chief flame blade abilities. Falling trees will crush our brothers. Radian couldn't hold back now. If he dragged on, he'd lose his men. Gather. Activate. Let the light of glory shine. Radian leaped onto the tree trunk, and the other officers quickly took over. A knight's glory state can share the damage of an attack, making it no different from facing a level 6 defense for a mid-level monster. Puff! The cross-Bohemian knights were, after all, a hodgepodge of knights. Roland had deliberately piled all those random people here. This was both a test of skill and a test of skill. After all, giving away a knightly order for free was a good thing. No matter what flaws these people had, they were all genuine knights. So Ladian might even find some Eastern guerrilla knights among them. Yes, guerrilla knights. Lightweight knights who had forsaken the form of heavy tanks. Their lances were more symbolic than practical, their primary weapons being knight swords and heavy bows. Paired with armor-piercing javelins, they were masters of kite fighting on the battlefield. In reality, the only ones capable of launching an effective counterattack were these guerrilla knights. Puff! A giant spider, its 8 legs trembling, fell to the ground among the crowd. A thick arrow lodged in its chest and abdomen. Clearly, the guerrilla knights had accomplished something. Swish! The knight next to him stabbed with his spear. With a splatter of juice, the giant spider twitched a few times before falling still. Shadow spider. Killer in the shade. Beware, it's poisonous, the officer exclaimed. Swish! Ladian, using his battle chi to briefly glide, dodged a falling spider silk and casually cut it. Then, with another strike, he severed another strand holding a knight. He buried one hand in a tree, sword in hand, and watched the forest for a moment, searching. Shadow spider. Damage. Seeing the figure crawling at high speed in the treetops, Ladian felt for the first time the fear of underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly. The pressure made his breathing quicken. Retreat! Ladian shouted at the top of the tree. The knights below were gathering for a retreat. Puff! Ah! Knights were constantly being lifted up and rescued by their teammates. The spiders and the cross-Bohemian knights seemed to be playing a tacit game, the two sides engaging in a lively back and forth. Oh no! Glory is useless. The knights below cried in panic. The spider silk ignored the mutual protection of the glory shield and directly dragged the knights out of it. Shoot! Retreat at a steady pace. Ladian jumped down, mounted his horse, and took command. What should the general do? The officer asked, looking at Ladian with some fear. Calm down. You are soldiers of the kingdom. Knights of the duchy's knights. Look at you. The glory shield can't stop this kind of damageless control, have you forgotten? Ladian roared. If glory were omnipotent, everyone would become a knight. This kind of damageless control is the simplest way to counter the knights, but few can pull it off. Therefore, the knights were somewhat bewildered when suddenly confronted. Even more ridiculous, because there was no damage, even the shield scrolls couldn't be activated. So the knights could only play a strange kind of tug-of-war with the countless spider monsters above, while retreating in an orderly manner. This isn't pure waste. Roland stared at the system panel in front of him. Since he rarely commanded remotely, he rarely had time to check the battle panel during his time on the front lines. Just as he was taking a break, he saw the page belonging to Lavian was red and purple. The warning sign was flashing so brightly it was blinding. Roland then checked the panel records, and saw that his cross-Bohemia knights had just been ambushed by a swarm of giant shadow spiders. Ha ha! Emperor Roland almost laughed out loud. Those trash monsters that were slaughtered by Caslo and Cardo in the old forest road, that didn't even dare to look up at Lagran's banner, are now enjoying a good meal. They haven't seen it for years, and are now daring to eat the knight's buffet. However, Roland also realized that Lavian had probably charged too hard, creating distance between him and the leading elven rangers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been ambushed by the swarm of shadow spiders. Roland expressed both understanding and speechlessness. He understood Lavian's desire to achieve something, but he was speechless because he really thought the dark forest was a speed bump for the knights. Oh! I have to use another trump card. Roland, laughing and crying, selected the system page and then found his own territory page. Territory: Capital, Lagran City, River Rapid City, Lulong Fortress, Palembang, Baidu Fort, Dragon Cliff Fort. Generals: Caslo, Level 6 Dragon Rider, Rainer, Level 6 Holy Hero, Rattle, Level 5 War Mage, Adile, Level 6 Hero, Yudfeng, Level 6 Sage, Omsk, Level 6 Hero, Lavian, Level 4 Knight Commander, Holland, Level 4 Knight Commander, Luke Leopold, Merc Leopold, Ajax Anthony, Level 5 Dragon Rider, Lafitte Anthony, Level 3 Grand Knight, Varen Angus, Level 3 Warrior. Dos Anthony, Level 4 Dragon Rider, Umadlon, Level 4 Knight Commander, Bannerwe, 6th Level Hunter, Adolf Heinrich 6th Level. Sage, Darian Nightblade, 6th Level Creed Assassin, Weiss, 3rd Level Dragon Knight, Alistar, 3rd Level Goblin Knight, Marcus, 4th Level Knight Commander, Lance, 3rd Level Warrior, Fonlin Yulon, 6th Level Dragon Knight Commander, Fonlin Binglon, 6th Level Hero, Charlie Prose, 6th Level Priest, Mogus, 6th Level Hero, Lilith, 6th Level Sage, Nogai, 4th Level Dragon Knight, Altai Grand Franz, 4th Level Mage. Vassals: Apophis Brio, Tier 4 Knight, Ismir, Tier 3 Druid, Okrian Yasuo, Tier 6 Hero. Special Personnel: Ivy, Tier 4 War Priest, Grand Duke Nyx, Tier 5 Dragon Mage, Nina Bon, Tier 3 Archmage, Rule, Tier 3 Warrior, Jolstia, Tier 3 Knight, Vladivostok, Tier 2 Knight, Fonlin Shilon, Tier 2 Dragon Knight, Fonlin Shulon, Tier 2 Dragon Knight. Troops: over 20,000. Holy Glory Knights: 100, Tier 2 Knights with a small number of Tier 3 Grand Knight officers, Romanian Royal Knights. 100, Tier 2 Knights, Imperial 14th Legion Knights. 100, Integrity Knights primarily comprised of Tier 2 Knights. Lagran City Guards. 4,000, Tier 2, Bodnia Archers. 6,000, Tier 2, Dewinian Heavy Swordsmen. 1,000, Tier 2, El Nino Rangers. 200, Tier 2, Lordaeron Rangers. 300, Tier 2, Lagran Royal Guards. 500, Tier 3, Lagran Royal Crossbow Guards. 300, Tier 3, Surge Legion. 14,000 Surge Infantry. Priests: 1 Tier 2 Priest Corps, 50 members. 1 Tier 3 Priest Squad, 10 members. Mages: 1 Tier 3 Forbidden Spell Mage Corps Squad, 5 Tier 3 Fire Mages, 5 Tier 3 Wind Mages, 30 mages of all levels, including Tier 1 to 3 mages. Cross Bohemia Knights. 100, Tier 2, a knight-dominated order with a complex and chaotic composition. Crusader Legion. 100 Cuirassiers. 100 Crusader Crossbowmen. 300 Crusader Hoplites. Woodland Knights. 500, Tier 2 Warriors. Griffin Knights. 4, Tier 2, Wyvern Knights. 20, 10 Tier 2, 10 Tier 1 Apprentices. Grassland Elves. 200, Tier 2, Goblin Knights. 1,000, a mix of Tier 1 and Tier 2, Kingdom Population. 650,000 plus, trainable civilians. 140,000 plus, honor, 5 points. Main quest: establish the 12 cities of the Rapids. Top Legion *1, path to the Empire's resurrection. Control and own 10 towns. Reward: 1 Mage Tower *, 1 inheritance of any mage. Overall review: a thriving kingdom. The surrounding environment has been cleared and stabilized. The resilient people of Lagrang still stubbornly defend this ancient land. Their king has reclaimed the old capital. Vast territories have been reclaimed. The kingdom urgently needs numerous cities to consolidate its territory. Note: the kingdom of Lagrang, with its military hegemony, firmly holds the reins of power in the north. Its noble pioneers have also successfully penetrated various parts of the north. The shadow of darkness in the north has been suppressed under the king's glory. The pinnacle. The king, imbued with martial virtue, seemed eager to accomplish something monumental. Perhaps opening up the east-west trade route? Select the location of the Cross-Bohemia Knights and deploy the El Nino Ranger Corps. Roland chose the trump card he saved from the previous sign-in. El Nino Ranger Corps contains 300 experienced level 2 El Nino Rangers. Given the right circumstances and sufficient preparation, they can slay a dragon with minimal effort. Deploy around faction units. Ah! One of the few good things I got from signing in. Roland reluctantly used it. He originally been thinking of using this as a trump card to micromanage the enemy and unleash a powerful force. Chapter 1017. Too many! We can't stop them. General. Call for help. An officer cried to Ladian in panic. Who can we call for help? No one can save us. We can only find a way to escape from here. Ladian saw clearly. As the vanguard, he knew he had no teammates behind him, and he estimated that the Elf Ranger was still far away. The two 6th level heroes leading the 14th Legion Knights were also cautious. Ladian believed they wouldn't be as reckless as he was. Now they only had themselves to rely on. Damn it! No one told me we had to fight this thing. A knight roared, igniting the spider silk with his battle spirit. Dragon God. I missed the kingdom's archers. I was wrong, brothers of Bodnia. Come and save us! A knight wailed. The giant shadow spider's web snares were excruciating. Thanks to the mutual care of Ravian and his comrades, the knights hadn't suffered any casualties, but many knights had fallen from great heights and been injured. These knights could be dragged out of the battle formation and captured at any moment. Guerrilla Knights. Fire with all your might. Ravian could only order his few guerrilla knights to suppress the enemy from a distance. After all, unleashing the battle chi and flame blades was too consuming, and these knights might not be able to withstand it. If everyone died mid-flight, they would be doomed. In such a critical situation, losing battle chi would be tantamount to seeking death. Battle chi is being consumed too quickly. We need a ceasefire to recover. An officer reported to Ravian. The initial wave of firepower was indeed infuriating. But the subsequent lack of firepower was even more troublesome. Battle chi doesn't just appear for no reason. A 2nd level knight's battle chi can sustain a high-intensity battlefield charge, but it's definitely not enough for such wanton mincing and squandering. In the dense forest, cloaked figures twisted and turned in the treetops, rapidly approaching. Their faces were stern, and they held finely crafted mithril longbows, their dragon-sync bowstrings gleaming with magical runes. Their dragonhide armor obscured any scrapes from debris. To maintain their flexibility, they wore only dragon-scale greaves and arm armor. Some of them clutched the rune blades they carried on their backs. Living close to nature, they wore no helmets, only dragon-scaled headbands as decoration, gleaming in the sunlight that filtered through. These were the El Nino Rangers summoned by Roland. The renowned Dragon Hunter Rangers. No! General. The treetops on both wings are moving in a massive way. One knight looked at Ladian in horror. For a knightly order that had only recently been brought together, tacit understanding was only imaginary. In the moment of danger, these knights spontaneously split into smaller groups. Members of the former Cross-Bohemia Knights gathered together, as did some of the Legion Knights. Ladian, watching the knights in disarray, instantly wanted to chop down the shouting knight. The sudden, subconscious splitting of the knights before him almost made him laugh. Together, they're a pile of shit. Scattered, they're a scattering of stars, right? Ladian scoffed. Individually, each of these knights was an elite, standard-issue knight, not a single ragtag knight. But their combined power. Ladian could only say it was eye-opening. Bang! A terrifying roar echoed, the noise even hushing the chaotic knights for a moment. What's that? One knight looked up at the sky, where a trail of something unseen could be clearly seen, leaving behind a trail of something piercing the dense treetops. Bang! Another terrifying sonic boom echoed, and this time everyone could see clearly what it was. It was a streak of light. Brilliant. Shocking. Like a meteor. Its final target was a giant shadow spider. What is that? A newly joined knight whispered. Reinforcements. Ladian's lips curled slightly, and the anxiety in his eyes finally gave way to a hint of relief. He instantly relaxed. Thank you, Your Majesty. These are Ranger El Nino. The kingdom's dragon hunters. Your Majesty hasn't given up on us. He's always watching over us. Ladian murmured. He knew Roland was a Golden Dragon Knight, so he automatically imagined Roland watching them through the power of the Golden Dragon. Roland, I didn't open it, because I never closed it. How can the Dragon Knight's tactics be better than the system? You have danger written all over my face, and I can't see it? Ah. Ladian sighed, watching the intertwining streams of light and the sonic booms in the sky. His Majesty, watching over him, must be very disappointed. He had embarrassed Queen Nyx. He had made such a blunder in his first command, and King Roland had to clean up the mess. Thinking of this, Ladian suddenly felt his future was bleak. In the gloom, he felt like he'd eaten too many red beans. Kill! Ranger El Nino was fast. As rangers, they possessed the same high mobility as other rangers in complex environments. They quickly approached the cross-Bohemia Knights through the treetops, while occasionally providing support with their long arrows as they flipped and leaped. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The giant shadow spiders in the treetops emitted a vibrating buzzing sound. After a special communication, the giant shadow spiders also discovered these little creatures that posed a huge threat. So they gave up the easy-to-win game of Knight Tug-of-War and turned to face the El Nino Rangers. Puff! Silent Ranger El Nino swung the mithril-infused rune blade in his hand without a word. The curved blade, gleaming with a terrifying light, sliced, chopped, and chopped. The shadow spiders' hard, spear-like limbs were cleaved and split like firewood by Ranger El Nino's skill-enhanced rune blade. Puff! After the shadow spider's sharp forelimbs were deflected by the dragonhide armor, Ranger El Nino swiftly split the advancing shadow spider's head. As the light in the spider's compound eyes faded, Ranger El Nino, without stopping, rolled over and landed on the shadow spider's back, stamping on it. Using the recoil, he unsheathed his war blade and floated toward another battlefield, leaving only a twitching corpse tumbling into the dark forest. This is a massacre. The slowly retreating knight, watching Ranger El Nino repeatedly fly overhead and the falling fragments of the shadow spider's body, finally understood the value of the Dragon Slayer Ranger. You bunch of losers. A sudden voice rang out. One of the Rangers El Nino pulled out a dagger, plunged it into a tree trunk, and then descended steadily down the trunk. Where's your captain? Is he dead? If not, then die. Who taught your knights to lose touch with the infantry in the dense forest? The ranger, who looked like an officer, began to rebuke. Excuse me, sir. I am the captain of this knightly order. Who are you? Ladian felt a flicker of alarm at the unfamiliar face. After all, El Nino Rangers were few and far between in the kingdom, and he'd seen them all, let alone officers. He knew them all. But Ladian soon relaxed. After all, not just anyone could impersonate El Nino Ranger. I am the captain of this order. Ask your Majesty for more information. Now I have to go clean up this mess for you. El Nino Ranger waved his hand sharply, the disdain and contempt in his eyes silencing Ladian's words. Chapter 10:18. These creatures, corrupted by darkness, deserve no mercy. Kill them all. These corrupted beasts. Ranger El Nino chuckled, the rune blade in his hand flashing an eerie light. The Ranger's philosophy of warfare was in tune with nature. They never overreacted in their demon hunting operations, but this time was an exception. When Ranger El Nino gazed upon these giant shadow spiders, he could clearly sense the thick aura of death and the dark resentment within them. These are no ordinary beasts. We must strike hard. Ranger Captain El Nino explained angrily. The thick death aura was causing the Rangers to feel a natural discomfort, and they simply wanted to eliminate these giant shadow spiders as quickly as possible. Puff! The giant shadow spiders, screaming and charging at the Rangers, were chopped down like melons and vegetables, their limbs and shattered shells flying everywhere. Under Ranger El Nino's longbow blade, these menacing giant shadow spiders dissipated as quickly as ice and snow meeting sunlight. You're back? Brave knight? Roland quipped. How's it going, my general? Almost sending a knight order to hell with your own hands is thrilling, isn't it? Roland teased. I'm sorry, your majesty. Ladian's face was filled with shame. If they were on flat ground, they wouldn't be afraid of those disgusting spiders, but in a dense forest, encountering these giant shadow spiders, they could only let the opponent kite them. After all, there's a saying about hitting high and hitting low. You don't need to apologize to me. The one you should apologize to is Nyx. You now hold the wealth of the Grand Duchy of Nyx, and it's also my betrothal gift to her. This knight order is my wife's property, don't you understand? Roland smiled, his eyes filled with amusement. Sorry, I was reckless. I take my leave now. Sorry to bother you all. Ladian's face paled, Then he looked at Roland. Seeing that Roland's gaze had averted, he felt a sudden wave of weakness and stumbled out of the tent. Will this hurt him too much? Omsk asked with concern. How could I hurt him? Roland punched the fixed log. With a crack, the previously intact log snapped in half. Roland glared at the people below with a furious look. He was hurt? How could he not die? That's an entire knightly order. Do you understand? An entire order? There are only a few knightly orders in the kingdom. I cobbled together 4. How can you repay me for giving him one? The knights are out of sync with the infantry in the dense forest. This is a human? Does he think he's leading the champion knights? Roland's fury could no longer be suppressed, and the fake smile he had just given Lavian was instantly swallowed by anger. That's not really possible, Moga said awkwardly, touching his nose. Not really? If he crippled this order of knights, I'd be the first to kill him when I get back. Is it easy for me to save my fortune? It takes a decade or more for a knight to become a master. How many knights have I had him destroy? If he weren't my wife's personal guard, I'd have sent him packing long ago. Roland raged. Calm down, it's nothing serious. You're holding back just enough to save them. Omsk quickly tried to smooth things over. Heh. Roland sneered. If he hadn't used the system to airdrop rangers, these creatures would have been dead 800 times by the time the elven rangers had arrived. Alright, stop making fun of me. My lord, how are we going now? Caslow tugged at Roland, signaling him to lower his voice. There weren't just Lagran soldiers outside, there were also quite a few allied troops. I'm almost pissed off. I didn't expect there would be such a fool as to lead the knights through the woods and lose touch with the infantry. Roland facepalmed. This was the same principle as the infantry tank synergy of the previous generation. While knights were the kings of land warfare, they also had weaknesses. Plus, without the air knight's cover, going it alone was too risky. You say Ladian wasn't a knight, so it's fine if he didn't understand. But he was a knight trained by the Empire, and his instructors had already learned all this. I understand. After all, it's his first time leading troops, and he's eager to make a name for himself. You know his position in the kingdom is a bit awkward. Caslow shrugged. Ladian wasn't one of Roland's vassals, but Nyx was married to Roland. Ladian naturally counted as Nyx's dowry, and Nyx's dowry was rather meager. While the kingdom's high-ranking officials were busy racking up military exploits, Ladian was left alone, idle and helpless, guarding the remnants of his army. His knightly glory made him ashamed, feeling that his lord was inferior to others. He didn't want Nyx to be called a mere figurine. As the saying goes, when the king humiliates, the minister dies. Nyx had long presented herself as dependent on Roland. While there was nothing wrong with that, it was inherently disgraceful for a queen to be unable to improve her husband's power. While Roland didn't care about these old aristocratic dregs, Ladian, as Nyx's personal soldier, couldn't bear to see Nyx humiliated. He wanted his lord's marriage to appear as a powerful alliance between nobles, not a handout from a powerful king to the Grand Duchy of Nyx. Therefore, achieving results was his sole goal and hope. You're too impatient, Caslow said to Ladian, gazing at the gurgling waters of the magical stream. Ladian squatted by the river, eyes bloodshot, yet he fought back tears. He clenched his fists tightly, his head lowered in shame. It's okay. War is like that. There's always a learning process, and trial and error are inevitable. King Roland can tolerate your mistakes, but not your recklessness. He's angry because you persisted despite knowing the consequences. Caslow patted Ladian's shoulder. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everyone. Ladian thought of the terrified knights who retreated. Few knights on this land had been rivaled, yet under his leadership, they had nearly lost their spirit. Their opponents were just a bunch of mindless spiders. That's not the case. King Roland is just as suicidal as you. The problem is correction. Look, isn't he more normal now? At least he looks like a human being. Caslow grumbled. Huh? Ladian was shocked by Caslow's outrageous statement. What? Have you forgotten how he almost had everyone collect his body? Caslow said casually. Ladian pursed his lips. Was it okay to just spill such a dark secret? Don't worry. Our Majesty is very special, quite unique. He wouldn't mind such a thing. Caslow couldn't help but rub his brow at the thought of Roland's ridiculously abstract jokes. It seemed Ladian hadn't interacted with Roland enough. He still looked quite human, unlike himself, who was almost assimilated. Don't worry. King Roland of the Knights won't take it back. He's not a stingy or ungrateful person. He does have some tolerance. But let me remind you, you now represent the Grand Duchy of Nyx, the Kingdom of Lagran. Look at your Cross Bohemia emblem. Roland might not be able to remind you, but you can't forget it. Caslow patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. Huh? Ladian breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Caslow said. He was instantly relieved. He was afraid that Roland would use this opportunity to take back the knights. After all, he had given a flawless excuse that no one could find fault with. The mistake and blame that almost caused the knights to suffer a heavy blow were more than Ladian could bear. So, after returning, Ladian was in constant fear. Chapter 1019. Ah? Count Lemon stared in horror at the dusty Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Okrian Ryukin. Evil, retreat. Count Lemon raised the holy relic in his hand, attempting to expel the impure. Slap. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo slapped the cross from Count Lemon's hand. Stop looking. Find someone to find us a place to stay. And get us some hot water for a shower. Okrian Ryukin picked up the cross from the ground and shoved it back into Count Lemon's hands. Plop. Count Lemon stepped back repeatedly, raising his hands in disbelief. You too, are you human or ghost? Count Lemon swallowed. Don't make me slap you when I'm having the most fun. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo held his forehead. He was happy to have found the Dragon Clan launch player, but he was also furious that Count Lemon had tricked him into fighting Ghidorah. Yes. Remember to explain to us how the Chimera became Ghidorah. Okrian Ryukin folded his arms. Count Lemon was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hands and cried out in injustice. I don't know what that is. Wasn't it your two lords who said Ghidorah and Chimera? Count Lemon felt incredibly frustrated. He only heard it from hearsay that it was a dragon, when it was you two brothers who said it was a chimera. Is that so? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo glanced at Okrian Ryukin, a hint of embarrassment on his face. No. I don't know. Okrian Ryukin shook his head repeatedly, claiming he didn't know. Count Lemon was instantly silenced by the two men. They were blaming him for everything. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Just get us some hot water so we can get some rest. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said with a laugh. Yes, yes, yes. Immediately. Someone come. Count Lemon, as if having been pardoned, quickly called for someone to set up tent for the two men. Refreshing. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shook his damp blonde hair with energy, feeling instantly refreshed. Are your two lords all right? Count Lemon stared at the two men for a long moment before finally asking with difficulty. The commotion over there had caused the fleeing crowd to stare with alarm. It was clearly a greater forbidden spell, even more terrifying than a forbidden spell. So when the two men, covered in dust, crawled out, Count Lemon and his companions were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Lemon Town is gone, Count Lemon said dejectedly. As long as people are still alive, that's all that matters. Your village is gone, it's gone. What's there to regret? Okrian Ryukin asked, puzzled. Huh? Count Lemon was stunned. What do you mean it's gone? So it wasn't your fiefdom that was bombed, right? And explain what a village is. Although it was bombed, isn't that pit perfect for diverting water to form a lake? Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo said, pointing to the ruins of the former town. You should have known this place would be untenable sooner or later. You don't have a permanent fortress, and a mere wooden town can't withstand the growing orc force. Better to tear it down and rebuild. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo remarked. But the residents here have been displaced, and I have nowhere to recruit people for forced labor. Count Lemon said in distress. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo and Grand Duke Okrian Ryukin exchanged a look and shook their heads helplessly. No wonder Rohan was in such a state, its people emaciated and pale. The political wisdom and maneuvering of these lords were useless. They couldn't even implement the simplest work for relief program. Then don't blame the population loss. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo had discussed with Lord Lemon that northern Rohan was experiencing severe population loss. Large numbers had either fled north to become wildlings or been abducted by orcs. The flat plains, coupled with the lack of control over the Anduin River, made this area unsafe. Don't you have any other granaries? Even if you don't, you could always ask the kingdom for food relief. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo clutched his head. But if we provide relief, we won't have enough food to recruit and rebuild the town. Lord Lemon said softly. Fix it. From now on, throw away your damned, shabby town ideas. Let's build a fortress that will leave the orcs bloody. Grand Duke Okrian Yasuo shouted, waving his fist in encouragement. Are our conditions acceptable? Both digging the canal and building the fortress are massive undertakings. We might even need enough manpower to deplete the entire earldom. Are we going to capture the hidden household? Earl Lemon expressed doubt. After all, he only had a few thousand strong laborers, hardly enough for the project. Grand Duke Okurian Yasuo glanced at Okurian Ryukin, unsure what to say. He suddenly felt that the Rohan people's pregnancy-preserving techniques were too advanced. This is a world of magic. Grand Duke Okurian Yasuo stared at Earl Lemon before a long silence fell, the air thick with awkwardness. "Help my lord." Earl Lemon begged with his head bowed. "Okay." Grand Duke Okurian Yasuo finally agreed reluctantly. He finally realized this guy was a youthful, bankrupt version of Emperor Lagran. All he cared about were cavalry charges and night assaults. He had no idea about territory building. Oh, right. If he had even a little bit of knowledge, the entire earldom wouldn't have a village as its capital. "Your Majesty Chiwu, I need your help." Grand Duke Okurian Yasuo whispered to the Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu in the night tent. "Oh, are you really planning to build him a fortress?" Shocking Wave Dragon King Chiwu's eyes narrowed. Given the dragon's age and the Lagran's past, Chiwu didn't believe they were so kind. "Of course." Grand Duke Okurian Yasuo nodded. "Reason? What's your intention? Are you really planning to hedge your bets? You just come over here if Raglan fails?" The Tai Dragon King Chiwu asked after considering the standard human noble's actions. "Your Majesty sent me here to investigate the situation in preparation for the upcoming war. So, I want to strengthen Rohan's northern army to a limited extent, at least to prevent them from becoming too devastated. Ideally, it could help us hold back some of the orcs and keep them bleeding. This requires a fortress," Grand Duke Okurian Yasuo explained. "Good reason. You're all so wicked. You convinced me, so why are you begging me?" The Tai Dragon King Chiwu said proudly. "It's a piece of cake for you." Grand Duke Okurian Yasuo flattered him. "I definitely satisfy you." The Tai Dragon King Chiwu wagged his tail happily. It was rare for a junior to ask for help after all these years, and he was so happy that he agreed without a second thought. "Tell me," the Tai Dragon King Chiwu asked. "Easy. Just divert a stream from the Shuma River." Grand Duke Okurian Yasuo smiled. "Are you serious, kid?" The corners of the Tai Dragon King Chiwu's mouth twitched noticeably. "Of course. It doesn't need to be too deep or too wide, at least enough for small boats to ferry cargo," Grand Duke Okurian Yasuo pleaded. "I suddenly feel a little regretful, huh?" Chiwu felt like he'd been tricked.